Yo, what's up everyone? Can you guys hear me? Oh, I need to turn on the light. Hold on. Give me a second. Control center. And boom. There we go. Hold on. Let me go turn off the other light. Good morning, guys. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you guys are. I'm audible. Okay, nice. We missed you. We were just viewer partying like last week, right? I wasn't even gone for that long. Last week was, yeah, we were just watching PEL last week. Why am I trolling on the thumbnail? Hey, people see BTR, people click on video, okay? So that's why. Let me tilt the camera up a little bit. What do you say about the performance of BTR and FaZe? I didn't have time to watch the regular week, but that's a big oof. That's a big throw. What do you say about TJB? I saw they did really good, right? I mean, okay, like regular league week, the performance doesn't really matter in my opinion, unless if you didn't qualify. If you didn't qualify, you're just throwing. Simple as that. You're just throwing if you didn't qualify. And then yeah, BTR and FaZe, those are two big surprises. Try speaking Nepali. I cannot speak Nepali. Match starts in like about, I don't know, 10-20 minutes probably. What do you say about Stalwarts? I mean, I always knew Stalwarts was a really good team. But let's see what happens in Super Weekend, right? I'm trying to put on my necklace. By the way, I've been casting a PM, or not casting, I've been doing analyst desk for PMGC West. If you guys did not know. Namaste. I have a viewer party with Chiffon. So what we're gonna do is after each game, Chiffon and Ari are gonna talk. And we're going to talk about our predictions, talk about the game. Kind of like an analyst segment almost. But it's going to be way more chill. Chiffon is going to be watching the Chinese POV. I'm going to be watching just the regular POV. If you guys really want to watch the Chinese POV, I guess you could skip between Chiffon's and I's streams. But I'm mainly going to be watching just the regular PMGC POV. Love you from Iraq. Thanks. How long did I play with Leon? Only for like one tournament. We missed you, ZooTay. And Order is wearing your Thanksgiving t-shirt on his stream. Wait, he was wearing my Thanksgiving... Like he was wearing my ZooTay shirt? Is that what you mean? Abhijit? Let me change this song. Alright, let's see what's going on. We got a minute. We got more viewers than PUBG Mobile right now. It's crazy. Wait, actually, how many viewers do we have right now? 265. Let's move the chat over here. Watch PMGC and Huya for best experience and PELI quality. Isn't the Huya stream, don't they mainly focus on just following the Chinese teams though? Why is there no map stream? Because there's less delay this time. Like there's no public map stream because this is like happening live. I think it's like about maybe 10 to 20 minutes delay. Like the players are pretty much playing right now. So if there's a map stream, I know it's like, even if it's a 10-minute delay, a map stream is kind of like, you know, so there's no public map stream. My only streaming for Super Weekend? My plan is to watch all days. We'll see. Because right after this, I have to I have to do analytics for PMGC West. And in total, it's like a 12-hour day. I'm going to try and stay awake for this viewer party the whole time. But I woke up like 5 hours earlier than I wanted to. I try to go to sleep early, which I did. But then I woke up 5 hours earlier than I was supposed to. So I might end this viewer party early. I'll go ahead and raid maybe Chiffon or Esports County. Yeah. There's no live ranking on right side of the screen. There might be today. There was no live ranking for PMGC West either, but then on the next day they added it in. So I think they're still like trying to add stuff in. Let's actually look at this. Hold on, let me turn off the music. This is interesting. Do I have merch? I do have merch, but I'm not really promoting it yet because I wanna build my brand up more, right? I want to be more proud of Zoo Nation, right? Once I'm more proud of Zoo Nation, of where I am, of what I like represent to you guys, then, you know, I'll start promoting my merch and stuff. I do have merch. If you really want to support me, you can go out of your way to get it. But I'm not really promoting it because, like I said, you know, like, I want Zoo Nation, aka ZooTay, to be like, you know, super cool in a sense. I don't know, like, I hope you guys know what I'm trying to say. ZooTay look awesome. Thank you, bro. Did I watch Wise documentary? No, I have not. Oh, John Allen's here. Hey, what's up, John Allen? Okay, so basically what I'm trying to say is, like, I only want to sell you guys things if I personally feel like I really believe in what ZooTay represents. And right now, I'm still trying to get there. I'm still grinding to get there. So yeah.
And that kind of speaks to me a lack of confidence. Like, where is the Bigatron I knew before the battering ram? Coming from Southeast Asia.
That's Blank talking.
Just try slip on past undetected before rivals. They've got the bead. The nades are coming through.
Let me give John Allen mod real quick. So I do give mods to special people, just so people know they're real. But other than that, I only mod people that are worthy of modding. I need to make sure.
Versus 2 still, the nade over the top.
Okay.
Looks to go high, looks to plant perfectly, but the nade is better.
John Allen in the chat. Wear glasses while casting West. I know I've seen a lot of comments saying I look really sleepy. I think it's because I'm pretty far from the camera. Since I'm Asian, my eyes are naturally smaller. I am a little bit tired though, I'm not gonna lie. But my eyes are naturally smaller. So everyone's saying in the chat that I look tired and that I want to go to sleep. Like, I am tired, but I don't know. Should I wear glasses then while I cast? Would that make me less sleepy looking? Saw the tweet, thought I'd drop in before the game start. Yo, good luck. Good luck today in casting. And yes, you are special, John Allen. John Allen will be casting. Can't confirm glasses are OP. Maybe I need fancier glasses.
Now I see much more.
I need fancier glasses.
I capture Earth in all its beauty.
I don't think my glasses are fancy enough right now.
I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail.
I'm gonna be asking my sister to help me do some eye makeup today to hide my eye bags to make me look less tired. And I'm also gonna be drinking energy drinks today.
It is time for day 1.
Yeah, John Allen's casting the first 2 games today.
East League Super Weekend.
All right, John.
Days of action with 5 matches a day to determine
Good luck.
and their placings, and more importantly, how many points they can stock up going into the second week, as this is one of our 3 Super Weekends, all determining
50K today. Yeah, hopefully we'll hit 50K. We just need 500 more.
Grand finals will come up a little bit later on, early on next year. I'm your host, Jason Kaplan, joined once again here by Claris and Tarzan returning as well. Now, Claris, you weren't here actually for the last day of show, the second day of league play. What's your quick little thoughts on what all went on? What did you take away from that day?
Some of the teams that I thought were going to go out did go out, unfortunately for them. Some of the, I mean, it was difficult for some of them, of course, like BC Swell, for example. Bigatron Red Aliens is actually one I thought wasn't going to make it and didn't, which is a little bit unfortunate here. But I think the top 6.
Let me know when the merge drops. Got dash. All right.
Yeah, and Tarzan going forward now into this weekend, it's all about those points, right? They all stick around across all Super Weekends, and any team right now, we don't really know who's going to perform well.
I'm going to try and watch BGMI. I still need to get permission. Ocean's helping me out with it, but it might be difficult.
Oh, it's really hard to say, right? Look at those consistent teams. Of course, it's a very different type of play.
Yeah, I saw BGIS scrims have like almost 100,000 people watching just the scrims.
Maybe after those league plays would be like in a huge advantage. After all, is that mental game, right? We start from 0, so it's about who can really anchor those down, those right.
Guess top 3 for today. I'm not gonna do any guesses.
Let's maybe bring our minds back a little bit to league play in general.
I'm gonna guess who's gonna win each match by a certain circle, like from an analytical standpoint.
Maxman, I don't think any of us really thought they were going to be top of the table, to be completely honest.
No, I have to agree. I do think that some of the players...
Nova has loaned 2 more additional coaches, one from SMG to analyze global teams. Oh, okay. Nice. Nova have like a full entire staff team behind them, just like analyzing everything. Can I turn up the volume?
That's pretty impressive. And then the other thing,
all right, let me know if that's better.
And then he comes back and does 2.3k damage during those 3 games alone. So, what a play and what a...
It's easy. Do watch party, no permission. I'm not gonna do that. I saw BGIS did change to no aim assist and no visuals, right?
I believe I
Big
did.
Fan. Thank
also,
you.
I mean, a couple other teams in there. Professor Tarzan, Nick
ZooTay's casting's OP.
0 chicken dinners.
ZooTay exclusive curse coming on. Or
I think that's a true
incoming.
testament to the power that Mina has brought to PMGC this year.
Does my curse carry from PEL? We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Day 2 because they only played 3 games and it's not so well for them. I think the transition.
Favorite team except Chinese and PMGC East? Easy. STE. I've always been a fan of Mongolia ever since I saw Zeus, and STE is like the new and improved Zeus. So I like in terms of which team I think is the best outside of Chinese teams, STE.
Reject Japan We talked about Blue Bees, we talked about how they did last year, and we knew this year they had much better infrastructure going into PUBG Mobile.
Do you think
So
BTR is
happy
going to
that
make
at
it to the
least
finals
they
at
end
least?
up in fourth place.
I think so. I've seen BTR like start off really bad, and they always somehow make it. Similar to how they didn't do well in their tournament, but then they managed to qualify in PMPL SCA, right? They didn't do well in PMPL Malaysia. I forgot what their results were, but they were not doing good in PMPL Malaysia, really.
Extremely impressive and very, very.
Why couldn't Zeus make it? They just didn't play well in their
But
tournaments.
gentlemen, when we look at the stats from
Varun, thank you for the donation.
Of course, we love their adaptation, right? They're quite flexible with their drop, but when you look at those first place, second place, and third place, they were all on.
That day when I played with the China SDE team, they were like, damn, chill. SDE does seem pretty chill.
For Super Weekends, and so this is the thing that they have to address for sure.
Yeah,
There's leaks that Godlike's invited to BMGC. I have no idea. I'm thinking the winner of BGIS is invited. But I would say Godlike is the best team in India right now, probably.
Especially as you mentioned, when it is Erangel, when it is such a big part of every single Super Weekend. We can see here, we're starting things off on Erangel. We're going to have it 3 times across today. But
BTR is Indonesian, not Malaysian. Oh, sorry. It was PMPL Indonesia then.
It's going to be
Yeah, I said it wrong. Whoops, my bad.
For a lot of these teams. I mean, even a team like we were just mentioning before, like Rejects, for example.
Back to your regular scheduled program, Miss ZooTay's curses. I have to. The thing is, I have to do PMGC West right afterwards.
You gotta end it quick because you know.
I hope I could get like an hour nap in at least. That would be huge. But I think right when PMGC East wins, PMGC West starts.
Any of the teams playing on it here within PMGC.
You're right, and I mean, we've got some scrims.
It's like in total like 12 hours.
Happening in boot camp. I know Reject, like how Kalara's mentioned it, they actually know.
I will play PMGC one day. Hey, keep grinding. I never thought I could play in global tournaments, but hey, I managed to do it, so I think anyone can.
Focus on there, but we know the importance of one huge map, one huge game that can have on the standings.
Yeah, and considering, again, like...
STE also has a BGIS roster. Really?
It obviously matters a lot, right? It is a third of the points you can accumulate to get into the league finals. But in the end of the day...
Congratulations, ZooTay.
Out 4 other teams, and that's
did I hit?
They managed to qualify for the weekend, right? So any points you build up here...
Did I hit 50,000 already? Just now?
Sprint,
oh,
and I feel like
no.
a lot of teams need to realize that.
I'm like 400 away from 50K subscribers.
Yeah, definitely so. And one of the teams that I think that can greet that well...
You will have 2 hours gap in between. The thing is, like, I have to start earlier than the actual stream because we have to do tech check. We have to make sure everything's working. We have to go over the show, the run of show today. So the stream might be 2 hours apart. But I'm not going to have a full 2 hours.
Prestigio and SK Turner are very, very good, very powerful and strong players. And then the 2 that you kind of leave by the wayside.
STE originates from India.
Now stepping up. That means all 4 components.
Indian STE is a different org? Okay. All right. That's what I thought.
Last in the first league play. Vidan was 16th. Both of them were above Prestige.
Okay, so it's different than 6 to 8. Okay.
Team here to run with that kind of marathon mentality, Jason.
SDE players were simping on some Nigma Galaxy players' girlfriends in the lobby.
But more importantly, the experience he has just in PUBG Mobile in general, playing at this kind of level. You know, Tarzan, I feel like that's such a big advantage to have here for teams who have players from...
Thank you for the donation, Tasia. Do you think 40 points are fair for winning PEL Season 4?
And then you bring in these like strong fragments that experience over these marathon tournaments.
Yeah, absolutely. The experience allow you to absorb the pressure, right, and just perform.
I think it's fair. I think it's okay. I think they're gonna probably mess with the points a little bit next year for PEL, like this each season's points, but I don't think it's unfair. Please tell about your esports journey from the day you installed PUBG Mobile.
maybe I can open up the conversation a little bit to maybe not be so team-centric.
It's a pretty long story, but basically,
meta-centric of how we've seen things change. I'm curious.
Basically, every time I competed, I made it to global
PMGC.
finals. Or not global finals, but I made it to the global stage.
In my opinion, around to that. At least the successful teams have been able to.
And I've had
Do you want to go first, Tarzan?
I've had very different
I need to have a
teams
think, right? I need to
over
have a
the
think
years,
about that one.
and I managed to get to the
that's fine.
globals
So
every time, pretty
I
much.
think some of the successful wins that we have seen have been very central heavy, right? We've
By the
seen,
way, I like your
I
analysis,
think,
very clear and nice job.
Nova
But
with
thank you,
their
Xylee, I
insane
appreciate that.
Miramar win, where they were flexing out and being able to control
Paraboy and
space,
QC were jokingly
down
asking
to
Ernie
live
for his
ball. The
girlfriend's
fact that they
pictures.
can punch from space.
Paraboy and Ernie are really
Right
good
now,
friends.
that are cautious,
Paraboy and
very
Ernie are really good
cautious and
friends.
Very edge heavy. You're occasionally getting.
I remember like 2 years ago, I was playing with Paraboy and Ernie, and like they're good friends. ZooTay, you're just goated, we know. I mean, he asked for my competitive history, and I don't want to go too much into it.
Very cautious about how they're approaching things because they know if they lose.
Would I change the thumbnail? I'm gonna just keep BTR on there. I know they're not playing, but it's good for people to click. Corona spreading, be safe. Yeah, I'm gonna get another booster
from
shot.
what Clara said, I feel like it's about pacing, right? When it comes to macro from the early
Please
games
ask
to
viewers to
the
subscribe.
sweet
You're gonna hit at least
spot of
100K.
positioning into a more aggressive
Make sure you hit that subscribe button, guys. If you're here watching, make sure you hit subscribe. It's free. I'm trying to hit 50K, but so the plan is, right? Actually, I'm not even gonna say it anymore. All right, I'm not gonna say. I've told you guys so many times. Like, I feel bad. I've made so many false promises in terms of putting out videos. So I'm not gonna say it. I'm just gonna do it. And when it comes out, if it comes out, it'll come out. What time is it here? It's 5 a.m.
Leads me to something I've been thinking about over the course of actually both you chatting. And
50K special video.
I'm thinking to myself, how have these teams differed from PMPL now to PMGC?
Maybe I'll do like 100K, or should I do? I don't have any ideas for 50K special video.
Is like confidence. Thinking back to PMPL Western Europe when we were covering that, I saw a lot of teams just be unconfident to take fights.
My views on TJB's performance.
But
so
honestly, it feels like every team here.
So like all the
knows what to do in a situation.
Here's my opinion on these teams right now. Okay.
I feel like one of the teams
Regular league stage performance does not matter, right? Like sure, STE, you have to be a super strong team to get first. You have to be a really good team to get top 3 in regular league. But regular league, besides qualifying, it really does not translate into the Super Weekend.
You think about what Lord is able to put up across the first 5 games of his.
Have I got permission for BGIS? Not yet. It's gonna be hard. Ocean's still trying to help me do it. So is some of the people that work with Tencent. We'll see if I could get it or not. Yeah. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. I'm trying to get to 50K subs. If you're not subscribed already.
I love these drops and macro. They were that team that basically relied on teams not being in the lobby.
We'll see what happens in Super Weekend.
Like if you look at the drops through these 2 days, they just didn't have a place to call home, but you can say that's the tactic.
If a team asks for coach advices, would you help them? They are in PMGC but have no organization. Yeah, I don't mind giving like advice, but if I have to spend like, you know, like a good amount of time to help coach or do analysis for them, like I can't do it for free because, you know, I'm really busy.
We're respectively 2nd and 12th in the lobby overall in terms of performance.
ZooTay, I've subscribed your channel with my parents' account. They barely know how to use a smartphone. I'm your diehard fan. Thank you. I appreciate it, Harry Rimson.
They're definitely the names that we have to keep an eye on.
Yes, I didn't watch match 1, but I did see in the very first match of PMGC East, China's was number 1, 2, and 3. I thought that was really funny.
Yeah, and funny enough with Sitar, I mean, we know he's the magician in the
You've been
watch.
working hard
We
for
saw
2 years to
him
hit
in one of the
50K. We need a
matches just
montage for
dancing around
sure.
every single vehicle possible.
I'll
and then
think.
actually did get ran over. He can dodge.
I'll think
cars,
about
but
what
two cars, a little bit
montage I
difficult
could
for him.
do.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you are wondering, we are waiting for a remake to come through, but before we do even fully hop
Do you think
into that,
PL's changing to
just ready
TPP
remind you
mode?
guys about OnePlus
So I heard
at
that
PMGC,
it's
flagship
rumors,
performance and immersive
but they might be
display
changing to
and
TPP for the
hypertouch
teams to
technology made
practice
specifically
for Asia games, because apparently the Asia games are going to be TPP, because the rest of the world is going to compete with China in the Asia games. So I think they're going to be playing in TPP, so they might change to TPP for a little bit, so the teams get more extra practice. Take a nap at the 4th match. By the way, congrats for PMGC West and that. Thank you, Sid. Thank you, Sue, for the $5 donation. I'm gonna try and get some sleep before I have to work PMGC West. I'm gonna try to. This is at the highest resolution right now. I'm in Sid's video. Is that an Indian content creator? I robbed a bank for you. Please notice me. Don't rob banks. Jason Kaplan mentioned your scrims doesn't matter and execute history the day before yesterday. Did you? I'm not sure what you mean by execute history the day before yesterday, but I do agree with Jason in the sense that scrim matches and the league stage performance is going to be very different usually from the Super Weekend performance. And Execute is the team I played with. Execute is a very good example of that. Last year I was with Team Execute and we got 1st place in scrims, and then we couldn't even qualify top 16. So scrims and even league play matches, players kind of treat it similar a little bit to scrims. That's like probably the best SLR gameplay I've seen in a competitive lobby. Like back-to-back knocks. That was really effective. I did see that live actually. My friend Hyozu got sponsored by Evos. Oh, nice.
I saw the first light.
Do I do analysis in between games in PMGC West? Yes, I'm the official analyst for PMGC West stream
Capture Earth
for English.
its beauty.
How much difference does ping make? It makes a huge difference if you're getting close to 200. Like I think 170 to 200, you will be at a disadvantage.
First step.
Close range.
I am the OnePlus 9.
PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. To the top teams across all regions, we have a message for you.
Do I know Soul Sid?
You have proven your worth.
Oh, is it that Sid? I don't know him too well,
Make your formidable debut on the
but oh, Sid is Soul's manager.
South Korea.
I was in a video by Sid from Soul's manager. What did he say?
South Korea's raw talent.
Don't rob banks, ZooTay 2021.
Japan. You came so close last year. But what doesn't kill you?
Your opinion on Indian teams heavily depending on gunpowder and close range fights, isolating players and taking fights individually.
You're the alpha dogs that
Okay, so
West. Now,
I realized a very easy, like an easier way to describe the best meta right now, right? Like the way the Chinese play. Basically,
time for a comeback on the global stage.
basically each player on the Chinese team, the way they play is each player is like a solo player. They each do like solo plays, but all the solo plays sync up and time up together in a way where the team is playing together as a team. But it's not like 2 people pushing together, because if it's 2 people pushing together, that's not like solo player. Instead, it's like it's just 1 player pushing, and then 1 player getting a different angle, and then 1 player supporting, you know, both of them, and then 1 player doing something off of those 3 other players. It's like all solo plays, but it all syncs up together into like a team play. I think that's the easiest way to describe the best meta right now. It needs all 4 players to be really highly skilled to be 4 solo players. But then the teamwork has to be really good so that all the solo plays are done in a way where it's like a team thing. So in regards to your question about India, if they're pushing individual fights, that's fine, but they have to be doing it and timing it in a way where it's still done as a team and not just, I'm just going to take a 1v1 right now because I want to take a 1v1.
First Super Weekend, it's all right. You have a chance to get back into things.
How many iPhones can you buy with your casting income monthly?
26 points.
Yes,
26 points.
I'm not going to answer that because then I'll be disclosing how much I'm making from casting. I think next year I'll...
There's a lot of strength in Mongolia when it comes to PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, I think
so it's a little bit weird.
When it comes to how they're playing out a lot of scenarios, is it's not
right now in esports, right? It's better to reveal to other people, like other casters, how much you're making, so everyone can get a fair pay, and everyone could get a better understanding of how much like certain positions in esports should make. But I only started casting this year, so I don't want to be the one to be like just throwing it out there like how much I'm making. It's also similar to like telling people, like when you ask someone, hey, how much do you make? It's also kind of weird to like tell people how much you make. But I do plan on revealing to you guys, maybe in a video, who knows, like my journey from a player to a caster and what that's like. Why don't they play Vikendi and Karrakin? Karrakin doesn't allow for 64 players. Oh, no, wait, Karrakin does allow for 64 players. I was thinking Livik. Those maps just aren't really too balanced for competitive right now. That's why. I think Vikendi can be a competitive map, but it's, you know.
Gentlemen, so farms open up because BTR's not there, BC Swell's not in there as well. So
BGMI official scrims yesterday had a peak of 100k watching. Yeah, dude, India is huge when it comes to PUBG Mobile.
I mean,
I prefer to watch ZooTay than PUBG official channels. I appreciate that.
I don't call it domination necessarily yet. Maybe I misused.
When this match starts, they had to do a remake, so it's a little bit delayed.
2 4th place finishes, 2 1st place finishes, and a 3rd place. So out of 8 matches they played in our first week of league play, they had 5 top 4 finishes.
I'm getting a lot of questions, by the way, so if I miss your question, just at me again and just ask it again. Sorry if I'm missing some questions. I love watching ZooTay so chill. I am very chill.
I mean, we gotta talk about them. We gotta talk about China. If we're talking about Stalwart being so strong.
BGIS production has better production than PMGC. The production for PMGC is gonna get better each week. Right now, it's very complicated how the production is working right now.
They were the kings.
Don't leave me hanging.
Kings of day 1 so far. So
yeah, the production right now is kind of complicated. So right now, I'm pretty sure I can disclose this, but right now, VSPN is in charge of like everything, but then that feed or that stream from VSPN gets passed down to StarLadder, because for North America or for West, we're working under a different company, StarLadder. But StarLadder doesn't have much control over what's shown because it's all coming from VSPN right now. So it's just like there's a lot of steps and processes. But each week we should be getting more and more control, and the production should be getting better and better.
Right now, with the change, they were able to hold it down, and the results were
Thanks, ZooTay, for streaming us feeling bored watching PMGC without any curses. Should I do a caster curse counter?
Feel free to take a second.
We'll see what happens.
Do you think TJB
Who's the best player in the world according to you? I still think it's Paraboy.
Not currently. The reason being is actually some of the results were a little bit up and down. Of course, they did get themselves 2 chicken dinners.
Will PUBGM esports popularity decrease over time? It depends on what Tencent does, right? There's going to be more games coming out that's going to compete with PUBG Mobile. So if Tencent doesn't, like, you know, keep trying to develop PUBG Mobile, keep updating PUBG Mobile, keep trying to promote PUBG Mobile and everything,
that first win that they got was a little bit
then
fortunate
yes, it might
for
decrease.
them. They still round
But
it
I
up
don't think it
pretty
will
well.
because I think
Round out the
Tencent
game.
is very invested
But
in the
I feel
game,
like
and they'll keep trying
right
making
now,
it
TJB,
bigger
in my mind,
and
is
more
maybe
popular and better.
5th through 6th.
Thank you for the $2 iSavage. Watch it on Twitch for full quality.
Because you were here with Max on the second.
I'm on 1080p right now.
TJB, if you look back at PEL, they like to play on the edge most of the
It
time.
just might not
But in
look like
PMGC,
it.
They're playing very center, so maybe that goes.
Also,
in line
I'll probably
with
have to
the
move my
change
camera
within the
around,
team.
right? Because
But feel
I don't
like
know where the best
considering
spot
they've
for the
changed up
camera
it
is
so drastically, I feel like they've
for
actually had pretty good
PMGC
results, to be
watch
honest.
party.
I think the key there is they understand
Which NA team should try to get Natsuo from Ogilvy?
Right, sometimes
I don't know. That'll depend on just whatever happens after PMGC.
They tend to be a bit more clumped when they could play louder with
Which
more split.
is the
But
team?
TJB
Is
knows
which
what it
team
takes.
is the
Control
Indian
sense
team? There's no
with
Indian teams playing right now.
a plan B. When we
Not in
talk
this
about that
tournament.
Impala game,
And I'm gonna be
Side
trying to
doesn't
get
take it
permission
out.
to
The server
BGIS
doesn't
viewer party.
continue to go to
I still
Impala.
haven't gotten
So
permission
the
yet.
basics of
Ocean's
the game
helping
that
me
you
with
need
it.
to really anchor
Jason,
down, and
I hit up
they
Jason.
do that.
This guy right here.
Actually, that's a good
He's
point.
like
The Impala
he's
game
like
bringing
pretty
up
much the
Tarzan. That is that's another
not the
great
top
example,
person
though, of
out of all
when
the
you've got
talents, but
spot,
he's
it's
in charge of
an
a lot
amazing
of the
spot.
talents and
Basically,
stuff. So he has higher
they have
connections and closer
anyone
connections to
coming onto that
Tencent.
location,
I asked
they have a
Jason
really
to see if he
hard
could
time,
put me in
especially
contact with
since a
someone
lot of
for
the teams are over
BGIS
in the
viewer
West.
party.
And when you're trying to traverse through those Impala fields,
Do I know any
it is-
Philippine
oh boy,
teams?
TJ, absolute whale of a time. So
I don't know off the
I
top of
think
my
what
head,
they're
but if you
able
say their
to
team
do
name, I
is
might
have
recognize it.
that they've been given, but I want to see when they've got adversity.
Views on
against them.
TJB at
What happens when they've
PMGC.
got a bit
Hey,
more
they're
of a
here.
game going against them.
They made it to the Super
Yeah, I mean,
Weekend.
well, maybe we're gonna see it. We obviously have.
Yeah.
15
Let's just see how they
matches
do.
in 3
All
days.
right.
But I want to bring up a different topic, which I feel
Before they got here,
PUBG
I would rather
practice
TC
being
be
more
here
involved.
than
It's like these
TJB.
5,
But
potentially
if they
6
do
members
well, they do
playing
well in
back
PMGC, right?
I
As
think
long
the
as
West
they're
Coast
like
in particular, we did have
representing
this
China
roster,
and
the
doing
times
pretty
that
good,
were playing the matches
like
back,
top
so
5.
couldn't be there for their commitments.
Like, I'm
Especially
happy.
matches, obviously with work, school, etc. But we're seeing here. We're seeing actually some like proper rotations of players, and I'm actually curious about both your thoughts when it comes to
Yeah,
having
this
these
remake is
extended
taking a long
rosters,
time.
but legitimately using these players, not just keep them as backups or substitutes.
Well, as you're saying, when we were watching it in EU West, it was cool to see.
How long will they start before they start the next? I don't know.
Work. There's not been huge amounts.
Actually,
of-
I'm in the
Yeah,
Discord,
there's been a
so
few players that have played 5 games, a few players that have played 3 games here and there.
hold
but
on.
we
I can
do
maybe
know that
see
there
in
is
the
some
Discord
depth
what's
in some
happening.
of these rosters that can flex out. I mean, especially, even if you look at BTR, for example, they had Yuhai as one of their subs in inverted commas, but he's fantastic. So you know that there is depth here in this region as a whole.
Okay, well, Tarz, I'm sorry. We'll get your thoughts, though, when we do come back eventually after the match just finishes. It is time, though, to head over to our commenters. I believe the first match is ready to go. So, John and Blank, why don't you two gentlemen take it away?
Thank you very much, Jason. We are, of course, going to be getting into the
Okay,
first
it's
day of
starting.
Super Weekends. I mean, this is where you start to accrue those points. This is where you need to be playing for the long run.
It should be starting very
Yeah,
soon.
Blank,
Yeah, okay, it's
you
starting
warmed
now.
up? You stretched?
I have stretched. I've got my scalenes on my neck. They're all just untightened. I'm loose. I'm good to go. I'm ready to watch a bit of PUBG Mobile as we head.
It's gonna be
right
hard
into
to
the
get
game,
permission.
flying just
Even
underneath
Sid can't get
or I
permission
should say
to view your
just over
party.
the top
Oh,
of
okay.
Sosnoff
Chances
Corridor.
are I
So
won't be able to
really interesting
view your
little
party
flight path
then.
here. It's not going to open up a lot towards that north side. So
I know
we'll probably
Tencent
take
isn't
one
involved in
look at
BGIS
Fort
really,
Desnaya, which has been
but
popular
they
recently.
know the
Might be
people, right?
quite
So we'll
rough to
see
get
what
over
happens.
this time.
Can I get my views on yesterday's BGIS scrims?
Access the north as
I
well.
do not have any opinions on scrims, like ever. Like scrims,
It should be
the only thing I could say about scrims is if you get first place in scrims, or as a viewer, when you see a team get first place in scrims, don't take that as a sign that they will do like really good when the actual tournament starts.
Yeah, I mean, for the Infinity,
I don't
they like
mean
to
if
head
you get
down
first
as
place in
well.
scrims, like you're
It's
gonna
work
do
out well
bad,
for them at
right?
the
But I'm
beginning.
just saying, like,
They can get a lot
don't
done
get that
here.
misconception that where you see a team do first place, second place, third place in scrims that you think they will do well. You should, for scrims, you should look at teams that do well that also have a lot of kills. That is usually a better sign of how they will do in the actual tournament when you're looking at scrim results. Yeah, I saw apparently they're giving away, or they're going to be awarding Bitcoin
Heading over to the
as
western
part of the
side,
India
6 to
prize
8's
pool.
got
That's
a lot of
interesting.
time to work with.
Oh yeah, let's move my face cam now.
A
Sorry.
little bit of leeway.
So let's see when the match starts. Where's the best spot to put my face cam?
The vehicles starting to get picked up. Reconfinity, you can see them.
So STE, Nova, and TJB, they're all spaced out here. STE's here, Nova's here, TJB's there.
Seems to have grabbed some sort of
I think my face cam should just go here, honestly.
Is the team that's going to stick around for the longest down in Primorsk, 628 as well.
I don't want to
Really
cover
don't
up
have to do
the
too much
sponsors
here.
and
When we
stuff.
get back towards the sea, you are chilling with that ocean breeze coming back your way. Get the ice cream out. Don't have to do too much in the early game. You can just relax. The rest of the game, though, you know, it's going to be a case of making sure.
All right, no hot drop fights. That's good.
Get up to Gatka, get up to Everest, wherever you need to be in the
Bottom
moment of
right.
time. But I think 628 should be fairly okay. You know, the rotational paths recently have been over towards the.
I'll move it to the
side.
bottom right if this is like blocking too
I'm just looking
much.
at my map right now. I'm getting a little graphical bug. Not sure what it is, but I'm sure it'll be fixed very shortly. Don't even worry about it, guys. I just hope this is not another remake. I'm going to tease you here. You might. Is it a remake? Is it not a remake? Blank doesn't know. You guys at home don't know.
I just can't get over how, quite frankly, silly that hat looks with the.
Yeah, I saw that the
That's
Chinese
fine.
players are playing from the regular
these
place
teams
where
are
they
fun
usually
again.
play.
All right, that's the only way. You guys want to
Oh,
check out all the
DRS.
action like this versus MS Chumbury with the Mad
Oh,
Max
rip that guy.
rundown? You need to head over to YouTube and drop that bell icon. Make sure you get all the notifications so you can check out everything up to date as it comes
Dang,
out.
okay,
on the
DRS.
dates that it comes out. Don't even worry about it. You be there, we'll be here. We'll be waiting with some hot PUBG Mobile action.
Bottom right. Here, I'll make a.
kill against MS
Let me increase the
Chumbury,
game sound for you guys.
In Polyana, in the battle that rages on across the centuries, it seems timeless. No one really.
Okay,
willing
I'll
to
make a
give up
poll
this,
on where you guys want
this
my
drop
camera.
spot. Still contested, which is interesting, right? Especially
Okay.
given where the plane pass
Hold on.
was. They both actively decided
Oh.
to go here. They both actively chose this is the location we want to play, and now MS Chumbury are paying the price for that.
I think that, you know, it opens a lot, and this is what I'm talking about saying it's rough. getting
Where
up to DS9 because
should
you don't get the
I move
the
my-
luxury.
If I
of
move it to
dropping
the bottom
in
right, see, it
DS9
covers
and
this.
splitting yourself up from the other team.
I
by
can't move it to
dropping
the bottom
either
right,
north of
'cause
the
it'll
road or
cover
south
this
of the
stuff.
road. And that road is enough to kind of keep both teams out.
I know what I'm doing, guys,
but in
okay?
this situation,
I'm a
you know,
very
you're driving
experienced
into it,
viewer
and you're
party
both on similar axes
professional
as you're coming in,
expert.
so you
All right?
get shot at. And MS Chumbury almost get the worst end of the stick because they are there first, and you get a team flying behind them and take shots.
I can't.
So,
I don't want to do
yes,
left
that
bottom
lineup,
because it'll cover up the
that's now
sponsors.
held, and it's a great.
We
spot,
always have this
especially for
conversation.
this current lobby,
Every single
because it
time I
really
do a
does open
stream,
up a
people
lot
are
of,
like, "Move your camera
options
here,
going
move your
forward.
camera there,"
North
and
side
it
or
ends
the
up
south side.
that the best place for the camera is exactly where I already have
A
it.
little bit more central as their methodology dictates. It's the only way that they know how to play it. Seems to be working pretty well.
I'm currently the hot topic in India.
Returns.
Really?
We have hypothesized that.
I wish I was
might
the hot
go
topic in
close
India, then I could get
given
more
the
subscribers.
developments that the over on the military
But I don't
lines,
want to just say
they
random
are
stuff
gonna be
and
still
cause
holding
drama.
C block yet to rotate, but the circle is right next to them. You can see that on your mini map on the top left. So it shouldn't be too hard. We have seen some pretty hefty bridge guards.
Remove the camera, only have
on that
ZooTay.
Western bridge from Reject specifically.
All right, okay.
So
No more
really
discussions on
I think
the
that
camera
Reject are setting
placement
themselves up
because I
very
think this
clear.
is
I
fine.
mean,
This is
with
fine
that
right here.
plane path as well coming from the western side. You know the Reject's going to be set up very quickly. They'll have looted fast and they'll be in position to get over towards Lighthouse.
The real
towards
question
the bridge,
is
to make that camp happen. So the Infinity, yes, they are
the
very
stream
close to getting
volume.
into the circle, but I don't personally think they can take that western route because with the
Let me
circle
make a
being
poll on the
there,
stream
this
volume.
time
So,
Reject
okay,
can
this
stick
is how
around
loud
a
it's going to
long,
be
long,
right
long
now.
time.
I'm going to make a
So the
poll
Infinity
and ask you
most likely will
guys
head up towards the eastern side and
the
try and
stream
rotate
volume.
past through farm. Knowing that that's now open, I do wonder who picked up that up. But
Do I
we don't have a map
increase
feed,
or
so we get that back
lower
online. I'll let
the
you guys know
stream
what's
volume?
going on.
There we go. Nova just holding on to it. And still,
I'm making a poll for
South
this one.
Polyana, I feel like this has to end soon. And I feel like maybe they were waiting for Super Weekend to decide who actually was going to get it.
They spell you ZooTay here in India. Do I follow Valorant esports? I did watch some Valorant, yes.
In this lobby,
Yesterday was group stages. I'm mainly following Sentinels. I saw Sentinels won.
Well, it's over half the game's gonna be on Erangel. So
Yeah.
if you are getting good starts on Erangel, it's not
Your
gonna
stream's
go
not
well.
in sync with the main
Something
stream?
needs to change for one of these two.
Let me refresh it.
Yeah, I mean for league play.
Seems like
again,
it's as up to date.
If we say it again, like
Okay,
most of the
63%
time,
say
you are just
increase.
looking,
Oh, I forgot to
for
do.
that
Oh, hold
16th
on.
place.
I'm remaking this
That's all you need
poll.
from league play, save
That's
all
the
the
wrong
best
poll.
tactics
Let me.
when you come through for those super weekends. It looks like the Infinity has rotated on that eastern side. Smart choice.
How
knowing
is
that
the
Reject have so
stream
much time to set
volume?
up that bridge camp. So really good stuff from them.
Increase,
68 looking down to Tung Jiabao. Off in the
decrease,
distance, you can check
or
them out there.
it's perfect.
Oh no, sorry, the Infinity on the western side. Reject, in fact.
Do I
not
follow Free
opting
Fire? No,
to go for the
I
bridge camp.
don't follow Free Fire.
Oh, interesting stuff.
Yeah, departure from maybe what we were expecting.
Any thoughts on DRS and MSC
No,
drop
none of
clash?
the teams are gonna be-
I think they just caught a player out. I know they both are looting the
They are
northeast
losing
or
out on being able to
looting
be very
Yasnaya,
strong.
but I don't think DRS is really trying to kill
Is it
them
worth
or
it
hunt them
starting a
out.
team to allow all those
It was just like they
players
managed to
on
catch a
side?
player
Could have
by
that rich
by
line in
themselves.
those forests,
Ooh,
which is
TJB.
Generally, a very strong position, a very good rotational area to hold if you're Reject Scarlet in this situation.
And this is
Talking
why
about, they
it
get
should be
run down,
TC
yeah.
instead of TJB. I'm joking. I'm joking.
For them, losing a player, wide, hold a large area of land moving forwards.
Yeah, losing Sir as well is not great. He's one of the great.
Hold on. Watch GD. Watch GD Gids
The way they tend to play, like having that
eliminate
offline goal
TJB right
is
here.
Really important for them to get that.
This
surprise.
is a pretty easy
So,
push, honestly,
unfortunately,
for
don't have
GD
him
Gids.
anymore.
If they wanted to
Just sitting around.
push up this way,
Outside quarry.
it's pretty
No,
easy.
this
Or it's not
is a
easy,
little
but it's
bit
very
more
doable.
difficult now,
So if
for
GD
Pubg
Gids really
Mobile.
wanted to, they
Really
could.
need
They
the
could take out
numbers to
TJB
push
right
in,
here.
because a lot of these teams are going to be heading central looking.
Okay,
for those spots.
63% of you say
Huge amount of
perfect,
compounds here.
31%
If
say
this circle
increase.
play
Okay,
around
so I'll
with
increase it
those
just by a
positions,
little
you
bit
can
for
put
you guys,
positions
okay?
early on in the game that you can hold on to for a long time.
DRS leaving Yasnaya Poliana.
Okay, I increased it by a little bit. Most of you guys think it's good though.
Not too many teams.
Actually, let me increase it by just a
Should be worried
little
about
bit
right
more.
now. It seems like they're probably the most furthest out to the east, but
I could do it straight from my
well,
computer.
maybe
Hold
not
on.
Surprise for some. I know Jason was talking about the strength of Mongolian teams, and I know ZooTay was saying
Oh.
he's always been a massive fan
Oh.
of those Mongolian teams ever since he saw Zeus. But they are at the top of the tables, and they are currently doing
Oh.
very, very well for themselves in the league.
Thank-
play, though, so it's super
thanks to
important
John
to
Allen for the
themselves.
shout out.
Team come up against MS Chonburi.
Did you guys hear that?
And it's MS
John
Chonburi
Allen just
being
gave me a
rotated.
shout out.
Yeah, very nice. I think you're right as well, John, because I was literally about to say, I mean, Zeus surprised us all at the end of the day in those global championships, and they did fantastically well there. So I think that Mongolia is just here to surprise. Deadeye guys just barely making it into this super weekend, and already they're just getting ripped apart by Genesis Dogma's Daybot, making it look easy.
Dang,
So
GD
Deadeye
Gid's
guys
looking
have made
good.
it in, and then it's hit straight back out again.
It's a very difficult area of the map here on the western sides, and these hills to the west of Pachinki Fields, it's just so dangerous to move through. But the shots keep
I'll
on
make
coming
my
through,
face cam a
Nova
little bit
close by.
smaller.
Deadeye's guys tried to sail on in. Daybot's still alive. The Infinities and Reject do end up clashing in this ridgeline. that
Lower
Reject
my
have
voice a
decided
little
to
bit?
hold
I'll move my
instead
mic a
of
bit.
guarding out that bridge.
Further away.
Close to one
Yeah,
another.
sorry.
Difficulty all round, very close and in the grass. You've got to see that Reiji does indeed spot it. The UMP gets the spray down.
So the
Goes
Japanese
through.
teams, in my
Always try to
opinion,
sit
are
across, following it
super
very
strong
similar.
when it comes to just gun
I
skill
know,
and fighting.
Logan now.
But I think their
Grenade
weak
over the
point
top
is maybe
side.
their
Very
strategy.
good, and Dwella runs straight into it. So Logan making this
Ooh,
one look very,
one for
very
one,
easily done
nice.
from that nade toss.
Pretty
the
even
playing
fight
field
here.
Just a little bit. Sarah off in the distance, very
Oh,
low,
that
as they
grenade.
heal Up nade again from Logan. God, this guy's
Okay.
pretty accurate as well.
Finding those marks. But in the meantime, over towards the center. Nova seem to have a 3-1 split right
Put my
now.
camera top
This is
right
three of their
besides the
players
map.
on either side of this road leading west out of Pachinki.
All right, I'll
going
try
all the way
this.
down
I'll
to
try
Quarry.
this.
Jimmy's got a really far
If
west
it
outpost,
if
but
it
no, a lot of
blocks
those teams
anything,
aren't really
which I
gonna be
think it
punching
might,
from that
I'm
far.
gonna move it
It's
back.
only really 628 who's holding around that northeastern edge.
I'll
of the
I'll try it over
I think
here.
for Jimmy playing his position, it's not that bad considering he has like a ridge line to play alongside. And also the rest of his team has pretty open ground to just look across, so they'll be able to give him information and feed him that when he needs it. 6 to 8, fairly split at the moment. I would say it's
I can't
a
flip
full
it, though.
4-1-man split here. So you've got all these players from 6 to 8 just holding around Quarry side. And on the upper side of the northern marshes on top of Quarry is Yang. This is very interesting this late in the game, so hopefully they'll regroup when we get to that next circle pop. But in this situation, Jimmy is just as likely to kill Yang as the other side, but they do get a little regroup there. Paraboy jumping on top of Jimmy for the time being, and so they'll have a 2-2 split now coming through from Nova. Genesis Dogma still trying to make their way out of this.
I look weird,
open
looks out of
area that
place.
They've got themselves caught in.
Stream is not in sync? What do you mean by stream? Okay, if it looks weird, I'm gonna move it back.
There we go. The circle comes through. Heads right
Okay.
to Kong Jabal. That's right center of the circle. Blank. You know, we see it time and time again.
Yeah, if I move it here, it covers the map.
But Nova now.
Okay, alright, so everyone... Okay, no more suggestions.
A little bit.
Everyone that's suggesting me to put it in a different
The
spot,
rivals on the northern side are going to have to push south.
You don't know what you're
themselves.
talking
They've got Crypt back to worry about.
look, see? This is the best
I think
spot.
four rivals-
Best spot,
four
100%,
rivals
best
on that
spot.
First day looked pretty good, in my opinion. They
100% the best spot to put the
towards
camera.
Second day, I think that I was almost misled because they all had that almost team wipe onto BTR.
Yes, I did see
but
SE split.
Unfortunately, BTR just haven't looked as good since then, so that doesn't give as much of an oomph anymore. But again, I think from first day to second day, looking very, very good. Four rivals set up some really, really, really strong
Alright.
angles.
I'm gonna ignore
So I think this
the
is
chat
something
now,
they
or
can
not
do
ignore
well.
it,
They
but I'm
are
gonna
just
pay
lacking
more
a couple
attention
of
to
their
the game
members,
now,
of course, in the northern
since
side underneath Everest, DRS over in that
it's gonna get
situation as well.
pretty
From
intense
west,
very
from
soon.
Naya. But a lot of teams can make their way into this circle. There is just a lot of field over towards the southeast, John, which is going to be...
Put it on top of the
We
crosshair?
found one of the only compounds in this circle.
Um,
down towards
So
the
I don't
southeast
think
edge.
everyone's
So what?
playing on the
Affinity
OnePlus
just
since it's
around
not a
it.
LAN yet. But I do imagine if it does become a LAN, a lot of these players would be wanting to practice on the
For me, 6 to 8's
OnePlus.
position is pushing forward directly out of the mouth of Quarry, a little bit on that hillside, overlooking a lot of those fields, but they spread out a little bit further back.
Reggie's an
Wanna hold down that
insane
baseline
gunner
of
here.
fire. I feel like maybe they're missing a beat not going for it, but
Is he
Reject
just
have
in
problems of their
FPP?
own. It's
Oh, no,
still
he's in
rocking up
TPP.
on their position.
I think it's
Very,
just how
very
close the
by.
camera is
Means
makes
being
it look
confident
like
at the
he's
top
in
means that
FPP.
They know someone's close. Reggie, forward guard for Reject.
Yeah, he's in TPP.
Tosses some nades over the top. Stalwart dodging them masterfully.
Nova
Paraboy
picking up
does
a kill.
Take down one of the Cryptics players. El Chapo tries
BTR
to
is not
touch his way,
disqualified,
but
they
won't
just
quite find
didn't
it on this
qualify.
sunny day in Erangel. It's all rainy.
Why does West
Rains
Stream
for
get
them.
less than East? Because the game's more popular in
I
the
am jealous of the
Eastern
weather here
countries.
currently. It's very cold in England.
If I get a chance
Oh,
to
yeah,
team coach
massively.
Soul, would you do
Say
it?
that again. I'm scared to be.
I
behind
actually
this
would be
short
very
sleeve shirt.
interested
You'll
in
probably see me
coaching
on the
a
next,
top team in
camera
India.
shot, and I'll
Because
just
I
be
think India
frozen.
has a lot of potential.
I'll look like you know. Like,
Obviously,
like
their
Japanese.
players
I'm wearing 2 jumpers.
grind the game a shit ton, so the players will have a lot of
We're
time
surviving.
to practice and
You're just
improve.
surviving, I'm
I
just-
think the biggest thing
I'm
India
not
needs
thriving.
is just
Thriving at all, I'll tell you that now.
knowing what to
I'm in a
focus
bad
on and
time.
how to
You do
focus
for
on it, right?
aesthetics.
I think that's probably the hardest part about PUBG Mobile.
Unfortunately.
Knowing like
look like how big
what
some of us
is
were.
correct and what is incorrect,
I
because
just
there's
have
so
to
many
check
different
this.
ways to play this
Yeah,
game.
Well,
Fake
you know
that.
what? Okay,
I
let's
have
not
two-
talk about this anymore.
I have 2 double jumpers. I look like I've got steroids on. I look like STE in a clutch.
Moro and
moment.
Jonathan talking about my
Okay, what
opinion,
about Rico
really?
Infinity Team dropping nades out towards DRS in the sticks.
Oh, good to
Trying
know.
to move down the south of it.
But
DRS
I
pushing
would
on
be,
forwards.
I think I would want to,
Infinity Team,
like,
they're guarding it on out
just
forward.
out of
It's gonna be
interest
late.
and
Or
passion
even late
for
position. The flash
competitive
comes through,
PUBG
but
Mobile,
not returned there.
I think India has a
Nicely
lot of
done.
potential.
Drops
I
back
still
a
stand
little
by
bit
my
too
thoughts
late.
that
Only
I
3
think
players
this
alive,
year
and
India's
one
gonna
down.
struggle a
DRS are
lot.
Really penned in here, Blank.
I'd be super surprised
Yeah, you can see
if they
four
do
rivals
well,
actually just
and I'd
sending it
be,
away
it'd
in
be a
that
happy
situation down
surprise.
towards the
But I
western
still think
side.
they're going
I
to
do
struggle
think
this
that
year,
Rico
but I think they
Infinity
have a
very
lot of
similar team to
potential.
Four rivals, in fact, as they leave. In which case they are
Uh-oh.
very, very tactical, and so I think playing sticks works out well for them. Team Secret go on 2 wheels, but they stay on
Oh,
2
look at
feet as they
Infinity
make their
split.
way
I hope
towards the
they,
center of the circle here.
push in on
Stay with
this.
2 players alive as well.
That's a really good split,
Still guarding out this
honestly,
but they are gonna have
if
to
they
move. They
go
are
back
not
and help
worth
that
it
player.
anymore. They've knocked one. They know they've slowed them down. The rest has not come through. but they are still engaged in this fight. Infinity's tried to crash onto the reject duo, but it's not going to work out. The bridge guard continues all the way into the fields as the fight moves on. 2 versus 2 now between these two squads, but there's teams every which way looking out for them.
Okay, so they couldn't get the revive on their player. 1v1? Yeah.
Well. Still yet to move. Oh dear me, that is excellent.
Yeah, the Japanese are really good at their gun skill. Like just if you're doing a straight up ADS fight with them or hip fire fight, the Japanese I think have a huge advantage on a lot of teams. But like overall strategy and everything, I think is what Japan is weaker at. And the reason why I know so much about Japan is because at the beginning of this year, I was actually going to play competitive for a Japanese team and move to Japan. But it didn't work out because of COVID.
Still 2 players in hot pursuit.
DRS 1v2 Mafia Ninja.
Stay in the engagement, but
1v1.
Ideas, looks for a flush and gets it. Fidan goes down and Prestigo move around the side now.
I think Mafia should win this.
Will start to envelop.
He has advantage here for sure.
Right now. Mafia Ninja similarly stimmed.
Oh, maybe not.
Around the edge, the lips, finds one shot
No, yeah.
to the head.
He had the advantage there.
As well. It's Rico Infinity team who stayed in the fight.
He's gonna die. Just first aid. Just first aid. First aid. Pop a first aid before you keep moving.
That was a really nice play from Mafia Ninja, giving them the slip and then coming around the backside, takes down the guy on the top, knowing there's going to be a guy.
Oh, he made it out of the blue zone.
He sets himself in a perfect position where suddenly.
Oh, I thought he was gonna get killed, being shot at with low HP.
And he's getting pushed by the blue. So really well played to Mafia Ninja, thinking ahead in that scenario. Might take DRS a little bit further into this game. We're not too sure. But either way, nice play from Mafia Ninja. He has been on fire so far in both our league play
So
days.
TJB 3 STE 4. Nova's 3 members.
On the southeastern side.
GD Giz is looking really strong right now with their position. STE is also looking really good. They're a team that can really fight in from the edge with no problems.
They're going to set up a vehicle compound. Definitely can be shot out at this stage. So it could be pretty dangerous to use them this early.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna try and predict the game match winner now after I see the next circle.
The best compound within the circle.
Okay, I'm gonna have to give it to STE just because they got the circle and they're a Chinese team.
I think that at some point Team Secret might want to think about breaching this compound. They obviously don't know if Tongjibao have 4.
I mean, I guess this is a very easy guess. I'll try and guess the winner earlier next game.
But all these teams towards the north side, God, it's a bad day for them. They're going to start to move down. Genesis Dogma still trying to hold out the guys from D Xavier. It seems that these two teams are constantly at loggerheads.
D Xavier seemed to have pretty good showings during the league stages.
Okay, if STE doesn't win this, I cast a curse them.
From them, sorry. If they can
you think my opinion's correct versus India?
They are down to 3. D Xavier, they have Duck dispatched off. 2 players rock straight on up right to Daybot and actually almost taken down with the tires, but the rest of the team pops up with a gunfire.
I think I cast a curse GD Kids because I'm just saying GD Kids is doing really well.
Yeah, that was very nice. It was like all of a sudden Genesis Dogma were alone, and then everyone just dropped up from the grass out of the
I'm trying to get permission to watch Party India.
Well done
BGIS, but I haven't gotten it yet.
That one happened. Nova going versus Infinity.
Oh!
Actually, oh my goodness.
Oh, 1v3?
Hang on a minute.
Oh! He actually 1v3'd.
My goodness me, Infinity, you gotta be happy with that one.
He had the pre-nade. That's God Tunny, dude. God Tunny played in the Chinese tournament, and he actually clapped a few Chinese teams 1v4. God Tunny is the one player from Infinity that I've been saying is, I think he's their best player when it comes to fragging.
Yeah, 628 giving him a hard time on it. Regiosio sends a nade that falls down from the clouds and will take down that one player there. Easy peasy. In the meantime, Infinite God Sunny, he's still finding shots on towards STE. 628 over here. Cryptics, I think that's the last player going down. Team Secret now taking a little bit of a fight with D Xavier, who are trying to get onto Tongjiabao's position. So this is very well done from Team Secret. They're just going to hold out these two teams, force them to fight one another, and then just take the bedraggled team that comes out from that chaos.
I'm still reeling from the...
I like this position by Team Secret.
What a way to hold it out.
He's still alive as well, by the way.
Still going. I mean, he deserves to still be going after that performance. Fantastic.
That's like a
Big
pocket
Galaxy
rotation
takes
right
on
there by
Pubg
Team
but not
Secret.
having the best time of it there. You can
That
see
position only works
Shot
this late into the game because so many teams are on the edge that none of them can really focus them. Like Team Secret's exposed to so many different angles, but it's so late into the game and there's too many teams alive that they can't just get hard focus.
PUBGMOBILE taking fire all across the mountainside, and everybody's going in for the fight flank.
TJB should get eliminated here.
Just got a massive hand dealt to them there with that circle. Heads down there.
For Rival.
Just sit this one out for
Doing
the time
really
being.
good.
Got Tunny as well. I mean, he definitely deserved the circle after that fight with Nova. Team Secret, though, not sure why they sent out Fredo so wide up toward Xavier's position. Perhaps just to slow
God Tunny. God Tunny just killed STE. Dude, God Tunny's up to 5 kills. Oh, he got a 1v3? Another one? Wait, God Tunny just picked up another 3 kills. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure God Tunny has 6 kills now.
They were really penned in there. It's a very difficult hillside.
He just like
over,
1v3'd
coming
STE.
from that northern side. Everybody vying for this edge of the hill. 628, I felt like they should have been in control of this hill for a long, long time, but they ended up giving up a lot of that control, moving down south, and it is paying off for them here with these circle shifts playing.
Well, it was 1v4 or 1v3? I don't know. God Tunny is owning though.
Have I missed something?
Hang on, we might have missed something. I think we were on the PUBGMOBILE fight, but they're gone. They're not in the lobby anymore.
Either God Tunny's done a 1v4 at 628, which is much more likely. But either way, well played to 628 or God Tunny. I need a replay on that one, that's for
The
sure.
Infinities have 8 kills, and 628 have 2.
Well, my goodness me. God Tunny!
Did God Tunny
God
just do it again?
Tunny!
And we missed it entirely. Oh my god.
Yeah, God Tunny 1v3'd or 1v4'd STE.
Either way, he is insane. I mean, he's got God in the name, you know, and he is fighting like no one else.
I mean, you know, what's the difference between 4 times infinity and 1 times infinity is there is no difference, right? It's still.
Oh, it was a 1v4?
Assuming you start with a countable infinity, that is. But we won't get into cardinality at this stage.
God Tunny is
of the tournament, but for
beast.
now, a pretty decent position in this circle. A lot of oversight. Team Secret getting punished as well. 628. Gonna look up north.
Yeah, STE wins this.
In all the teams up there.
Easy win for STE, no cap.
Go on.
I mean, I have to pull for this guy. I have to.
You have to. Like, you have to support this dude. This is peak PUBG Mobile at the moment. You know, that's Team Secret going down. Now just 628. Look at this. It's now got Tunny looking for a second place, and it's very, very doubtful.
Watch him 1v4 STE.
There's a 21% chance that he wins. What?
Oh my God. I mean,
God,
it's a 1v3. It's a 1v3. 1 in 5 times he should win these, apparently, according to our prediction stats.
Bro.
He rolls in 2 players around the side. God Tunny looks for the spray, but can't quite find it. There's too many players.
There's no way.
And finally, we found the division by 0. It is 6-2-8. The numbers
first chicken dinner going to a Chinese team. STE got zone blessed though. X628. Okay, I'm gonna say 628 or Star Wars Esports because it'll get confusing.
I mean, I heard the music start to flow.
628 got super zone blessed.
I'll tell you that now.
That was a super easy game for them. I think Infinity did the best that match though.
Not clapping God Tunny on the back.
I hope they caught. I hope they got the replay of God Tunny.
I mean, he has done extremely well that game to hold up versus all these teams. And really, I think Team Secret made some huge mistakes in a game which I think they could have done so much
God
better.
Tunny got so many points for his team. I hope they do that head-to-head stat
all you had to do there
and the team contribution stat.
And Xavier in those 2 compounds.
So the team contribution stat is like your survival time plus the amount of points you got for your team. That's how like they get the team contribution. I think God Tunny's probably like 80% or higher.
Any position in the circle. By the time they do move, it's way too late, and they're scrambling. 6-8, just easily pick up the pieces. It's very confusing for me.
I'm also still wondering what happened to Stalwart in that, because the fact that 628 only got 2 kills, maybe they did get the knocks and then they were stolen away by God Tunny. But I'm going to have to wait for the replays on that, because quite frankly, that would be insane. If he was able to take down both Nova and Stalwart in the same game on his own, I feel like that is something. I mean, it was already something special.
Oh, it really was. So we get MS Chonburi being run down by DRS. This is right at the beginning of the game, and this is why you don't want to rotate.
It's my cat's name is Zuki.
Genesis
Zookie.
Deadeye guys, and here's Reject taking down a fair few
What do you think
players
about the
from
Star Wars
Infinity.
guys? I think they'll do well.
Unfortunately, Reject didn't realize
That's
they were
one
just
team
making
that I'm
them
pretty sure will do
stronger
well.
by getting them further and further down to that one player of God Tunny, where his strength is ever increased by the amount of players on his team.
Yes, it's an inverse proportionality.
Yeah.
It's quite an interesting numerical relationship. But then, of course, I feel like this fight with Rico Infinity team, they should have left earlier. We were talking about it during the cast. They needed to leave that area and just get ahead of it. They got the knocks, they slowed them down, they're out in the blue. They can just disengage.
Here we go.
But instead, they just don't, and they die.
I think we just saw for a brief second there 628 taking shots over towards Stalwart. But yeah, it would make sense if God Tunny picked up a couple of those kills regardless. We don't get to see the 1v3 from on Nova. What?
Huh?
Why has that not been clipped, guys?
Maybe they're saving it.
That
Maybe
is a
they're saving it.
highlight. Yeah, maybe. I hope so. Bring it back on the desk at least. Like
Yeah, I
that
hope
is.
so.
Imagine if
a
Nova had
highlight-
taken over
that's a
Tunny's
highlight
spot.
of the tournament right there.
Absolutely.
Nova could have gotten. Nova maybe could have if they all stayed alive. No, Nova would have got crashed by Stalwarts and probably lost one player
Don't
or
worry,
something.
Blake, I'm
I
on
don't
the
know.
back end trying to find that clip just for you, but honestly, we all
Newsy's the best from Infinity, but God Tunny's also doing good as well. God Tunny is the most clutch player, I think, from Infinity. From what I've seen, Newsy might have better overall stats.
What's your first takeaway from this match?
But God Tunny, I've seen him 1v4
6-8, yeah, very much so
like a
unrivaled
Chinese
down
team
towards the bottom
before
here. A nice win for them, a
in
pretty
the
easy and
Chinese
simple
tournament
win for
that
them, I think it's fair
Infinity
to say.
played
They
in.
didn't really have many threats coming their way. When knowing how to round out a game like that, they were able
Do
to
I follow BGIS? I will be following BGIS, yes, but I'm trying to get permission to view a party at live.
Of this team to go back and see whenever they're on the map. Like, it's simple to say that they get zone blessed, but when we were in the green room, like when look at how they adjust the splits, Glarus and Jason, they were very mindful of keeping options open. They know when to play loud at what position, and then just had an easy one in a way. Like, based on their macro, it was great to see them play that way.
Yeah, and we can see here in our rankings from that first match, we have 23 points coming in for 628. Infinity coming in with 21 for them, but also for me, what kind of stands out, 4 rivals, 10 eliminations in that match. Like, that is fantastic.
Yeah, the breaks are kind of long.
We've had very few teams get 10 or more eliminations when it
Hopefully they'll show it,
They were
Pates.
pretty
Hopefully
strong.
they'll show it.
They were, for me, the standout team of this game. And
So when I'm on the analyst desk, you are able to pick certain highlights to analyze. So maybe they'll get that.
Know that there's going to be a threat there coming and looming.
God Tunny is basically the Y of globals then. You could say that.
You know that nobody really wants to.
Or he's like Chung Si but in prime form.
The west side is their perfect path.
You can watch BGI scrims. It's live. I need permission to view a party,
joining some of those third-party situations,
and I don't have permission
and
yet.
Soaking up kills. I think 4 rivals, brilliant and quick decision making to be able to get themselves plenty of kills on the board.
Yeah, Tarzan, looking at the second page, one thing that's going to stand out to me, Enigma Galaxy, only 1 point. We praised them for the consistency they've been able to show off in league play. Again, I know it's just one match, so I'm not going to be too harsh on them. But I would like to see that consistency come back here throughout these matches.
Alright, first game's over.
Yeah, I mean, so far
TJB and Nova
were on these
doing really bad.
Like from the spot of Pachinki, they found some.
This is
very
my
key
sister's
spots
cat.
early on the west before that worked out one game, but so far it's been a bit hard. Against some of these teams from that eastern side, like TJB, like even for Genesis Dogma, who were so relentless in taking these early rotations to take some power positions away pretty early on in face on making the lives a bit harder for these teams that seem to have a better.
The Comrie says 6-8 only got 2 kills.
Slower, but,
No, he was talking about.
I mean, it's well deserved.
I think he got the names a little bit flopped, but he was talking about stalwarts.
But only 18%
I think.
of his team's contribution.
Or.
But survival time again. I mean, 6-8, as you mentioned, Clarus, not really having too much.
Wait, this guy's the MVP of the match?
But hey, I mean, also they deserve credit for that, right? Put himself.
How does that
so
work?
They don't have to deal with too many different teams.
Yeah,
Oh, I guess the MVP has to be from the winning team. Yeah, MVP has to be from the winning team, I guess.
Very spread out, and to the point where you need to kind of get back together when all these circles actually close down.
Yes, I know. Yeah, this is Professor Tarzan.
Ridgeline that they were controlling. it's important to have that 2-2 split to a certain degree because they know that Cryptix is looming on that west side.
Oh, I wish I could see. Oh, you know what? I can. Hold on. I got access to special stats.
Just higher than where teams.
Let me see if I could see exactly how much damage God Tunny did. Oh, here we go.
I was talking about when we were watching these games. Keeping your cars is very important for those later moments.
Yeah, he got 8 kills in the very first game. So he had a 1v3 on Nova.
There you go. There it is.
I guess he had a 1v4 on STE. And then he picked up one more kill somewhere. That's since 8 kills.
8 eliminations, 1,045 damage, but 68% of his team's contribution. I feel like that's the highest we've seen. But God Tunny, I mean, he deserved it.
It's you know, it's great for this team because we've seen him.
God Tunny, dude.
We talk about top.
Yeah, MVP has to go to the player from the team that wins the match, I think.
That segment on that southern side that they need to keep fighting through against rejects was so key, and they found a way to really survive. When we look at the actual elimination count,
I'm glad they show the head-to-head though with God Tunny.
And I think that's the momentum that they need, right? As that team that has always, almost bullied other teams away. And this game,
I'm gonna go get some food real quick. I'll be right back, guys.
Landscapes or whatnot, but the points did come in.
Speaking of not easy, now I know we had a little bit of problem seeing the map, the overall, what was happening for all these teams, but I'm curious, did either of you catch what happened to Stalwart Esports there?
On the east side, I didn't quite catch how they were playing things out because yeah, go on.
Yeah, I saw it. So out of the many teams, they were that team that used to come out a little bit longer to find an opportunistic enter into there. But with that type of opening ending, they need hay bales. So basically, they failed to claim one or create car barriers around it and got sprayed down from the distance. I believe ST put in a lot of pressure, and Suna, as the MVP, you could see he was playing very loud to control the teams on that southern side. So I think that's damage done from there. But yeah, there's a hay bale that they couldn't really pincer down.
Okay. Actually, Claris, James here, I kind of want to talk about Infinity just a little bit. Obviously, we talk about teams might change performance in league play versus Super Weekend. We got to talk about Infinity because the fact is they finished 15th place in league play with 46 points. Their highest placing was 3rd, which they did get 2 of them. But we see here again, just one match, and it's hard to extrapolate things or do proper stats from just one game. But it's great to see that, again, any team in this lobby can capitalize and pick up a lot of points if they're given that right situation or if they create that right situation.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's a great step up to see what we've seen from them in just this one game alone. I mean, of course, some of these field endings can be difficult, right? And if you're able to eliminate all the threats on your side, on the east side, and then you're able to move in and find yourself like a shack, kind of a small bastion of hope down the line, then brilliant. But I think that seeing a single performance of 8 eliminations come out for a single player alone, that's good omens for them moving forward despite that 15th place.
Well, speaking of good omens here, Claris, we're going to head into a quick recap. So what do you have for us here?
Yeah, sure. Let's take a look. Of course, we have a few teams on rotation trying to find themselves a decent spot. We're going to take a look at STE first, apparently, even though I think the thing that you really want to focus on mostly here is the fact that they have a very wide split to start things off, to then come together to control space down towards this south side of the circle. Now, the south side of the circle as a whole, they do benefit slightly from those big hard shifts from the circle. This split in particular is the one that I'm like, oh, okay, the circle's about to close. Maybe it's time to get together. So they do, in terms of the 2-2 split, come back together. The 2 at the bottom are controlling the compound. The 2 on the left-hand side are controlling that ridge up at the north side of them, which Tarzan, I think is fair to say, is probably one of the bigger vulnerabilities for this compound, given the scenario.
Yeah, and I think this is where I really like it. They are looking at maybe hill control at the same time, so they do not fully send to the compound nor the hill, right? So they're playing 2 types of control, hill control as well as the open field control. And of course, with this early claim on the southern edge for entry, they send in the rest of the team, and they've got info for the rest of the circle basically for the past 5 minutes, and they just full send to take final kills.
Yeah, I actually love watching those little cars zip across the map there. It's funny because very rarely do you see teams just utilizing cars quite that deep into a game unless they absolutely know what's going on. And here is how this plays out. So important to know that 628 here has been understanding and knowledgeable of where Team Secret was for about 10 minutes in this game. Never mind everything
All right,
that's
I'm
going on
back.
around them. They watched that rotation from Team Secret. They know that they didn't move, and they know that
ZooTay has no girlfriend to make him food
How
anymore.
do you deal with that after one knock? Blast it on him,
Exactly.
baby. Send those cars. Get
Oh
in
my
there,
gosh.
Get in the thick of it and destroy them effectively.
That
is-
reminds me of, honestly, old school
That is
Loops.
factual.
You guys might have heard this name for new to PUBG Mobile, but last year, I mean, they were ridiculous. They would get one knock, and they would immediately just pile in on top of that fight and clean things up. But one thing I do want to ask you about here, Tarzan and Kalaris, is like the 2-2 split we saw out of STE for such a long time.
I want to see what I missed.
I feel like a lot
So
of
they
teams
did an
try to do it, but
STE.
it's very seldom we see teams be very successful at it. And I feel like we saw 628 be very successful and very confident in
Down to
Let's
one.
look at this.
This split, so they do particular is the one that I'm like, oh, okay. The circle's about
Yeah, super split.
maybe it's time to get together. So they do in terms of the two.
So like right here, this is a very good split because. All right, let's back this up.
Maybe it's time to get this split in particular. In terms,
So I'm gonna do a little bit of an analysis segment on this, just because we have a lot of time to kill, right? So STE can basically pick to play any of these positions here. So is Sako okay? Yeah, she's okay. Okay, so this is let's just go over these positions one by one real quick. So this position up here isn't too good because if you need to go through this area, it's very hard to go through here. And if you need to this area right here, it's an okay push. It's not too difficult to push. You are kind of at a disadvantage though. And then so basically you don't want to prioritize this position. And now this position here, same thing. If the circle goes this way, right? You have all these compounds that are kind of in your way. Compounds are always difficult to just push and then keep rotating, right? So like if the circle goes anyway this way, this spot isn't as good either for rotations. And then obviously this spot up here, it's just like similar thing. You have this whole entire hill that's kind of hard to just rotate through. You have to push and clear out a team to rotate. You can do wraps, of course, but wrapping this far, you know, you'll never know what happens. So this position's also out. This position here, you could argue is the best position, right? But you got to keep in mind when you have multiple teams left alive that will be pushing in this way, if that circle comes into play, right? You don't want to be the team that's up here defending against multiple teams. You want to be the team that's pushing in. And so probably the safest position and the position with the most advantage is this compound right here. You could wait for teams to push up here and start fighting, and then you could just push up here yourself if you need to. So that's why STE prioritized this area as compared to all of this when they could choose whatever spot. And then, of course, not just that, from this position to the rest of the map, you kind of have control of all of these fields. Like you could kind of see, you know, what's going on. So if you need to go up here, you could go through here and then make an entryway here and fight in. If the circle goes up here to the hills, like I already said, this is a good entry point up here. And then you could entry up onto the hill and then play the rest of the game. The most difficult circle would probably be something like around here. In which case, STE would just have to... well, STE has control of this hilltop, kind of. They get to go up to here, and then from here, cover, scout, whatever, and then go down to here, and then push up to here for the rest of the game. So, ultimately, you know, Just very good prioritization of where they want to play.
In terms of the 2-2 split bridge up at the north side of them, which Tarzan, I think is fair to say, is probably one of the bigger vulnerabilities for this compound.
I'm surprised they got away with
Yeah,
being able to be up
this is where
here
I really like it.
without
They
a
are
full
looking
team
at
like
maybe
coming in,
hill
but then
control at
again,
the same time, so they do not fully
oh,
send
oh,
to
okay,
the
they are
compound
killing
hill.
players
Like,
up
so
here
they're
though.
playing
Okay.
two type of control, hill control as well as the open field control. And of course, like with this early claim on the southern edge for entry, they send in the rest of the team, and they've got info for the rest of the circle.
The love teams is how this plays out. They will any percent.
That mobile, but immediately, Clark. I think a lot. I feel like we.
I want.
All right.
I want to use like sometimes
Okay.
when it
I'm
comes
gonna
to
DM
splits,
Chiffon.
you need to
In
know
between
how to
each
play
game,
well.
I'm gonna call
If you are
Chiffon
trying to bait a
and get
team,
his thoughts on the
then
match
strike
and
them
stuff
from
like that, and we
behind,
can
then
talk
you
about
find
each
right
match.
cover and have the trigger discipline. But sometimes if you want to play very dominating as a solo, sometimes you need to just shoot everything and make sure that you scare them off so they don't even come close. So it's these ideas as well. And another small thing maybe, gentlemen, when it comes to splits, we see a lot of teams not having the cars ready. I'm talking about having your cars facing the correct side, so the second you hop in, you can start driving towards your teammates. It's these small things that count.
Yeah.
All in agreement, Cars?
STU won second match again.
There's other things I want to talk about, but I'm sure you previously want to talk about the schedule. So.
Oh yeah, we got Miramar coming up next. You see Aaron go, you see Sandhawk, you see Aaron go. All right, Cars, continue. I want to hear. I want to hear your thoughts.
I think that one of the great things about what we see from 628 there is the shock factor, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Team Secret, we've seen, 2 players in the past hold out 4 players as they're coming in cars in the past, right? But the fact that it's working with what information you've got, and in that moment, Team Secret doesn't have much information at all, other than when they all of a sudden that they hear the cars are on their way.
I'm behind the
They
stream.
don't really have great line of sight somewhere.
Oh, I am. You're right. Oh, okay. Next match is actually about to start. Yeah, Chiffon's watching the Chinese POV and he's translating their comms. So if you guys are very curious, or if you guys are more interested in the Chinese teams, you could definitely go to Chiffon's. I'm gonna be just sticking to the mainstream.
The first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty.
How much delay? It's about like 20
I
minutes.
see action.
The players are playing this live right now. The delay is only about like 20 minutes. It's not a very big delay.
Moments of inspiration.
That's one reason why there's no map stream. Before there used to be a map stream for the
I am
public,
1+9.
but there's no map
Thank you
stream.
for all of you
because
sticking
there's
around
not
here for
that
our
big of a
second match
delay.
of the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021 East League Super Weekend #1. I know it's a lot of words, a lot of numbers coming your way, but all you need to know, 3 days straight of action-packed games, of 5 matches a day, until we do kick off into our league play yet again next week over on Tuesday. Speaking of next, we got Miramar coming up next. We got Erangel thereafter, and then finally, gentlemen, our first Sandhawk. I cannot wait to see
BTR
what's gonna
wash,
happen
question
on
mark?
that map, but we gotta wait a little bit of time. until
BTR
then.
always does
Focus
better
in on Miramar
when they
and
really,
focus in on
really
one
need
team
to.
in particular.
Because BTR,
Reject. They have been
like,
playing
they didn't do
phenomenally
good
when it comes
in
to Miramar.
PMPL.
Quote some stats.
Indonesia.
Out of those 5 games, 4 games, like 2 second places, 1 third place,
But when
and
they had to do well in
dinner as
PMPL
well.
Southeast Asia,
It's
which
not
is
easy
harder,
to do
in my
this
opinion,
because
than
they do
PMPL
not play
Indonesia,
that
they
usual
did
style
better.
of, finding
So I think
a place
BTR
to
will
call
come back
home,
for sure.
their own drops, but they've been adjusting every time. And there were times that they got pushed away from the drop that they wanted to take, but they were able to adapt. And I think having big games of that type of starts is actually very empowering.
I don't have permission
It's
to
like
viewer
wonders,
party
isn't it? Like,
BGIS,
what they would
so
be
I
able
can't
to do
watch it.
if they had a particular drop spot that they did call their home, because Miramar is very much so focused on those channels of rotation and how you actually make it from one location to another, etc. But maybe they just feel very comfortable about how the hill fights are on Miramar. Obviously, like maybe going for some of those longer distance fights and things like that. But yeah, you can't argue with those numbers. They're fantastic so far.
I mean, we talk about consistency, and during the break, I was like mentioning like the 5 Miramars, they have excellent results, and I'll get to that in 1 second. They actually played 4 of the Miramars because they had games off, obviously. In
So
the first
earlier we
play.
talked. Somebody asked me about
Four Miramars
would I coach
they
an
played,
Indian team.
They placed top 3 or higher every time. 1 third place, 2 second places, and 1.
Should I hit up?
That is probably the most.
Should I hit up,
and of course, it's across more than just
dumpling
one
again?
match,
No, I'm
but
eating eggs.
Obviously, Super Weekend is always a little
Hard-boiled
bit of a
eggs.
beast, and obviously they have teams they can consistently practice against. Drop locations, there'll be no hands down. But I would love to see.
Should
Japan really
whatchamacallit,
come out strong here and
hit
take
up,
a nice victory for themselves, but maybe some other teams we could be talking about where we could
Seoul?
see some strength when it comes to Miramar, or maybe some teams that underperformed a little bit
Or
in
even,
that first match. I'll leave it up to you, Flores.
Wow, easy,
Or
easy.
even
Once again, Star Wars Esports.
Scouts
Think
team.
about their consistency
And
throughout
ask and
Miramar.
see if
It
they're
was, I think,
interested in
2
coaching.
fourth place, a 6th place, and a 1st place. So it's not too far behind what you're seeing from rejects here.
Whose
Yes, they
eggs?
didn't really
What do you
start
mean?
out
These
very
are just
brilliantly,
hard-boiled
but,
eggs.
I mean, they were in yellows, kind of just above where the bridge is, and then kind of moving in from the east. They were a little bit slower.
Why are you not playing with Paraboy? I do plan on playing with Paraboy sometime. Paraboy's been playing.
Numbers don't lie. And the fact that
Yeah,
they
see
got
Nova
themselves
POV.
14 kills off the back of the
Okay,
last
hold on. Let me
Miramar that they were
see
playing. It speaks volumes here, Jason.
what's
is
going
that actually
on in the
no,
Nova
isn't-
POV. Is this Nova POV? I think I have to be logged in or something. I'm just going to the site based on the command. Does Team Seoul have a coach, though? Seoul doesn't have a coach? I know Jonathan's team has a coach, right? Isn't, I might be wrong. Nova POV is in the YouTube itself? Okay. Isn't Jonathan's team's coach, whatchamacallit? Isn't it Gatak? Yo, Paraboy just is not getting enough sleep, bro. Oh. Gatak is a coach? Yeah, that's what I thought. He's a player and coach. Gatak is a really good coach. I remember back, he was part of TSM Entity, right? I remember the one team that I really liked watching out of India back then when they were competing was TSM Entity. They were the team that looked most like how Chinese teams play. So Gatak is a really good coach. And they're currently like the #1 team. Oh, Shifan's calling?
On the right side.
Oh,
do you think
hey.
she looks good?
Wait,
I'm gonna do a vote.
Are you talking about? Are you asking about girl? Shifan, can you hear me?
Yes. Hello, ZooTay.
Are you voting on how a female looks right now? Is that what I just popped into?
Yes. You heard me?
Yes.
Hell, F in the chat.
Shifan down bad.
No, I was just spilling the facts, you know.
Okay,
like,
where's this girl that you're looking at that you're voting on?
Are you watching my stream? Can you watch my stream?
Yeah, I'll go to your stream real quick.
To the right side. Bro, like 97% of my viewers like saying she looks good, and they're calling me like simpling.
The girl on the right. She is very pretty. I definitely get
right.
Yeah, she's pretty, for sure.
Oh, wait a second. They said that they cannot hear you. Let me see what went wrong.
Shifan is also a simp fighter, says somebody in
Okay.
my chat.
You guys should be able to hear ZooTay now. ZooTay was saying she looks pretty. So ZooTay agrees with me.
Wait, does your chat think different or what?
No, there's 97% of them saying she looks good.
Oh, you did a vote.
I did a vote, and 97% of them are saying she looks good.
Yeah.
I guess we all have the same taste. I guess.
So STE wins the first match. That was a very easy game for them, though.
Yeah, they got zone blast and they played
Yeah.
well, just like they usually do, and they got the chicken dinner.
Yeah. What do you think about Tunny though? I think he 1v3 Nova, and then I think he 1v4'd Stalwart.
Oh, really?
Tunny? Yeah.
Like, at the shack, he did the 1v4 again after
he had 8
1v3?
kills. He had 8 kills at the end of the game. So.
Oh wow, I missed that. I was like too focused on translating for them.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm pretty
That's
sure he
insane.
won because I don't think you watched. There was a tournament where they invited Zeus, Infinity, and I think DRS to a huge Chinese tournament. It was a tournament where it was like
Mongnanbei? Is it Mongnan Cup?
it had a super complicated like process where it was like I forgot what it's called. My chat's about to tell me. I'm pretty sure because they have like better memory than I do. But God Tunny, he like he 1v4'd some Chinese teams too in that tournament.
Wow.
And they were playing the Chinese version of the game.
Yeah, he played the 1v3 he did with Nova. He played super good. He threw the pre-nade, and
yeah.
you know when he's like when the 2-1v1 actually one against Order, one against the Jimmy.
Yeah.
Did the
it's
official live stream
Huya
catch
Cup.
that?
The Huya Cup.
Oh, Huya Cup. Okay.
Yeah.
Huya Cup. Okay.
Yeah, he 1v4'd some Chinese teams there.
Damn, he's popping off.
Yeah, so that wasn't like by accident. Tunny is like somebody in my chat said Newsy is the best player, but I think Tunny is like the clutch fragger player on the team.
He prepared for this, not just by some luck.
Yeah, he's really good.
Okay,
They
so
didn't-
what? Go
They
ahead.
didn't show how he 1v4'd Stalwarts though. I don't think they caught it on camera, which
Yeah,
sucks.
I didn't saw it either.
Yeah.
Did they catch the 1v3 on the like he did on Nova? Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Order was after they got killed. Order was complaining. When the
Oh,
team
what
come,
was
they were
Order
saying
saying?
like, Order is saying like, why did you guys come in the shack? They were saying there was a nade, right? Because he
Uh-huh.
threw the pre-nade. Like King and Jimmy was like going like more away from the shack.
Yeah.
But Order, Order is always aggressive, and he
Yeah,
like
he
went
pushed
into
the
the shack to like push them. But he like Order got knocked down by him. And after they got killed, the Order was asking like Jimmy and King, why didn't you guys like come into the shack and just like just rush him? Because if you stay outside, you're gonna take a third party that like no matter what, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess Order got a point. They
Hold on.
probably should have just
I
all
need to
into the
move my
shack.
cat or my sister's cat out. All right, I'm back.
Cool. So what's your prediction for the second match?
I think 3 out of the 5 games Chinese teams are gonna win.
Ooh,
As
3
for
out
the-
of 5?
Yeah, as for the very next match, I don't know. I don't do predictions until the 4th circle pops up.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, 'cause I think if you predict now, it's just complete
Random, like
yeah. There's no
not based on anything. Okay, I
yeah.
guess.
So,
But before the first game, I was thinking like Nova won't get that first chicken dinner. Like it's probably gonna be any of the Chinese team, but it won't be Nova because I feel like a Nova plays like they do good slowly, not just right. Not like just the first match they just popping off like in the STE team.
Okay.
But
So
yeah.
what are your thoughts on TJB? Everybody in my chat knows I personally don't think TJB is like one of the top teams out of China that should be represented.
Definitely, I have to agree with you because
Okay.
I saw their POV as well. Like they are the reason why they did it good because Chinese strategies, right?
Mm-hmm.
They played in PL and they know all the Chinese strats and the way they just rotate and just got the position they
Yeah.
are at. But in the last match, when it's about time they need to fight their way out,
Yeah.
they actually I think choked a little bit. I feel like they could at least get some kills, on the team up on the hill, but they were, got third party. They didn't smoke their angles,
Yeah.
like the combo was a little bit messy. Like one of them were shouting, "Yo, like don't rush," or like be calm or something like that,
Yeah.
because they were not like they're not like I think they only played with each other for a week. I guess they invited some players from Q9. I guess.
Yeah. I heard.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's for a new team. Like
Wait,
they're
how,
good
how
because
new? Wait, how new is the team? Is it just one player from Q9 playing with the rest, or is it like a?
I'm not really sure. I heard from my viewers too. They were saying like just one, like they invited some Q9 players into the
Okay.
team. So I guess But definitely, I think ST and Nova will do better.
My chat's
than TJP
saying
in the long
Tunny has 1v4 at ACT, 1v3 at RNG, 1v4 Nova K, NVK. So it was NVK. It was basically the Nova team. It was Bucho Deng, I can't remember who was on NVK, and then he also 1v3'd C4 in the Huya Cup.
Ooh. Damn,
I
you got
think
some practice out there on the Chinese tournament.
Yeah, I think C4 was, I'm probably wrong, but I think C4 was 4AM's academy team. They were called C4.
Oh, they said I was watching like the Mongnan Cup, so they're doing the Mongnan Cup like right now along with like PMGC. So like the Chinese streamer called Baozi, I'm not sure if you're familiar with him. He actually 1v4'd Pi again.
Is
Like,
streamer?
A streamer, the Chinese streamer, like he's known like doing solo squads, and like he 1v4'd Team Pi again. Pi got like 1v4 by Yu Yang, right, in the last match.
Yeah.
We all watched, and he got like they got a 1v4 again.
Oh my god, Team Pi is.
Have you watched the Pi's like they posted a video in
Pi?
like funny
No,
type of video?
I have not.
Have you watched that?
No, I haven't. What is it?
No, you haven't. Let me send you so that you can watch it. It's so funny, bro. Like
Okay.
I like how they're doing it with because everyone was complaining, saying like they're playing pay the game, like Pi's playing pay the game, because they like lose that on purpose or something like that.
Yeah.
They're under a lot of pressure, so they're like their organization just posted a video, and that was really really funny. Let me see if I can find it.
So this is in response to people saying they're like purposely throwing, getting paid to throw.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
I'll see
gonna
it.
show you. That's really funny. Let me see if I can find it.
The caster said Nova plays well when the format is short. They are not good at leagues. Actually, no. Nova's better at leagues.
I think Nova's better in league.
Yeah.
Just like in the Nova NA, the choker in the final.
Dude. Oh, I never asked you. You guys were playing very scared, right? Like that.
You mean in the last two match of the final?
In the last match especially, because I saw you guys were holding a split, right, in the trenches and at the barn houses. And then you guys grouped up, and usually you guys don't group up that much. So I felt like you guys were a little bit scared. And then your guys' rotation was to that shack it just seemed like a very last ditch effort, like, okay, we could stay alive here type of thing. But
yeah, that was the thought process, because we knew like we just need to we just need to survive, right? Because
okay.
like the shack was at the center.
Yeah,
and it was not taken. We were trying to scout more like those compounds near us, but like all the compounds were taken. So we just went to the shack, and like kind of unfortunate, like one of the Rise player threw grenades and it got double knocks on us. So that's the end of Nova. But like what really fucked us up was like the cancel the match. If you are aware of that.
Oh, like
we got
that was a redo.
That
one.
The cancel the match, because with that cancel the match count, we're in PMGC. Because
you guys had a good game, right? That one.
Like
you guys were like
we
top
were
3?
second place. We're second place, and then we got like 17 points, and we were already like a qualify.
Right.
If that game count, but like
Yeah.
Like
while
we are playing, we're notified like that game doesn't count, and or like standing was just dropped out of like top 8.
Yeah.
And you know, every single one of us was on the nerve, you know, because
Yeah,
like
yeah.
it was already long session of like such a long session of tournament, like playing what 8 hours.
Yeah, that day
already.
was
That day was like
super
just really
stuffed.
really like put everyone on the nerve, you know. Then we choked the last 2 match.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, that sucks. But you know, it is what it is. Oh, I'll send you after this game. I need some time to find it. I
Okay,
probably,
yeah,
like,
no
gonna
problem.
Download it.
No problem.
Okay.
I think the next
Cool,
match
cool,
is
cool.
starting soon, right? Is it started
cool.
already? Can you link me the
I-
Chinese POVs on Discord?
Yeah, sure. I'll see.
so I
I'll see if I
could-
can share it with you.
Okay.
Let me
just,
check.
just so I can look at it, because I think
Are you which platform are you watching from now? YouTube?
I'm just on YouTube right now for the regular.
If you just go to
PMGC.
Huya and you just type PMGC and in the like official in their like live stream, you can just click each team's POV. It's
From-
pretty easy.
On
Yeah.
Huya, right?
Yeah, on Huya. Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
Just search PMGC.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
Talk with you after this
Yeah,
game.
yeah.
Okay.
Let's see. Wait. Who do you think is gonna win? A Chinese team this game? Or
Yes. I
Yes?
think it's gonna be a one of the Chinese team in this game. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, if I had to pick,
Okay.
obviously I would pick Chinese team. A Chinese team or STE. Those are my Stalwarts.
Chinese team, I guess.
Yeah, Star Wars Esports. They're pretty good. All right, I'll see you.
Okay. See ya. Bye.
All right, so here's the Chinese. So we have the STE POV, Nova POV, and I'm not sure which one's TJB's, but oh, it's just right here actually. MVK1 was Paraboy, Order, Buturan, and Cat. Okay. C4 was main RNG lineup. Oh, damn. All right. Oh, Irene Shell's in here? Oh, hey, Irene. What really happened to BTR? I mean, they just had bad games. Ask Shifun about Indian. He said that?
Third person, sometimes
Hold on.
fights become stalemate. You're like, I can see you and you can see me, but we can't shoot each other because third person, haha, we'll sit here for a moment and then the third team comes in. And that can be a huge problem.
Asked Shifun about Indian teams. He replied that Indian team directly invited to PMGC because they can't compete in league. That's why they would be eliminated and then less views.
We do apologize for the delays, but it seems like we are ready to hop into our
I will say that to counter that, I will say
Thank you very much.
they would rather have Indian
I went
teams
for a
end
full
league
spa break
because
during
league
that.
lasts a lot
So,
longer
into,
than the finals. If
the,
they want views,
to
they would
Miramar,
have the Indian team in league. I think the reason why India's invited into the finals
yeah,
is simply
so
because
final
BGIS
here,
doesn't
done in the
finish
meantime, quick massage.
until
I'm ready
it's
to go.
around
I'm
the
feeling
final
loose, I'm feeling
stage.
happy. We're over here on the hot Miramar, so I can get my sauna on. I'm ready for it. See where the teams go, coming down from La Cabrera down to just the west side of Puerto Paraíso.
Is my stream
So a lot
delayed?
of
It
these
should
spots
not
very
be.
open. You know, I don't think anyone's going to have any trouble getting to where they want to go here. You know, Impala's open for D Xavier. Nice and early on, though. Impala's been quite a hot
Did I
spot
see
for a
Nova
lot of
talk
teams at the
or
moment.
BTR talking about Nova? Like in the video?
Lavandita, D
I
Xavier
think
is
they were
kinda
comparing
locked in at the
themselves to
moment,
Nova
so
players,
I want
right?
to see how they play this one out. It's one of the teams that I am excited to see what their general plan is going forward.
If I coach Team Soul, you'll get enough money and
A few
subscribers.
times, DRS up towards the top side and Team Secret up
Should
towards
I hit
Colorado.
them up
These two teams
and
are
ask about
clashing
coaching?
quite frequently at the beginning of the
I think I
game.
should. I'm
So
kind of.
Xavier heading over to Impala again. That's where they will be playing.
Should I DM?
Once more, Pongjaval, Elazahar. As you can see on the
I'll
left-hand
DM.
side of the screen, we've got 6-2-8, our previous game's winner, dropping around Power Grid towards the north, up towards Hacienda. A couple of teams in their vicinity as well.
I mean, 628 did strike me as a pretty damn good team, and they've got some massive potential when it comes to those clutch moments, clinching out right in the nick of time.
Both
I
STEs
think
dropping
that's
really
something you
close to each
desperately need
other.
when you're on a global stage. If you can clutch out versus some of these players who have the beat. They have it all. They've got all of the skills that are required to play
Oh,
at this
Deadeye
level.
gets Picado.
You know,
That's
you're
nice
just
for
one
them.
cut above, and that's what you desperately need to have happen.
DM
Deadeye
Eastern
guys
Stars
didn't have the
to
best of last
coach.
games, and remember, they just barely made it into the Super Weekend, buying their
They already have
fingernails all the way
coach?
of those last 3 games. You know, they finished up their 8 matches very, very early on with the way our groups currently play. But making it in here, now they need to make the most out of
Don't do it.
right? You can't just let things slip up now when you're in the Super Weekend. Coming away with a Super Weekend with 10 to 20 points. May as well
Once you get
stop playing
involved
at
with
this rate.
Soul, you'll have to stay with them
Well,
long term,
I
and
mean,
if I'm
it is
gonna
still
leave, it's
10
gonna
20
affect my
points, but you're
career.
Right, it's sort of, it's negligible.
Actually, that's
Get more
That's
than
a
20
really
points in
good
just a single
point to
game, and
make.
that can
If
really
I do
begin
commit to Indian
turn the
team,
tide
it's gonna
for
be a
one of the
whole
tables, right?
different
It's
like
not a great
fan
buffer.
base
However,
and viewer
there's
base.
still a lot of games to play in this Super Weekend. If you're hitting 4 points average per game, which is
Yeah, I know for
fairly
sure if the
low,
team
you're
doesn't
still
do
gonna be
well,
getting
I'm
more
probably
points
gonna
per
be the
game.
one to blame, right?
What is that? 60 points if you get a 4-point average.
Like
per
for
game.
sure, if the team don't do
overall
well,
Super
I'm gonna
is
be the
for
one to
Super,
blame.
Which is, I think, at that point.
Am I ready for that?
Difference coming into a
Am I ready for all the
Yeah,
toxicity?
you're pretty happy with that one. It will give you that little bit of buffer you need. And
My
again,
chat
it's
would not
top
be the same
16 that
anymore.
You are looking for, and already there are 4 teams
that is something to
behind you now
consider.
that didn't make it into that Super Weekend. You know, we're looking at Bigatron. I'm looking at FaZe as well. God, FaZe not making it in is a real tragedy in my eyes, considering
They
how
only
good
have a
they looked
manager,
over
and
in
that's Sid.
Southeast Asia. I'm hoping they will be in the next one, just because I do think that they have the chops on them. To
Sad
do
for
well
BTR
in
coach.
this
His
tournament.
Instagram post comment
It would be a
200,000.
shame not to see them
Oh, is
head
everyone
towards
hating
those
on the
finals.
BTR coach because they
Recap
didn't
for
make
the
it?
team currently on our screen for just a second, coming down from Monte Nuevo. They're heading up past Picado into that location now. Deadeye guys spotted that, you know, not a lot of teams drop towards Picado, so they're going to pick that up nice.
It's a
and
different
early
ball
on
games to
with
say
the
you'll be
Infinity
slaughtered.
just down towards their southwest.
Your subs will skyrocket. You'll earn a lot too, but you won't survive the toxicity for
I
sure.
could go for Los Leones finish.
You should coach the team
I
that
could definitely go for Los
qualifies
Leones finish with this South Circle. You know,
for,
I'm happy
from
with it.
BGIS.
You know,
So they getting
it's one of
cold
the
feet.
scariest spots to play around MS Chumbury.
My country's too toxic for you.
The time being. You know, you
Am I
don't wanna go
playing?
in
Am I
too
going to be
early.
playing with
There's also
Pairboy in
those
Classics?
massive
I'll
ridge
try
sides. I
to.
won't say massive, but there are a couple of ridge sides that you can drop down off. So if the circle does head out of Los Leones, sometimes it can be quite difficult to extract yourself.
Oh, my cat
from
is
that
knocking,
position. You're gonna
or
need
not my
a
cat, my
whole
sister's
squad
cat.
to
Hold
come
on,
in and
be right
back
back.
you up. With the scuba gear, with the extraction helicopter, you'll need all those type of things.
A helicopter and scuba gear. Where do you think they're rescuing them from? Goodness me.
They're coming in from Puerto Paraiso, man. You know, you got to get the strike squad in from Puerto Paraiso. They come in, they collect you, and then you've got your helicopter that drops inside Le Bandita, away from prying eyes. I've planned all this out, John. Don't you worry.
Ah, you've got the evac helicopter. I like it. Okay.
Yeah.
This is good. This is good. I'm on board. I'm on board with this plan. We'll execute.
Good.
And should be flawless, I think.
I think so too, you know. But we'll see what happens. May not need to pull in the whole strike squad and the evac chopper if we do make it through the game without a hitch, which is the hope for a lot of these teams here. Xavier this time aren't as harassed over towards their eastern position in Impala. You know, they can move down towards the eastern side. Genesis Dogma down towards Puerto Paraiso. They've got a forward scout in Satar towards the north side. I like this. This will give them a lot of information should the Xaviers try and come down there later on. And there's a few times that, you know, they have fought between those hills, between Xavier as well as Genesis Dogma. This time, I would hope that Xavier keeps themselves with a back to a wall. I think last time they got caught out with, I believe it was Gyalzen from DRS taking shots towards them, and Genesis Dogma just 100% lapped up those points afterwards.
Always happy to slurp down a couple more points. Get closer.
Point
to the top of
slushy.
the Ooh, what flavor would that be?
It would be honestly blueberry. You know, I always imagine points as being blue.
Do you think?
Kills red. You know, you got your raspberry slushy for your
Okay,
kills.
see, here's the thing. I always associated raspberry with the blue color.
What?
Yeah, right. It's weird, but it happens in my brain. That's what happens in my
fair.
brain. And the red one is cherry.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, you are a weirdo, so we'll let it slide here, honestly, on Miramar for the time being.
All right, calm down.
look, your slushy identification protocol is flawed with Raspberry being blue. I'll put it that way. 628 coming down from Montenuevo now, looking fairly strong. All rotating in one vehicle though, John. We hate to see it. We don't like it, but 628, they're a confident team. They're ready to go for it. They've got the scouts on the backside. I mean, Daoshi's not really doing too much. He's just chilling. Whereas Yu Yang's like, come on, man. You need to get on the swivel.
That's a brown slushy right there. Nobody likes it.
Nobody likes that one. That's like all the flavors in one. You think it's going to be great, it's terrible.
Oh yeah, no, it's really bad. It's when you.
All right. Okay. So my sister's cat just knocked over a cup,
Yes.
and it shattered on the floor.
At the moment.
So I do not like my sister's cat. I much rather prefer Zuki. Zuki's a much better cat.
Coming into the west. This is on the south end of Los Leones.
Yeah. So
Not quite going to spot any of the reject players.
freaking cat broke a cup.
Not necessary at this time of being. You know, they're just keeping it chill, keeping it calm. I think for Team Secret in particular, they've been rotating very early during the Southern Shift now, which I think is a great change. And to make that happen over the 3
Coaches
days
don't get that much
is
hate. They're more
very
supporters
nice.
than haters.
Hopefully they don't come into contact.
I moved out of my
We have
ex-girlfriend's
a lot of
apartment.
self-shift
I was living with
here on
Sakumai,
Paramount
who
so
is my
far.
girlfriend,
Team
and
Secret,
it was her
doesn't
apartment.
favor them
So I moved
massively.
out because we
That is
broke up.
something that they'll have to deal with. You know, you play towards
BDRS
Pro
coach,
Armada,
they need you.
That's just what happens. Bloody hell, Jimmy, come on.
That's the wrong side of the car to point towards the floor.
Yeah, just wants to scrape along the ground. You know, it's an inventive technique where you use the top of the car as a shield. No one
I'll
seems
think
to
about
have
it.
right today in any of the vehicles. DMX, you know, hits his head. You know, Boogie doesn't really have a lot of protective capabilities like the US has, so I think Jimmy's in slightly better shape. Enigma Galaxy, though, taking shots towards DRS. They didn't have the greatest of first games.
I want to try it though, just because. Not even for the money or anything, but
as one of our teams.
I personally just have a passion. Like, I really do miss competing. Not gonna lie, I miss competing.
So you have to expect that.
And
even the best of teams are going to fall completely flat on their face.
like I wanna. I think India has so much potential too, just because they dedicate a lot of time to the game, and I feel like if I could get 4 good players, not even super talented players, but 4 good players, and if I could direct them and coach them in the right direction,
a lot more high variance strategies.
I don't know. I feel like it'd be like a personal accomplishment for me. It'd be a very self-gratifying personal thing. Yes, I broke up with Sakumai. Long story short, hold on, Nova's pushing.
Yeah, and I think that would actually fall into the category of Tongjibao,
Let's
right?
see this
Because,
push by Nova.
Yes, they sometimes go down when they head towards the center, but sometimes they have these big blast out games where they get a ton of points.
Nova's a much
It's really
more
important for Tongjibao.
non-aggressive
I think
Chinese
teams
team.
have recognized that strategy though, and not letting them do it as much.
Nova, out of the 3
But
Chinese
I don't
teams,
think
Nova's
I've had
probably the
enough
least
games
aggressive.
So far to identify if it's like it's failing.
Also,
So I think
they
this
probably
first
want to
Super
rotate
Weekend,
more. I don't know. I didn't see the
Thursday
circle.
here on,
TSM is better for you?
sunny Friday. We can
TSM.
find out if Tongjibao strat does work.
Wait, which team is
It
TSM?
remains to be seen, and with only 1 game's worth of data, it's very difficult to sort of claim.
Coach TX Scouts
all
team.
sorts of circle shenanigans and everything. It's
And
never
whatnot,
quite
yeah.
It's never quite reflective fully of every team's.
Which team is TSM FTX? I thought
We will
isn't that
see.
just
reflective of God's
Jonathan's
decision,
team?
absolutely from
Right?
his mind, though.
Yeah, I
With
mean,
Gatak
very
as the coach
reflective, you
already?
know, we're talking solar panel reflective with that stuff. So yeah, that's very
Wait,
very nice coming through from
really
God.
don't
Who
want
is the
solar
new?
panels
It's a
to
new
play.
team. Who's the new TSM?
Ah, dude,
Jonathan's
you're
old
looking, bro,
team.
You're getting blind.
You want it to be almost exactly the opposite, right? You want it to be fully absorbing.
New TSM is team
but
is
they're still
TSM
very
FTX.
reflective.
Okay.
I don't know if you've ever been attacked by a solar panel, but I have.
Yeah.
Godlike.
Got his fists out, beat
Oh, okay. I'm
him,
getting.
put
I keep.
with
Again,
left
I'm
knee.
getting TSM entity mixed up with
Knocks on the
Godlike. Yeah,
floor.
Jonathan's team is
I
Godlike.
don't know.
How did I
I've
forget
really
that? What the
been
fuck?
nothing
My
cool to
bad.
say,
Oh, okay.
Honestly, in this
Jonathan's
position.
old org.
I should have
Okay.
said like something like, "Oh, you're a FIFA photosynthesis."
Photosynthesis criminal.
Yeah. Oh, stop taking the plants' jobs.
Oh dear. But no, you just lay there.
Oh, sorry. Why did Sakamai and I break up? Basically, we didn't speak the right love language, and it's a very complicated breakup, right? But to put it very simply, I could have put in more effort in making sure she felt loved, and we just didn't speak the same love language. I didn't even know about love languages until after the breakup, so that's another big factor. I just didn't know. And if you don't know what love languages are, you can just YouTube it. Just YouTube what are the 5 love languages. You'll find like a 6-minute video. It's pretty informational.
They're still towards the edge side. The moment next circle did pop on our screens.
I don't want to coach a North American team because it's not worth the time and the pay. That's one reason why I stopped competing too. Because unless if you're like a top 3 team in the world, you don't make a lot of money from North America. One reason why I tried to go to Japan was because Japan has more pay involved. Japan pays more for their players and coach. But I didn't go because of COVID. So now I'm casting, which is pretty good money too. And the reason why money matters to me, by the way, is because I'm 27. So I need to find a good, stable source of income.
They started in Picado and they've just left it, and Stalwart swooped in, taking that position.
If I was younger, if I was like 20 or something, you know, 18, 17, 19, and I was still going to school and I didn't have to, like, you know, be an adult and make money, I would still want to compete. I have a passion for competing.
You can play here and a few very good compounds. Now, I wouldn't be opposed to a Picado finish, honestly. That's always fun. You know, you've got the teams over towards in the mountain range, and then you also have those teams who have to play underneath. And you kind of
TSM hire a new roster. I'll see. Oh, this circle. If I had to predict a winner.
I shall be moping about that for the rest of the day. Here we are.
That's fair enough. I would be okay with
I mean, the easy pick would be STE, but...
Yeah. MS Chumbury, very close to DXavier now. You know, they've slowly made their way in. Genesis Dogma's left
if I
one,
didn't
but
have to pick
STE.
STE...
Looks like DXavier's already taken 1 knock. Pons looks for another. The party bus heads on.
I mean, Deadeyes has the best position.
Looking for that off angle, so very well done to DXavier to immediately.
Deadeyes has the best position.
2 knocks go to onto MS Chomper.
But STE would be the easy pick for who would win.
Sick angle.
Excellent high ground found there for Lamborghini. Looks for the spray, but not quite getting the knock just yet. Certainly got a whole heap of damage on in.
Did I complete my bachelor's? Yes, I graduated with a marketing degree.
Positions coming through as Rabbits and Duck are starting to bleed out now. Look at this. You've got Genesis Dogma starting to chime in with the damage themselves. The crash is good, and it's a run. Oh! Bonsai is going to go down. Nothing doing there. The backup is there for the rest of the team. However, the rest could start to come through. The point might be taken away from Xavier here.
Don't coach Scouts team.
Dogma do continue to just pepper this hillside. The nades, the Molotovs, the burn can come through as MS Chonburi looking to regroup.
That's a really nice Molotov as well. It's not intended to get another knock there. It's just intended to keep those guys at bay. So, you know, he can get both his teammates back up and in action. So, really well done to Lamborghini. He's unfortunate that he has to leave that high ground position to favor coming to help the rest of his teams.
W has 2.1 million watching PMGC.
This time running with 4. Cryptics also have a pretty nice split there with 2-2. They're
that
just
circle
be
shift, though.
Out that western road. That's what I imagine they'll want to be doing, stopping any team getting in with the sliver of circle down towards that south side, not really being enough to rotate through without being spotted.
You should go to Malaysia.
Marshall.
I would totally be down to move to Malaysia and coach a team in Malaysia. I thought about that. Like, should I move to another country? Like, it could be India, Malaysia, Indonesia. If they can offer me living and, like, good enough pay to live there,
yeah, I mean, I said that.
I don't know. That seems like fun. I could do that for like a year or 2.
But it looks like, you know, they've actually made the decent move down.
What do you mean by the IGL of Scout team is very dangerous?
628 also in a comfortable position. GG.
You can offer
13,
Scout.
nice play from MS Chumbury.
Yeah, I could ask
Lamborghini,
Scout.
So far, definitely my MVP of this match.
Scout and I talk a lot. He hasn't ever like
Incredible moves there to keep
asked
us even
about
in
me
game. And it
coaching
was a
the
very
team,
selfish
coaching the
angle he
team.
took, but if he didn't take that angle when he did,
But I
that
want to
fight
like,
could have gone
if I do end up
very,
coaching a
very
team
badly.
in India, it would definitely, I will want to ask around to see,
Eastern side.
to get a better feel of the teams and stuff. You have to speak their language, that is true. I would have to speak their language, so that's a lot of places I can't do coaching for.
Keeping themselves alive on the eastern side.
JRS once again take down players coming.
You
through
wouldn't
from
last
Team
a week in
Secret. I
India?
mean, this is just gonna happen.
Hey, I've been a competitive
Okay,
player, okay?
Honestly, for me,
I've been a competitive
at this
player
point, Team
that's
Secret
gone
really
into
should know
globals
that
3
this is a
times,
factor
and
they're
every
gonna
single
have to
time I've
deal
gone to
with.
globals,
Yes, you might not
the
get
team I was
circle
with
quickly,
did not do
but
too well.
you
So
have to watch out for DRS
I've
because every
already
single game
received
they're
a lot
on
of
3 points
toxicity
from
and
Team Secret.
hate
Their position
in
obviously
my
is
time
not
as a
secret
competitive
at all to
player.
us. We have the bead. We have the
So,
info.
Or what's still
I
jousting over this hillside.
have experience with
Rivals haven't really
toxicity.
been able to find a route of ingress. Not just yet, anyway. There's Deadeye's guys ahead of them.
Nova actually has a really good position.
Nades over the top and
They
maybe finally it'll
could.
come to Loggerheads. Top obviously getting knocked there.
It's not too easy for Nova, but they could maybe win this game
Try
from
and
this
use
position.
Use that tempo, use that timing to get a little bit further forwards. I'm gonna go for it just yet.
Dear Xavier, pretty much done here now.
It was
Genesis don't
a
move forward
recorded
little bit
clip. Okay,
earlier
yeah,
now.
because
They're
Huya doesn't.
right around that position.
Chinese platforms
Bit of
don't
damage
show
coming
live
through for
viewers.
Stalwart. Quite enough as of yet, though. I mean, they would love to finish up this fight because they've got to get into the circle. Deadeye guy's right in front of them. Still with 4, though. Penumbra all down.
He's going to get flushed on out. The swing around did not go well. The knock is there, and out in the blue, the last player for the 4 rivals is going on in, spraying through in the blue. Will be able to take down MS Chonburi in the meantime, or one of the players from them anyway. I think that might be the full elimination coming through. 12 teams
ZooTay, you're very
remain out
humble.
the blue. Phase 5.
Hey, here's never like you've seen before.
Before rivals fall.
Oh, Stalwarts Esports is gonna absolutely destroy.
Yeah, they're kind of gone.
Or I
literally
mean,
the only ones
628,
remaining
the
out
Chinese
for that
STE
team.
is gonna
Rift
destroy
side,
the
and I think
Mongolian STE.
Stalwart
Yep,
tried
it's
to make
happening
their
right
way in.
here.
Have a good position there
Or
with that
TJB
next
actually got a
circle
knock
heading towards
on
the northeast
Stalwarts
side.
Esport.
Deadeye guys, though, do know where they are. And I think
Oh,
that's the
Pika
big
actually got a knock on too.
628 also
Oh,
gets
and a
it.
finish.
Stalwart, I mean, they are
Cast a
so
curse.
on fire.
I was just gonna say
Honestly, over these
Chinese
couple
STE is
of
gonna
days,
beat
you know, they're fighting
Mongolian
Deadeye guys
STE.
and
Okay,
628
now
at the
they're
same
now they're
time.
killing
They're trying to
Mongolian
hold on to
STE.
this very edge
Okay,
position.
now the Mongolian
There's no
STE is
cover.
starting to get killed.
628, they
But 628 lost a
lose
player to
there.
Pika.
See that on the sides. The Infinities on the south side, they all regrouped to the northern edge.
My
of the
caster
road,
curse
so
is
they
just
know
going
they're gonna
back
have
and
to
forth
cross there.
right now.
And that's allowed Rico Infinity team to get some buildings here. The road crossing a lot easier now than it will be in about 30 seconds time.
Yes, I think that honestly, because they are on the fast side of the circle, though, they will have to move once that circle pushes them. I think you will need those smokes to push across. The Infinity just needs to make sure that they know what is happening in the scenario, right? They need the info. They
Huya
need
shows
that little
2.1
scout
million concurrent
forward,
live viewers right now.
and,
Is it
that
possible to play
information.
and coach? Yeah, you can.
Tell them there's people behind them.
But most
Sara
likely I would
takes a
only
shot
coach
mid-air.
because
Nova
my ping would
looking
just
to
be
get
way too
more
high.
damage over onto Reject. Seems to give them a lot of troubles every single day.
Uh-oh, the party bus comes falling short there as another knock goes over towards Reject and knocked this far out in the zone. It's almost impossible to get back up here unless you get this res fast, almost immediately. Get some healing done, but with shots coming your way from Rico Infinity team, from everybody
Oh, the
else
Chinese
as well,
teams
it's
definitely are not
impossible
used
to
to
just
how
well
fast
done.
the circles
In
close,
my
though.
book here, Reject have to heal out if they want to find anything in this scenario.
On this circle, it's almost impossible to keep yourself alive, and we've only one first aid kit here for Regiosio. Honestly, with the amount of angles
The
that
Chinese
John's position,
PEL version of
Reject
the
around.
zone closes much slower.
Cryptics looking to get one more res up. Only 2 players remaining. The Infinity taking shots over towards Nova. Oh my god, if he just kept shooting a little bit longer, that could have been great.
Really unfortunate. The cross potentially looking to come through now from Rico Infinity team. I imagine they don't want to go straight into this compound. Or they might just want to try and wrest control over the road. It looks like they're driving fast, driving pretty furious as well. Prestiga looks to just get over this roadside, but Muzi sits them down as they try and make that crossing. Didn't look both ways, and unfortunately, gets swung on.
No, the Infinity though in a close range fight here. Rico Infinity made their way across, but the Infinity holding them back like there's no tomorrow. Really good stuff there. They only lose
Infinity
one player
popping
to a knock.
off.
God Tunny behind the wall looks to bring back his member into the fight. He knows he fights well as a solo, but he'd rather be as a four.
Almost it's almost entirely a losing battle there for Rico Infinity team. I feel like maybe if they'd have gone a little bit earlier, they could have found an opening, but it's such a difficult road crossing to make when there's a team right there, and it's a team like Infinity who will be buoyed by their confidence from that last game.
People are misguiding you.
Rico Infinity team
Moves down towards the
If you play in coach,
Infinity,
you have 2 times
which
the
is
work.
Really nice
Yeah.
there. We love to see it. And they've held on to this position, but they will have to move a little bit further in.
Oh, Yu
Really
Yang
much
getting
cover in that location.
sniped by
Stalwart's
SE.
still in this game, and honestly, you know, from a tough spot over towards Picardo, pushing through so many teams on the northern side, they have done fantastically well to get into this position.
Dude,
They
Infinity's
do only
gonna
have
win
2
this game,
players
bro.
at the moment.
Maybe.
For the shots over the hillside.
Infinity
Get
should
another
win this
point.
game.
Infinity really started to frag out today, Blank. Maybe doing a
Deadeyes though. Deadeyes still have 4 players alive.
Those guys in the party bus rock up to a hillside and actually manage to all hit the deck in relative safety. They are under the purview of Infinity. So it is a little bit trickier than maybe it would seem. And look at this flank coming through from the Infinity.
Yeah,
They
Stalwart
know
and
side.
628
They know
are
that
both
Deadeyes
alive
guys are
still.
here. They can start
But they're about
push
to
this
fight here.
position with the card, with the bombardment, not quite finding.
It's gonna be a 4v4.
Honestly, this is a really important fight for the Infinity because they haven't had to move too much. You can see that they really don't have much utility. Look at Uzi. He just had to pick up a first aid kit from one of his fellow members. He's got 0 of anything. But if they can take out Deadeye guys, they can hold out on that ridge, get some cover, loot up. and then
Nice.
potentially
Stalwart.
from there. Lazy
Clapping
boy, Cryptic's
6 to 8
moving
right
with
there.
hardly any HP. Uzi tries to take the shots.
If the
Lazy
zone
boy
goes
will
up
go
to
down. I
Stalwart's
think that is
Esports,
now Cryptic
Stalwart's
out of the
Esports
game.
could win
Three
this.
teams remain. It's
Because
Infinity.
Infinity's gonna fight with
Got
Deadeyes, and then Stalwart's could third party.
Across the way as well. Deadeye's guys suffering, trying to hold on out for any sort of respite. The Infinities do not want to let this go. Look at Logan moving forwards, taking control of this tree, taking control of this ridge line, and a vast area in this next circle. Going out wide as well. Miller moves to that drop. Stalwart really don't have too much to do here. Action swinging out wide, looking for something, but Deadeye's guys suppressed in their position.
Deadeye guys, it's a bit of a struggle. This is such a good lineup coming through from the Infinity and Uzi. They know he doesn't have much left on the line here, so they're going to send him out wide with some nades. He's just going to provide that little bit
what a
of
nade.
issues for them. Beautiful nade goes over the top. Won't quite take down the second
Oh,
player.
Infinity
That's
won
gonna
this
buy them
game,
a lot
yep.
of time. Beautiful knocks coming through from Uzi. Nothing on board, but the nades is all he needs.
Infinity
When
got
one
this.
Infinity gets second place, all
Oh my
4
God,
of them
he's seen
standing
another.
strong through the branches.
Infinity. Oh yeah,
Uzi,
SC
he
left
doesn't
one
even
player
see the numbers
behind to
anymore.
prevent that, then he
He's
got
popping the Matrix
sniped.
moves.
Yep.
And we'll be going straight through the eye of the needle, getting the bullets in. Logan just
Oh, maybe
on
not.
the forefront.
Cast a curse. Wait, did Infinity
Slow
lose a
down just a
player?
little
No,
bit.
they didn't. Okay.
That's not the greatest there. Logan taking a knock. Uzi looks for another
Ooh, go on.
here. Just trying to find it. Frank's trying to get the heal off. If you can find one shot just to dip over that side, he's desperately looking for these angles. Finds Frank Boy once again. God, it's a constant onslaught coming through from Uzi.
You can't get away from
Oh,
this. And
into
he's
the
got him in
bush.
He knows exactly what's going on. Around the side, has to reposition, gets away without getting knocked, but Deadeye's guy is going to fall here. Certainly lose one player at least. And look at the control that the Infinities have now on the circle.
Oh, Nuzi got caught though.
Finally, Uzi goes down to a player from Deadeye guys, get instant revenge, but I think he's done enough in that location to cause so many problems with Deadeye guys. Look how far outside the circle are. They've had no time to readjust their positions in the map. God, this has been a fantastic little game here for Uzi. Yes, he didn't get the most amount of kills, but the amount of value he's brought for his team is phenomenal.
Now the initiative is onto Deadeye's guys.
Deadeye's
Moving
could still
up
win
to
this.
Crest this ridge to push into Infinity's territory. A Stalwart just trying to hold on for as long as possible. I wouldn't be too surprised if Pika has all the meds from
Oh,
that. Even the back
Stalwarts,
line taken down,
though.
Dealt with.
Oh, another one.
Finally moving forward but around the
Oh!
looks to rain in, but no, he goes down, and now it's just Mella looking for a 1 versus
Star can
2
win
here
this.
against Deadeye's guys as they push in. Goes low, but gets the knock. Goes around the edge. Looks for the
Oh
spray,
my God,
goes
Infinity.
oh, and is able
2v2.
to find the kill.
Star is gonna push,
Deadeye's
though.
guys going down, but now Stalwart have a chance. 2 versus 2. The res coming through on Logan.
Here comes Action and Pika. Action.
All right,
with one
push,
of our
push, push,
best
push, push,
players
push, push,
throughout this
push,
entire
push.
tournament. Malt over the side will not allow Infinity to move forward.
Oh, they got zoned, though.
The flames.
They don't have to push.
Burning, just suppressing them towards the back. And now
Yeah, they
it's
realize
all
they got
up
zoned. They don't have to.
Stalwart.
They don't have to
Have
push
Cryo on
like
the
this.
zone. Logan looking to heal now, looking to get anything done. You can see there's
And
the
they got
flash. They drop
grenades.
Over a nade out wide to try and
Oh,
bubble
too
straight
far.
into the smoke, but it's long. No damage found. Pika and Action moving out wide, and they control the zone. Action has a top forward position.
I did tell
Logan still
Shifan it's
back
gonna be a
forward.
Chinese team
Some
or
really good
Stalwarts
quick smoke
Esports
comes out
that
there.
wins the
Another
next
Molotov
match.
comes through from Action. Tries to make something happen here. Peeking over the top
GG's.
there, bro, for Logan.
GG's. Stalwarts
Well, and it's going
Esports.
to be the off angle from Pika to dispatch with the players from Infinity. Again, they fall short. They come in second, and Stalwart.
Wait, what
fighting
information
their
was I
time.
blocking with my
Pika
face
8
cam?
kills is able to get the Stalwart chicken dinner.
Honestly, that was an
Let the caster know it's
electrifying finish
newsy.
from Pika.
It's okay.
And you know, it's all down to it when Action is coming over the top side.
What a
there,
game.
You know, crazy stuff at the end. Stalwart managed just to get through all those teams from that north side playing in Picardo. That is an incredible
People are just
result from
misguiding
them,
you.
and a result I don't think
10K
anyone
by
saw
doing
coming.
management content. They are
I think with the way
exaggerating
that they had
things.
to play that one, they had to be so patient. They had to take their
Can
time.
you move your face
and
cam to the left a little bit?
I really think they could have helped Uzi out versus Deadeye, guys. He was doing so much work there, and I get that they're trying to hold down Stalwart too, but you can at least give
Well, this
up
is the
one player
Mongolian
to come
team.
back and help Uzi, and potentially get a full squad wipe onto Deadeye, guys. Get
Pika's
some
really
loot, get
good.
some utility, and then
Pika's like
their
their long range player. Pika hits a lot of good snipes and like he's really good long range.
Yeah.
Pika's like
There was a crucial pick as well onto the back line.
Pika's like the
Of
pair
Infinity,
boy
so God Tunny going down,
of
getting
Stalwarts
knocked out as
Esport.
well. It left them as a
He got 8
2
kills that
man
game.
front.
Damn,
Yeah.
dude.
Against the Deadeye's guys. And sure, you know, maybe you can hold that out, and in fact they did, but that just allows Stalwart to move straight on through, which is exactly what happened, right? You take out that flank, you take off that suppressing angle, and all of a sudden it's a completely different game.
The org is
I think
Indian,
that's
but
the
players are
issue when
Mongolian.
you look at that play that they made, is that
Okay.
they committed to the 4-man-1 split, right?
Pika's
where
also
they
the
were
IGL?
lined up across that
Damn,
bridge line,
okay.
and that's okay if you're playing safe and if you're playing off one another. But they were playing so aggressively. They lost Logan, like you said.
Winner of match 1,
You
STE.
had
Winner of match
God
2,
Tunny go down
STE.
2 in those final moments versus Frag. So, like, yeah, I don't know really what happened there, John. I don't think that is how it should have gone down. And realistically, the Infinity committed to a play, but then played as if they were as a one-man unit.
Certainly looking to feel fairly cohesive as we head into the highlights here. It was a fairly kind plane path. I feel like the circle, again, was not too dramatic. And I think it was a well-leveraged position from the Infinities to get as far as they did. And I mean, they
I was just
hit
trying to
hard
coach
in this
Eastern
lobby.
Stars.
They got a lot done. And it was just the final moments that didn't quite go their way.
Yeah,
Always the bridesmaid, never the bride, apparently, for Infinity.
absolutely.
What happened to
Infinity,
Zeus?
though, over the top side,
SDE?
just trying to find something. Uzi is
Star Wars
doing well this game
Esports?
for the Infinity.
They just
6
they're
to
just
8
better
in a
than
great
Zeus.
position, but Stalwart,
They're
yeah,
both
like,
Mongolian
they're
teams.
just moving through these teams, and this is a difficult position to play in if you are Stalwart over on that side. Just playing that shack, and they played it for as long as possible, waited for these guys to actually take this out, but eventually it does go in the favor of Stalwart. The Infinity just kind of fumbling at the end.
Unfortunate there, but it's Stalwart to take the chicken dinner. Let's head to the analyst desk to break down that Miramar.
I know PUBG so much I can...
Yeah, that was a crazy Miramar, to be honest. I mean, there's a lot to break down, a lot to talk about when it came to the very end of that match.
He loves PUBG.
I do.
Yeah, well, why would you love PUBG Mobile? It's a fantastic game with a fantastic finish. You saw Stalwart Esports coming out on top, and let's be honest, guys. I think all of us agreed Infinity should have had that game.
Yes. I thought they had Deadeye's guys dead to rights there. They had amazing angles. Uzi, of all people, as well there with the position that he had. Not only the grenade coming in, but also the angle through the tree. Brilliant stuff by that. I mean, I feel like they had 3 of them knocked. So for Deadeye's guys to make the recovery...
How do you
there and
perfectly
cause so
analyze a
much
game and
problems
learn
for
from it?
Infinity, Tarzan
There's
was
no
quite
perfect way to
spectacular.
do it.
I feel like it's also out of
I think
respect, right? Like sometimes
my
you
best
play-
tip for analyzing
once
your
you
own
actually draw
gameplay and
parallels
competitive
between this
gameplay
game
is
and
you
the
want to
game,
start
when it comes to amount of info that you know.
you want to
from
start
the
your
game,
analysis
I feel like
point
Infinity was just
at the
being
point
careful
where
for
there's
very
least
good reason,
amount of
right? There were
factors.
certain dips that they have not seen,
Um,
or field circles,
th-
so
where
they
there's the
need to
least
use
amount
that,
of RNG
with, like, a
factors.
little bit, with a bit more caution. So I understand.
So,
that. Those
like,
are some missed opportunity, or should I say,
before a fight
Stealth just
happens,
found, you know, we
before
talked
the
about
next
playing
circle
on the side,
appears,
wait,
before
they
anything
used that dip, they waited, and then
before
they
anything
marked
crazy
towards the end,
happens,
look at the kill feed,
what are
look
some
at all
things
the
that your
time
team
shots,
could be
they took
doing
different from
that could be done better? And
Yeah,
before
really
you
smart play
push,
indeed. I mean, to be fair to
even
Infinity,
before
like,
you
yes,
decide
they
you need to
closed out the
push,
game, but
your
they
team
picked
setup,
melodic
and even
eliminations.
before
They got
that, you
a lot
always
of
want to
points,
look
had a lot of points for
at the
match winners
part
as well.
where
The team
there's
who
the
was
least
15 plays
amount
at the end of the first week
of
league play
other
comes
factors
out to
involved.
potentially or most likely be the number
And
one team after 2 matches in a super weekend. So this is
you
what
want to
we talked
look,
about before,
you want to
right?
start
Just 'cause you're
from
bottom of the table, just 'cause you're 16th
yeah,
place in your
where
Deadass
your team
guys,
has the most
doesn't mean
amount
you're
of
a bad team.
control
Just means you haven't had that opportunity to really shine, and we see
of a
Infinity do
situation.
that perfectly.
Yeah, definitely so. Infinity is the 22 points.
So if you analyze things from there,
Circle look involved.
the reason why you want to do that is because if you focus on your analysis and how your team improves starting from that position or in that mindset, you'll be able to apply those things more often than you focusing on a fight and saying like, oh, in this fight situation, you should have done this. Well, every fight's different, and maybe the next 20 fights, you won't ever be in that type of position because everything leading up to that fight would affect how the fight goes. So you want to analyze everything, the 20 things before a fight happens, the 20 things before you have to do a rotation. You want to analyze those things. So I think that's the most effective way to improve on a team.
We said it at the top of the show, right, Jason? We were talking about Star Wars Esports. You look at their situation in Erangel against Nigma as they know that the knocks are coming through, and then they.
Do you think 1.5 months of hardcore TPP will help them invite it? Yeah, it'll definitely make them more comfortable to hardcore TPP. The thing they have to get used to the most is no aim assist.
The right time, and there probably was a compunction inside them say, you know, maybe we do leave this shack a little bit earlier. Maybe we are in nade range here. Maybe we do flex out and try and survive. But no, they held patient and pushed out at the right time. Stalwart knows their timings, Jason.
And I feel like we've said this so many times, and we continue to say it so many times. Information is key, and like you mentioned before, Tarzan, you know, being quiet and then being loud.
Damn, peek up.
They just struck at the perfect time, and we'll get into
8 kills,
1,000
1,000 damage.
1,000 damage, 55% team contribution, 8 eliminations. I think we're seeing, as Maxman might call it, an Avenger level threat team here. I mean, he's already been saying it, but I'm going to say it again.
Amazing. I think like coming from someone who can dictate the game, command.
Which team am I supporting?
At the same time, I think a lot of people who have the experience of trying that role know how hard it is, right? Like sometimes it's almost like the perfect excuse. Like I'm thinking I need to show.
I'm just gonna go based off last year. Like I think
like when it's come to the tendency of this team,
I want to support Nova, but I mean they've just won so many things that like Nova is just like they don't need the support, man. They're already like the best team in the world.
And they just made it work. It was the perfect amount, but Muzi,
I want
God, like we
a
love
team.
this guy.
I want a non-Chinese team to win. I think that would be pretty crazy. I think the best non-Chinese team
This is the comeback of this team.
would just be the second best region compared to last year, which is a Mongolian team. And ST Stalwarts is really good.
And they're able to deal with Rico Infinity in such an impressive way to then transition on.
Zeus lost after they changed their logo.
I think really impressive stuff from Infinity, but I actually
Rip that team in
wanna go
advance.
back onto STE here again whilst we're still looking at Pika, because it's actually mind-boggling.
Yeah,
that
Newsy
they're
put
able
up
to
a
win this
shit
game.
ton of damage.
They were 2 for so long, Jason, stuck between Deadeye's guys as well as 6.
Onion says aim assists often affect much. Most of them already played with it off. Oh, that's good then.
About playing some of these edge situations,
I wanted to support TC, but yeah, I wanted to support TC. I wanted to support TC. I definitely wanted to support
we did
TC.
discuss while we're watching the match about Infinity, right? We thought they were most likely going to win. And I feel like Stalwarts
Nepali
and
Momo
Van
are recently declared as best dumplings in the world. I'll definitely have to try it if I'm ever in Nepal.
Easy fight versus Deadeye's guys. Then we obviously communicated, well, maybe they don't have the information because all the dips and stuff like that. But Stalwarts Esports taking advantage of the situation completely to get themselves a chicken dinner, get themselves now in 3rd place overall, but more importantly, Infinity from 15th place to 1st place at the end of our first 2 matches here in our Super Weekend.
Yeah, you might be Infinity, but it seems unless your acronym is STE, you're not getting the chicken dinners today. Unfortunate for them up towards the top, but yeah, I mean, it's great points coming in. 43
All right,
points.
I'm gonna send out some DMs right now about coaching in
They
India.
were in a bit of a rocky area throughout the
Let's just see what happens.
They had 46 points across 8 matches in league play. They have almost that just from 2 alone here the Super Weekend.
Yeah, I mean, again, we look at this previous.
Who do I contact from TSM?
But you have to work with it. You have to. The thing is that and Tarzan, you were pointing.
So TSM, Seoul, and TX.
Rico Infinity team, a very strong team, by the way.
Those are the 3 teams I'm gonna ask.
Greet those guys on, and then obviously they end up in the compound, and it can get a bit scary from there.
Who do I contact from
so many
TSM?
small things that they've done, right? But this
And
page-
what's
there's
Sid's
a problem. We
oh,
talked
I found
about
it.
those top teams
Soul Sid.
before, but those doesn't matter anymore, Jason.
Yeah, well, Digma Galaxy, 4 points. I mean, again, like we're gonna focus on that just because.
I wonder if I could even
they
send
were
him a
3rd place
message.
overall with 0 chicken dinners. Every team around them had 2 or 1. They were the only team in the top 5, only team in the top 7, I believe, actually, who did not have a chicken dinner under their belt. But so we're gonna be even crucial and more harsh about them when it comes to our Super Weekend. But we see the likes of TJB down there as well, a couple of other teams. It's been a rough first 2 matches for some teams. And again, we still have 13 left to go across the next 2 days and today, of course. I knew it was 13. I was just trying to help out Maxman. It's not even fair. He's not even on the show today, and I'm still bashing on him. But there's still a lot of matches to be played. And at the same time, it's not like you get anything at the end of the Super Weekend. All you're really doing is creating that buffer potentially against the other teams who might qualify next weekend and look to surpass you. So already a good start.
The 5 love languages, Sue. Did you watch the video?
Polaris, we got to break down
TSM Nilstar?
That's right, because we've got to look at a few of the situations from Team Infinity, of course, here, as they're able to
Contact Skylights. Ocean coaches Skylights.
coming their way. And let's bear in mind that, again,
TSM
they
FTX, don't go for
moved
Soul.
over towards
I'm gonna
Soul,
ask
came
around
back to
just to
strong
see.
compounds later on, once these circles have shifted, to be able to get themselves in the best spots. And that's fine, not too much problems with that. If you want to center up, you have to already dropping in a central location, Tarzan.
Oasis team? Oh, I know. I remember Oasis.
Would go, I think, in these circles.
Yeah, I love how they play this, right?
Yeah, I know Zeus is strong right now. Zeus seems to be back in shape, but it's a little bit too late for this year. Just because, you know, PMGC already started and they didn't qualify.
You've got very good control.
TSM already has a coach? Oh, okay.
When to fight, right? But this is the clip that you're talking
Ocean
about.
is analyst, not coach.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
okay.
actually, there was a moment there where Prestigio is actually doing something very smart, which is just creating a very fast-moving
TSM has coach for Soul Contact Mortal or Thug. I'm gonna contact Sid, and then I'll also ask Mortal.
Around and causing confusion and trying to find a different angle to actually breach into that compound. It creates problems for Infinity because they're all of a sudden.
I know TSM is an American org, yes, yeah.
But Infinity holds down strong, holds down from the windows, and is able to deal with the Rico Infinity team, despite a little bit of a lack of smoke stars. And I think you probably want to see a few more there from Rico Infinity.
Yeah, I feel like there's some ways when it comes to the breaching mechanics that teams need to think about. Of course, they can peek from either building, so the windows or the ridge. Like, I feel like aggressive smokes can be thrown to at least block off the ridge peekers, and then keep your crosshair on the windows when you push in, right? That's something that they could have been done differently, or just to pull the same move a little bit earlier so that they've got the time. But after that is this team, like Infinity, trying to have a very good split and try to control the majority of this later 2 phases, and that was a really, really good one to watch.
So we're seeing the tail end here of Infinity versus Deadeye's guys, which like Infinity had knocked 2 or 3 people here before this fight actually went down, and then they allowed Deadeye's guys to recover. I feel like Infinity at that point should have pushed a bit more aggressively on towards Deadeye guys once they know that they had them absolutely dead to rights, because you've always got to account for this kind of backstab. And we already spoke about it before, Tarzan. STE, I think they could have gone maybe even 5 or 10 seconds earlier than this and really put on the pressure, but they still
Team Secret also needs a coach.
It's a very important, 10 seconds.
Audrey looks cute. Do you talk? Who the heck is Audrey? What?
Where It's at 16 seconds.
Okay, here's the DM.
Optimization window. 10 seconds from.
I was gonna say who I am, but
Like, it
I
would
feel
have
like
made a huge difference.
they
Even
either
if
know
it's
who
the
I already
top
am,
touch that
and
on
it'll be
V2,
weird
like,
if I
with a
try and
lot
talk about who
more
I am, or they
difficulty,
don't know who I
because it was
am,
just 2 seconds
and then I could
to
just
allow
give them
our
my
first hit
credential
coming through from Team
afterwards.
So these things are very small things that could mean the world. I mean, it's not just them. Like Infinity made something. I would say a mistake. Like in a situation like that, you need to pick a side. You know what the other team were doing, and they have to pressure the Ice Guys a lot earlier.
I think, to be fair, Top was just handicapping himself to give Secret a chance in that match.
I can't coach. I don't think coaching like DRS or like the
decision making seems to be
I don't-
so on point. We think back
I don't
to
know
years
if
ago
I
back
could
when
coach a
they
Nepal
made
team
Galaxy
because
instead of
I don't know if they
Pubg.
speak English.
And Nigma were fighting a team over towards
I know they
the
speak
side,
English,
side
but
of them, and they capitalized on
I don't
that
know
at the
how,
right time, and Mercedes'
like,
decision-making
how possible it
has been
is to
so
coach
much
fully
more
in
than
English.
team here, Polaris.
Yeah, and I think
NGX has no coach, they speak English. You could try with them, belong to big organization GXR, so they will pay you well.
What he just did. I mean, 8 kills.
Oh, okay.
Not only this, but the duo themselves being able to survive through adversity.
They might get signed to Vitality soon.
I will say as well that we have had.
I'm gonna just start with messaging, and hopefully the word spreads that I'm interested in coaching, and we'll see what happens.
Created a little bit of variance in where the results are going here or there. So I'm not really holding it against some of the bottom teams in league play. I'm not holding it against some of the bottom teams here in the Super Weekend so far, because these hard shifts are.
Just after seeing who is Audrey. Wait, who's Audrey? What is this Audrey? I'm confused.
Keeps making it work. They're brilliant.
Most are fluent in English. Nepal's very good in English. Oh, okay.
We got Avenger level threat. We got championship caliber. We got it all. Tarzan, I did want to.
I'm a Nepali. I can 100% guarantee they will. Okay, so Nepal's okay. So Nepal is good.
But honestly, I feel like the last
for English
2 years, and I'd say honestly, in any esport, you go through.
Try for Godlike analyst or coach. Godlike has a really good coach already. I think an analyst and coach pretty much do the same thing. Well, I mean, analyst and coach do different things, but I think I would rather do a coaching role. Analyst is more like busy work. Analyst is more like studying other teams and teaching your team what other teams do. Versus coaching is more focused on what you're trying to get your team to learn and do.
I think this, of course, like we have Durango coming back, and I think that
Audrey is Ligma. Is Audrey like a Ligma joke? I haven't seen the joke yet. Okay, I'm gonna DM Sid right now. The DM is, hey bro, I'm interested in coaching an Indian team next year. I think the region has a lot of potential with how much passion and talent there is in the region. Let me know. Let me know if your team or other teams may be interested.
Who is the first one in? So he sets the scene like up front, and then he takes the opening knock and then sends his team. So I think it's about creating.
And then thank you for your time.
So it's not always representative of how the teams like or the players like, and the Pika therefore sure can play more than one role.
Well, the way you were mentioning before about sending teammates to make the first move, I actually call that baiting, but that's just me, and that's exactly what I would do, to be fair. But in the meantime, we do have to head to a break here while we get things ready. Of course I would. That's the only way I can get elimination.
And I'm also going to just message, I'll message Mortal.
It's going to be Aaron Gale, and we'll see you guys shortly.
PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship.
Except I don't think Mortal will reply, because Mortal just has too many people. I've messaged Mortal before, he never replied, so I'll message Thug, because I think Thug has seen... I've talked to Thug before.
This year, show the world you've ascended. Remind the world of South Korea's raw talent. Japan, you came
ZooTay acting... I don't know, who is... What is Audrey loose, bruh? I don't get this Audrey joke.
You're the alpha dogs that dominated the West. Now, lead the pack on the world stage. Southeast Asia,
God L ZooTay. I don't think God L needs a coach. God L is currently, I think, even back in TSM Entity, the way TSM Entity played under Gatak, right? I think he knows what he's doing really well. Like 2 years ago, I was watching TSM Entity play, and I really liked the way they played. I think the coach for Godlike is like a really good coach already.
Last year's PMGC. Now, with everyone's eyes on you once more, can you secure back-to-back victories? PMGC.
Income's not good for Nepal though. Okay.
Who will stand victorious in the end?
Like, okay, so as far as income goes, like, here's how I see it, right? I need a balance between growing my channel and actual income. So I know in India, right, like, India has the potential to pay an okay amount, and then also it will help my channel grow a lot. Or, you know, Nepal is the same. Nepal maybe can't pay as much according to what that one person said in the chat. But I know Nepal also has a huge fan base, so I don't know. DM rocks. That's Soul's IGL. I'll DM 8-bit because 8-bit sees my messages.
Pastinya kesal sama diri sendiri juga sih. Banyak lah, gede pasti pressure-nya.
Fazia parte da Loops, time brasileiro também de PUBGMOBILE. Meu time acabou sendo desclassificado da final. A Alpha 7 me deu todo o apoio possível, né, naquele momento difícil.
Я уверен, что команда в нашей текущей форме готова стать чемпионами. И мы идем за этим.
Yang pasti gue belum puas karena semua player, semua tim pasti mau yang terbaik dan juara itu cuma satu, yaitu juara satu.
在 PMGC 夺得冠军后，只有2个方向可以走，要么是继续保持胜利，或者是其他队伍击败你。
I feel like if you're not one of those who have participated in these big past events, then you're gonna crack under that pressure. Or maybe, again, you turn out to be a diamond and you turn out to get...
Rox isn't that famous. He would reply quicker maybe. Yeah, Gatak is a good coach. Yeah, I think God L has a really good coach already. There's no reason for me to ask them. So I should message Rox. It looks like a lot of you guys are saying to DM Rox.
Tu aprende a ter amor pelo próximo. É algo assim. Perdi, velho.
How do you? What's his Instagram?
Но когда закончил, уже ни о чем не мечтаю, просто живу одним днем. У меня просто цель выиграть чемпионат мира.
他现在的责任很重，因为他现在是作为中国和平精英的形象代表之一。
Gimana kalau lu tahu
What is Rox's Instagram?
Terus bikin mood tim jadi
You should give them an analysis video of yours. These players, they should know who I am. If they don't know who I am, I'll just, you know, let them know my experience. I don't think a video will be necessary.
Fazia parte da Loops.
Soul has money but no respect. That's the thing. What if I like can coach a team to become really good? Then Soul can get respect as a team, and then I could also get respect. Like, that's the goal here. I don't want to just pick a team that's already really good. I don't mind picking a team that's like in the middle or so, and then coach them. Rox underscored nub. Okay.
Belum puas karena semua player, semua tim pasti mau yang terbaik dan juara itu cuma satu, yaitu juara satu.
在 PMGC 夺得冠军后， 只有2个方向可以走，要么是继续保持胜利，或者是其他队伍击败你。
I feel like if you're not one of those who have participated in these big past events, then you're gonna crack under that pressure. Or maybe, again, you turn out to be a diamond and you turn out to get into PMGC and win the whole thing and make a dynasty of your own.
You can ask Thug. I already asked Thug. Alright, I sent out a few DMs. I'll also just let Scout know too.
진을 예쁘게 쳐놓긴 했는데 준이 얻어. 준이. 자, 잘했어요. 워리어스. 스코어도 자, 이거 오케이가 순식간에 녹을 수 있습니다. 이거 스코어가 판을 깔아줬거든요. 워리어스. 본인들의 점수가.
DRS and SG can afford you?
Danny, ready for abstract.
Make a good portfolio. I feel like this type of job, with my experience as a player and most of them, like I don't think I need to make a portfolio. I'll just explain I think my biggest results show through the fact I made it to global champions. Like, pretty much. Okay, so let's recap real quick, right? And I'm recapping for myself too, so I'll know what to say. So the very first global champion I played with, I played with Gangstars. It was me, Beowulf, Pyra, and Angry, and Everfury, right? We got to the globals. Out of all of those players, only one of them still plays, and he's on Ghost Gaming. So it was a pretty strong team, and I wasn't the main IGL, but hey, got to globals. The second globals, I actually didn't get to compete in with the team I wanted to compete with, because we were actually supposed to be signed by Ghost Gaming. A lot of you guys don't know this. I probably only had a couple of fans back then too. Maybe 3 of you guys in the chat know this situation. But the second global finals, we were supposed to be signed by Ghost Gaming that year, but they ended up not signing us, and they had an invite slot. So we were focused on a different tournament and didn't worry about qualifying because we were supposed to get that invite slot. They never signed us, so I didn't get to compete that year. I ended up getting picked up as a sub player for the team that did get to compete that year, and we didn't do too well because that wasn't my team. And then third global finals was Malaysia. Third global finals, it was me, Wi-Fi, King A, Spring, and Carnage. Out of those players, none of them are playing at the highest level right now. So maybe the best player on that team was Carnage. But basically the point I'm trying to make is each year I never had a strong super team, but through my understanding and IGLing of the game alone, I have managed to qualify to the globals. That's the third globals. The fourth globals was Dubai, number 2. Dubai globals number 2. I played with a team that had no PMGC experience, no PMCO, PMPL experience, right? I played with Fate. That was his first tournament. Killswitch was really good. He's definitely a star player who's still a star player. And I played with Fame Boys. But basically those players, it wasn't a stack team either. Fate's team this time couldn't make it into even PMPL Americas, right? And so the point is with that one, match started. How is it started?
See it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration.
And so like.
And the first steps. I am.
So yeah, I qualified for the globals there too. So I get that's my credentials basically. Basically, like I never had a super team, and I was like the main. Not on execute though. I let Fate be the main IGL because it was his team, and I got brought on to that team.
It's been really hard to predict how things will go.
But since I'm not IGLing anymore, and Fate is IGLing this time on his own, his team couldn't qualify to Americas, which is like 2 stages before PMGC. But last time I played with Fate, I helped a lot with the IGLing, but I let him have the main calls. But I helped a whole lot with the IGLing, which is why we got to globals in my opinion.
The 1+9 and the 9 Pro, your best shot to climb the leaderboards and potentially get into PMGC next year. In
So that's basically going to be my credentials for being a coach.
It's gonna happen. I saw Kalaris look down like, wait, is it announced 20 million? No, we don't know what's happened just yet. But gentlemen, let's hear some like high points from your guys' thoughts today, or maybe some predictions.
Okay, so who do I message for TSM? Somebody says TSM already has a coach, but if I'm interested in TSM, who do I message? So I messaged Soul, I messaged Scout. I'm just focused on India for now. Maybe I'll try and message the other regions like Nepal.
They didn't look good in these last 2 games. They're gonna look good this time around. Let's see it happen. All right.
Playing the odds. All right, Tarzan.
I'm just gonna choose Nova because I feel like they were.
I'm in touch with a lot of orgs in India. If you need, I can talk to orgs like Skylights, TSM. I'm also probably just gonna make an Instagram post or something.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna even throw a prediction.
I think I'll make an Instagram post or something, just to let people know, like, hey, I'm interested in coaching a team next year. And hopefully the message spreads around within India and stuff.
Here to have a big step up. I mean, Emma Stromberry sitting very low in the rankings so far within the Super.
How about Navi?
And I don't have any reason
so the reason why I don't want to do an American team or a European team is because I don't think the pay will be enough.
And I really want to show everyone out there that, again, just because you're last place doesn't mean you're a bad team.
It comes down to the pay or the exposure, right? Like India, Nepal, like these regions are very popular with the game, and it can help grow my channel, which in a way will equate to money.
End up as well to see your overall rankings. And again, for you guys at home, it's just about maintain top 6 team. You have to
do an Instagram post for sure.
Grow up those points
yeah.
As time does go on. Teams who have not qualified.
Wait for Soul to reply. I mean, I want to see what teams are interested. All right, I don't want to just. It's like applying for a job. You don't want to just apply for one single job.
Have seen from India. Not sure how about who's going to get voted or who's going to get brought into the event, but it's going to be the best event of the year. You guys are not going to want to miss that one when it kicks off in early January.
TSM FTX Aquanox will reply.
I'm so ready to go to hop into this game. I can't wait to see how Aaron Gill will.
Who should I DM from TSM? Aquanox?
To our commentators. We got 2 new ones coming in. We're no longer drawn on a blank. We got Imperium.
Godlike doesn't need a coach. Godlike has a really good coach already. So.
Well, thank you for that, Jason. He's looking dashing today, Imperium, and so are you. Although we can't.
If you need, I can talk regarding coaching. Yeah, Blizzard. Like, if you can do that. What's your Instagram, Blizzard? So I could link up with you on Instagram too.
I'm feeling good, and thank you very much.
If you really have the connections, like, you could just send out, like, just let people know, right? That I'm interested. You don't have to like. You don't have to like help me find a team, but if you could just get the message out.
To the plate, although, like the desk has said, always the bridesmaid, never the bride so far. Then Stalwart.
TSM Armin is their manager. Okay.
Their first chicken dinner of the day. So this game.
TSM has a coach.
I like what the desk was saying.
Yeah, somebody told me TSM has a coach already, but I want to just like see my options, because people are saying TSM needs a coach still. Like their coach could be better or something. Maybe TSM is interested in me, right, over their current coach.
Just getting into the top 16, and there's a little bit more of a, randomness about it, whereas in the Super
If
Weekend,
TSM is a really good
step
team,
up,
like
they
I'm not
try
gonna
hard
want to
and
coach them
they might have
because they
maybe
don't need a
felt
coach.
the effect of that, where they're
Oh,
being
TSM is a very
pushed
good
little
team.
more heavily,
If
they're being
TSM is
pressured
already a
little
strong
more heavily,
team with a good
and they need
coach,
to
then
adapt to
there's
it.
no reason for me to
Oh, yeah, for
message.
sure. And I think a particular trend we've seen thus far.
But if
two games, but you look at a top 8.
if TSM is not a very strong team, but they have a lot of potential,
And you look at teams like Infinity, you look at 628,
I don't mind
you look at
coaching.
4 Rivals, Deadeyes,
Deadeyes, Coach Deadeyes.
6 Team Secret. These are the teams in the top 7, top 8, right? And they were, most of them, if not all of them, were in the bottom half.
Beware of
Yes.
scams if
For the Super
anyone.
Weekend. So yes, it looks like the
Beware of
script has kind
scams.
of flipped.
Yeah.
However,
Wait.
the only one team who has maintained their
Blizzard, what's your?
consistency thus
I might have
far
missed your
has
message.
been
Blizzard,
Stalwart
can you
Esports,
at me and then tell me your Instagram so I can stay in contact with you?
They're going to be gunning for more and gunning for Satar. It is going to be Scry, but he's going to try and steal the weapon away. Satar with that semi-automatic pistol, trying to wrap up a couple of shots, but not quite able to.
DRS fighting.
Go for no, he's not.
Is he hunting it? No, okay.
Hold on, switch cameras.
Yeah.
But, there we go. He's gonna try and regroup with the rest of his teammates.
Oh.
Ooh, and then we do see
Where did that shot come from?
getting a knock onto action
What a
from
shot.
Ohio
Headshot,
inside
long
the
range.
farm building. So that's good play from Genesis and Dogman. That's where it's not much, and I don't know how intentional it was, but that's where a bit of a bait play can come through when somebody from a team gets into a vehicle and starts driving away or driving in a direction, and they get distracted. The other team gets distracted by that. That's when we see that teamwork come through. So good communication from Genesis Dogman.
And it looks like the truce we saw.
What pay would I work for? I mean, I would have to just discuss that with the teams I talk to see. I will contact you on Insta. Okay.
Back and forth between the two teams, and here we go. The battle for Yasnaya. It has commenced already. A couple of members have been lost.
They have really bad experience with past coaches. Team Scout doesn't need a coach.
For MS Chonburi, and they're spread quite thin, especially for MS.
Doug and Soul were in talks with coach, but they didn't close the
There
deal.
we go. They're going to be going for the
How is this PMGC going? It's going good.
The interesting thing about Stalwart
Is this a military circle? Is that why?
they do kind of stand out from the rest of South Asian teams would be, while a lot of them don't really have a plan B when it comes to the drop location. Stalwart, I mean, right now they're going to Nova, but they're a team who are comfortable dropping, it looks like, at least 3 locations all over the map.
Yeah,
Whose idea was to make ZooTay coach? I'm interested in doing
I'm not saying
coaching.
they put themselves in the best positions all the time, because I think they don't. And whether that's a product of them making a mistake, or I'll talk about it, or whether it's just one thing or another, they don't always put themselves in the best position. But they do look to make the best of every single position they're in. And that's what I really like about Stalwart. They have the confidence, the aggressiveness to turn something out of nothing. So I think that's really positive about their playstyle coming into this global championship east side. But indeed, that phase 1, bit of a pain in the
Fallen, I don't get the joke, bro. Hey, what's up,
I
Amon?
tried to be a little bit PG in that
It's
regard,
alright.
but definitely
I'll be your angry voice.
Will you cook your own food?
I love it. But yeah,
Currently, I'm living with
pain
my
for sure
parents,
for a lot of these
so
teams.
my
Now,
mom
the
makes the
river does
food.
come into play. Shooting range is an important hillside area that you want to look to somewhat control, and then you have specifically those kind of
Yeah, quick
airplanes,
casting.
that strip of airplanes that's on
I still like
towards
casting, but they want to move
side.
me into the
But this
analyst
phase
role
one,
to see how
if
I
a
do as
team
an
can get
analyst.
control of that area in the early parts of the game, it could
How did
prove
match
to be
2 go?
very fruitful.
Star Wars Esports won match 2, but Infinity came in second. And Infinity was already having a good game, or a good result, so Infinity right now is in first overall.
Coming off the worst for wear in that particular skirmish.
Yes.
I would coach online. I wouldn't be moving to India.
Stalwart Esports have found their way all the
How can teams qualify? Qualify to what?
which is of course going to be Nova Rep Noi, but looking
For
at some
PMGC right now?
earlier Imperium, they will have
They have 3 weeks of Super Weekend, and the top 16 teams, there's a total of 20 teams, right? The top 16 teams from Super Weekend combined points go to the PMGC East Finals,
we don't see this that often. We see
like grand finals.
but
No, it goes to the PMGC finals, and then the top 9 from there go into PMGC grand finals.
All the way around down south, you know, kind of making the way from the western side. Because I feel it is viable, because usually you don't see too many teams waiting around, you know, towards the Primorsk area, towards the western
Am
side.
I interested in MENA teams?
Yeah, it's. I don't think it's the best. Actually, you know.
I don't know, like, I don't know if that
it's not the
region,
best
so
idea.
MENA
I really
region.
love the fact that you. I really love the fact that
Like,
you
where I
bring
coach
it into
depends
play
on
as
3
an
things.
option,
Number 1, the biggest thing
because
is,
sometimes not enough
do they speak fluent English? Because I will be coaching in English, and if they don't understand fluent English, I'm worried some of the things I try to say wouldn't get fully understood. Number 2, can that region pay a decent amount? Now, I live in the US, so I have a really high cost of living. So, like, I would require higher pay than what most coaches that live in that region would get paid. But number 3, to balance out the pay, if I could also get exposure
I'm like, it was meant to be, man.
and grow my YouTube channel,
It was always meant to be Imperium, and
I could do a balance between the pay and the exposure I might get. So those 3 things come into factor about which team I potentially want to coach.
We're seeing an early migration taking place here from the majority of the teams. I could probably take a look at the map very quickly. Production can bring that up in the next couple of minutes. We can take a look at how these teams are navigating their way.
Why is living with your parents such an embarrassment in the US? Yeah, so in the US, like,
What was looking like a very
it's just a cultural thing.
Oh no.
Like in the
I don't know
US,
why everyone's so averse to taking that one. It's so.
it's just like once you turn 18, or not once you turn 18, but like, it's just more like you need to be your own person
They're down to 2 players. I don't think they can afford to take
and find a job and move out. The earlier the better, right? It's just a cultural thing. But in Chinese tradition or in Chinese culture, it's very normal for the family to stay together. Like,
I just saw they have 1 point as well. So
kids
yeah, you
don't
probably
like have to move out or
Hey, look,
anything.
you know, you're a little bit evil. You're a little bit sadistic. I love how once again you bring that into play. But this Xavier, they have the spread on board for the time, and being Rabbi's leading the way. The Xavier, I think, have stepped up big time across between the league stage and the Super Weekend so far. They've looked a little bit more aggressive in today's first 2 matches, and it seems like they're not taking anything for granted in my eyes. So, to me, I'm excited to see how they develop across the rest of the Super Weekend, and of course the whole of
Okay, I got a lot of DMs. Hold on, let me check.
The team who has definitely impressed us has to be Infinity, though, right? They are a team who we had a few question marks about looking at their performance during the league stage, and they're like, nah, they're not bad. They're not really struggling or anything. They managed to book themselves a spot here in the Super Weekend, not very convincingly like a few of the other teams.
Yes.
Like like a TJB or a Enigma Galaxy or even Starwood Esports. But right now, first couple of games, it has been incredible for the SCA team.
Yeah, and that's where it really matters, right? Because you mentioned TJB, a little bit like Enigma. They're another team that looked confident. Won the first game of both league days. But in this Super Weekend, currently, they only have 6 points in 2 games. And when you're talking about prize pool as well, where it really counts, TJB have not really shown that so far. So, yes, there's a long way to go, but when you're comparing the league play to the Super Weekend, which is all we can really do at the moment, TJB have gone backwards in that regard. So let's see what they can pull out inside this game 3 as 4 rivals hold on to shooting range. I'm not a big fan of committing to shooting range in phase 2 because crevating up that hill if it goes south is incredibly dangerous from shooting range, and I don't think there's as much of an exit potential around shooting range as teams think. So I do worry about rivals in that regard. You can look at
DMIG Maniac.
Hillside. They have a lovely spread up that hill.
Yeah,
okay.
Spread. And there is yet another team in the vicinity. That is something that DE are going to be cognizant of, but not for the time being. The team
Watching PMGC unofficial channel versus watching ZooTay.
And you're indeed right. Don't
Why are
really
the
see
viewers
what to say,
so
but it's a
low
perfect
for English?
impression.
I'm so
It's gonna
confused.
be hard for you to kind of find an
Is there a
escape
second
route
stream for English?
if you are going to be pincered by more than one team. As we take a look at Enigma Galaxy, who have had a bit of a tepid start thus far in the Super Weekend. They were impressing us.
Oh, I'm on the wrong channel. That's why.
Yes.
Okay, PUBG Mobile.
Incredible and
Okay, this one has 7,000.
That gave me a mini heart attack. But
We got there. We got there.
It's the same exact
You were
stream,
saying
though.
about Nigma and even the whole of the Mina.
Yeah, there's 7,000 watching this. 7,800. I definitely don't have
they had
as much
hidden
viewers.
presses all in the league stage. They just haven't really, kick-started their Super Weekend.
Of course, still very early days. For those of you new to how the format works, of course, we have 5 games across the entire weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So you have 15 opportunities. And thus far, two of them have gone by. So still a lot of chances left for a lot of these teams to kind of reverse what has transpired over the last couple of games. Teams like Rico Infinity, you have MS John Buri, who are still struggling a little bit, considering they're down to just a 2-man squad pretty early in the game. And now we have a team who have looked fantastic thus far in a Super Weekend. 6-8, the Chinese representatives. Going up there, it's more like warning shots in the direction of Enigma Galaxy. There's no need to really commit to it, right?
Well, yeah, because when you're looking at kind of the current circle ending and the next circle popping up, it really doesn't
Alright,
hurt
I'm
to
done
make that
replying
little bit of
to.
noise. It might
You could
not
try
cause
Velocity
the
Gaming X
sentiment of
IND.
suppression you
They
want,
aren't looking for
but
coach,
it
but you
is
could try
kind of
them as
puffing up
well.
your chest. It's making that noise and it's saying, hey, we're loud, we're proud, we're here to,
Okay, well,
to step up.
I mean, I'll just put the message out and see what happens.
Across to the team that you're shooting at. Tarzan, alluded to it. There is a time and a place to make some noise, of course, when you are trigger disciplined to the point where you're able to surprise your opponents. That's also a plus, but sometimes not enough teams.
Yeah, I know. Soul's looking for a coach.
Traffic and to make it a lot easier for them to enter the next phase. To Xavier, they've gone a little bit closer.
Let's watch from Doyu. Isn't Doyu just mainly focused on the Chinese teams, though?
They started to rotate, but they've been caught out by their Mina brethrens in Cryptics.
No love lost, it seems like, between the neighbors, and yeah, Lord, feel like his days are kind of numbered here. And yeah, they were looking like they were in a very good spot on this side of the cliff.
Hey, so that guy's doing casting and analyst desk. I want to do that. I want to do both. It's Professor Tarzan and Imperium casting right now.
In the meantime, though, Xavier, aware of 4 rivals' position, getting the kill onto one member of MS Chonburi. They're looking pretty comfortable right now as we head on even further north. And you can see it is kinda inside the zone. And a bit of a stalemate here between Team Secret and, of course,
How do I feel about the Knights? They're a really strong team.
Their opponents in the form of DRS, who have somehow managed to find themselves up north after getting a couple of kills early in the
An
game.
Insta story with tagging the managers and popular players would do.
And TJB somehow
I'm probably gonna make a post,
I'm not here, guys.
like an actual
Ignore me.
Instagram post. You
I'm on
DM
my
me.
own. Leave me alone. I'm doing nothing, and he's going right into the path of 4 rivals down on shooting range hill. Now, honestly, that really isn't like the worst hill to go as a solo, because there is the wall.
I got your
that
DM.
little bit of kind of an underside. So honestly, I don't mind that from the last player, Enigma Galaxy.
STE versus
so
STE again.
Under a little bit of pressure against her. STE twin of 628. A knock initially onto one of the 628 players has been returned. You can see Scry is able to pull off the revive onto his teammate, so that should keep Stalwart for the most part in the majority of the control, because that separation from the 628 isn't really enough to put an insane amount of pressure on Stalwart.
This little fight from 33Z, he's gone into the blue to get the angle on
Damn.
top, and he's gonna find
Beautiful.
him. This is beautifully done by 33Z, and you gotta bear in mind, he is taking quite a lot of damage. Unfortunately, Daoshi will bleed out into the open, and it's gonna be blue, which
That's a 1-for-1, right?
With Esports. They can.
Oh no, that's a
still
2-for-1.
they can
Star Wars
still try and go for the
Esports
rest,
actually
but
got
it
the
is
better
an
trade
exposed
there.
Position, meaning they're going to be paranoid that 33Z is still going to be sticking around. So
This
it might
Mongolian
be
team is
Star
sticking
Wars
it
Esports losing
to the
up.
Chinese
There we go.
teams.
Top will be found. So the 3v3 as Nova are going to be going up against Infinity. Right now, the Kings of the Hill going up against a Chinese super team.
There's also a potential third party with Genesis Dogma. We'll have to wait and see if they want to get involved. For the time being, it doesn't look like it. Nice name being thrown out by Order as he tries to suppress the members of Infinity. They are realizing that, hey, it's not worth
Nova's
it.
so
Nova
used to a
held onto
team
that
pushing,
compound, by the
even
way. It
if
was Infinity
one of the
that pushed
enemy
up
team's player
onto
gets
them.
knocked,
And
so they
Nova
still
said,
threw that
okay,
nade.
You know what? You
Dude,
wanna
Nova
push up
12th
close?
place,
We'll take
TJB
one of your
13th
players and
place.
Infinity run with their tail between their legs.
STE
Honestly,
second though.
I appreciate. I think it was the best call for them to disengage.
Right now, though, Genesis Dogma in a bit of a rough spot.
Chinese
Still
teams be
just
struggling
deployed,
right
but
now.
RC
It's only been 2 kills,
reject,
or
they know
two games so
exactly
far.
Where Nicel's going to be running off to, so they're gonna try and hunt him down. This is interesting from RC, and that's gonna offer an opportunity for Booms with that AWN to land a couple of shots. He's not going to quite find Saril though. He's taking a couple more shots through the window of the
Oh
top,
man,
and
this
RC
GD Gids player is like, he
might
looks
have gotten
old
a little
or
too
older.
eager. That's a question because they're spread quite thin and being exposed out in the open. If they get taken down, if a member gets knocked down, there's
CS
not
third
cover,
party
and the
STE
chances
China
of
there.
revive
Okay.
coming in also look quite
CS
slim,
stole
but
one
for the
kill.
time being, it
Gotcha.
looks like RC are coming out on top. They're going to find Daybot, and the remaining members of Genesis Dogma should somehow be able to escape unscathed. However, they have lost at least one member, and that's not a good. I'm gonna be very happy with that.
I can't believe though the Xavier has been able to kind of hold on in the way that they have in around the shooting range. Hill, I thought a little bit more pressure might have been put onto them by the likes of DR maybe 4 rivals, but they found a way to disengage away from where they are, and DRS have actually gone to where they were initially positioned. Rico Infinity looking quite nice on towards the northwestern side of this circle. Team Secret are on the very north tip as we do see Phase Force close.
Oh, this circle is gonna be so crazy.
Down south, they're gonna have to go across the road as Cryptics. They got initial couple of kills onto the members of Enigma. Now finally they make their way on to the west. As Sudan goes down 6-8, are out of here.
The buggy straight in the butt from Senkai. What a way to take down STE, and that is gonna be 6-8. Out, down, and out from the count is Infinity. The remaining 3 members having to go.
Alright, I want to say Chinese team's not looking as dominant, but it's only been 2 games.
Logan, I think he just nailed it himself.
We'll see what happens.
Play, my man. And Nova, it's got to be so much more easy for them.
But I think the other regions definitely have gotten closer up to
They're
China.
They're not overextending. They're like, it's not just about Infinity. They still need to contend with a couple of teams nearby, primarily Genesis.
I still wonder what it would be like if TC was in here.
And I think that's where Nova King was kind of driving around to try and get that information.
Why don't teams take early fights in global? Because it's not worth it. It's not worth it to take early fights. It's only 1 point per kill. And it's harder to take fights in TPP.
Than the first movie, and in this fight, the sequel is working out very good for Nova. They once again send Infinity away to separate an Order driving around in the buggy. One player from Infinity is knocked down. Newsy in the back line. Logan has only a tree and a couple of smokes to play with.
Oh, multiple fights breaking on. Logan's been found. And I think that is it for Infinity. A rough end for them. And yeah, I mean, it started off with them facing off against Nova, and in the end, Nova will be the team to claim them. Logan even getting run over. I think there's still one more player somewhere.
Nova's playing this fight against Infinity very well, though.
There, and it is going to be Arrowboy almost. Well, there we go. It is going
Nova, like, I wish we could watch that whole entire Nova fight just by itself. Because they used a lot of different techniques to take that 4v4 on the edge of zone.
Beautiful.
And a sliver of HP is all he's got in the name.
Who could perform better, TC or STE?
But the res is very much possible, but this is the opportunity for their opposition to
I don't know, that's a
destroy
hard
them
one.
and wipe them out of the server.
Like 6-8 or TC? I'd have to say 6-8 just because they did do better. They did better than TC got a lot of zones and PEL and they still didn't beat STE.
I don't know what look we're getting, but it's incredible.
But I feel like TC would have done better than
Sarah loses life. Deadeye's guys continue
TJB.
to try and do everything they can to control their position inside the circle. It's been whittled down to the edge. But
There's I know there's a Nova POV. We'll watch a Nova POV. We'll analyze the Nova POV to see that fight with Infinity after this game.
Coming in from Duello, even able to avoid and dodge a couple of bullets from Lamborghini, but that
yeah, I'll watch the Nova POV on YouTube.
His day, Lamborghini tosses it in, and there you have it. That is going to be it for a couple of teams now. We lose Reject, we lose Rico Infinity, and Nova now coming under heavy fire from 4 rivals. I can see in the kill feed a couple of them going down, and Nova in the meantime also going against Starwood Esports. It's a free-for-all, Imperium.
It is a free-for-all. For DRS, they have to cover against 4 rivals. So to me, they need to focus primarily on Xavier to push Xavier more towards Deadeye's guys. This side of this hill is so vicarious and so volatile, so I appreciate if they're not willing to take too much of a risk. But if DRS can do a little bit to push Xavier away, he can fare them off so much better in the final moments of this game.
Right now, DRS. It looks like the 2 Chinese Kings are just going up. It's a bit of a war of attrition where TJB have come out on top. Nova losing a lot of their members. There's DRS utilizing all the nades they have. It's a little bit too short of where they wanted to land though. And Xavier able to get the res, and Frankie should have enough time.
Oh, the zone shifted uphill.
Esports going up against Team Secret. And if you take a look at the radar, it's a kaleidoscope.
I don't think I've ever seen the zone shift uphill from shooting range like this. Every single time I've ever seen a zone like this, it always shifts more into shooting range. I've never seen it shift that far uphill.
On towards the airways. It said they were going to have a difficult task coming in from the northern side across the road. Well, they dealt with that very confidently by eliminating Rico Infinity, and now they're looking to do the same to take out Stalwart. Action, last player up, he steps up, gets a knock and eye shots.
1v1, he knows what Jumper is, and Jumper, he might not be expecting Action to just push on in. Action, he's going to finish off the job, confirming the kill, and our Team Secret, only Jumper remains. And Action, he's going to just lie prone for a few seconds here. Senkai, meanwhile, the blue is going to be on his butt, and he's going to try and move on ahead. In the meantime, Deadeye's guys uphill. They still have all 4 players alive.
Your viewers just doubled? Really?
Kill thus far, but having these many players alive, especially in that particular
rip.
is massive. And look at Turulov's position.
Your electricity went down? Shit, she found.
It is imperative, but it really isn't going to be the saving grace because yes,
damn, that sucks, dude.
Xavier, but they moved
if you want, you could get on a call with me. Or are you going to try and start your stream back up?
Senkei's eliminated. That's the end of Cryptics.
Jumper by his lonesome, taking fights at multiple teams, multiple players. Yeah, with Senkei falling, at least now he can focus on King from Nova. The tree, the only thing providing him some cover.
If Jumper, oh, never mind.
And it is going to be Action from behind. He finally strikes.
So Nova's still alive. TJB is alive. Deadeye is. Oh, DRS is also really. There's a lot of 4-man teams alive.
It's only getting even more hectic in Parim. We have TJB.
This will be a win for Nepali team.
One has been knocked down. Deadeye's guys still somehow able to heal themselves up. And Ninja, I think it's there you go. Boom. There we go. Boom. Will be knocked and finished off.
All right, DRS.
Losing yet another player. They're down to just 1 man stand.
And if you notice, Xavier pushed up onto the hillside where Deadeye's guys were, and that's exactly what DRS did that I wanted to see them do. Just suppress and push
Does that see the next Zeus? They pretty much are the next Zeus already.
So much better off, and the number of kills they've gotten so far leaves them in a very good position as they're down to our final 7 teams.
How is Nova still in contention? I don't even know. They still have 1 player alive, Paraboy. The myth, the legend himself, just lying prone.
Oh, the zone went uphill again?
Everyone else just take pot shots.
Wow.
DRS.
I've never seen the circle shift this way in shooting range.
To kind of ruin the day, right? That no one has a clean angle on them.
It always goes into shooting range in some way.
4 rivals are cooking, but not for DRS. I'm not sure where these nades are going.
Oh, what a grenade!
What a nade coming in from 4 rivals, and in a heartbeat, TJB are no more.
Sometimes when you have the center of the circle,
Xavier might win this. There's a chance.
They're out of here. 4 rivals. I question their phase.
Power Boy? He did say Power Boy, didn't he?
But it's worked out for them.
Satar? Any moment now. And
But he knows the rest of DRS is there, see, on the other side of the wall, so he doesn't want to make a move.
I know, but you know, it's a kill. It's still a kill. Powerboy, meanwhile, sneaking in. He's still lying prone 4 rivals. They seem to have kind of forgotten about him, or resuming he's no longer there. No, they're still going to be tossing in a couple of nades, and there we go. Powerboy, who's going to.
Oh!
That's going to give away his position. And what a reply from Lappy. He smacks him into the ground, and then now the Xavier having to go up against DRS, who are literally fighting an uphill battle.
Oh my god.
Last player up, Frankie. Sorry, he has Doug left alive with him. AJ goes down. Galson is
What a crazy game, dude. The zone actually shifted uphill. DRS though?
Knocked down almost instantaneously, and Galden's doing pretty much everything.
Use the
by
tree
himself.
leaves
He's
as
the last
cover.
man standing for his team. It's a 1v2.
Oh, that player DRS got knocked though.
They might just be able to steal this one away.
It's a
from everyone
1v1v2.
else. They only have to
DX should win this, yep.
And Yalden in the meantime is pinning everyone down, but Yalden might get shot from above. And he runs out of bullets. Frankie, the worst time possible, swapping
Oh.
a secondary gun, finishes him off. And now it is going to be the Xavier getting the chicken dinner in.
What a
the end.
game.
It's raining death and hellfire from above. But what an intense final few minutes that was.
It was a crazy finish when you really think about it, primarily because
What a
shooter
game.
range is an area of the map which the circle
That was a good
rarely
game.
ends on. It's an incredibly difficult part of the map to control. You have so many little crevice, hard areas of the map which to an extent teams are able to control, and it's hard to really punish your opponents. You have the massive shooting range hill which played a big part of it in towards the end, and the Xavier, credit where it's due, they played in, they avoided DRS, they got pushed back a little bit, they took out Deadeye's guys, and then they were able to wait in the shadows until the final moments and third party to get the chicken dinner. I said we've been impressed
Xavier.
with
Vietnam
the Xavier.
team.
This is just the beginning. So happy to see them win.
Yeah, they're really nailing it right now, and definitely doing much better than my camera is.
Check out BGIS.
I don't know, something out of a CGI from a 1995 movie. But
Still look
yeah,
handsome,
moving
man.
quick.
You still look handsome.
Oh, that isn't. Oh my god. Did I say official blah was. Okay, forget what I said earlier in the stream.
You look at the way the circle was shifting as well. You kind of expected maybe a few teams would.
I
fall
thought that was
by the
Professor
wayside
Tarzan
on their,
talking.
You know, when they were migrating up north, but quite a lot of them had kept a majority of the players alive.
Okay, I hear the difference now. Okay, I hear the difference in the voice between Bleh and Professor Tarzan. Whoops, my bad.
Into a shooting range where, again, it was just so back and forth. I don't think you could have ever expected anyone to take it.
They have like a similar accent.
Yeah, and I don't think too many teams played this game like very badly towards the end.
No, or maybe I'm just stupid. I thought it was Professor Tarzan talking. I know he's on the analyst desk, but I thought he switched over to casting in between games or something. Yeah, I saw Bled casting a huge CS:GO tournament, right? I think he was casting the majors, which is huge.
Our desk and of course Jason, our host, have to say about what was a bit of a just a mind-bending game, so to speak.
Mind-boggling, even some might say, though that's not the correct term to use either.
Blaz Indian,
that was
yeah.
a ridiculous kind of finish coming in on shooting range. I know we were talking about the majority of the time. We talked a lot about quite a few different teams like DRS, the position they were in. But
What's the reason for FaZe and BTR not performing?
What really went on there? And how hard it was
I don't know. They're just probably nerves or something. I'm not sure. I don't watch the games.
More hard shifts again. A lot of hard shifts coming in and hurting some of these teams. But again, you got to accommodate for that if it does come along. Thankfully for D Xaviers, we were talking, Tarzan, quite a lot about, yes, this might end up being a shooting range finish. And even if it is a shooting range finish, coming in from the south side and having that high ground advantage over any teams down
I
there
cannot
is
watch
gonna pay dividends.
BGIS. I don't have permission.
was
Nova
actually
POV?
similar
Okay, let's see how
to
Nova
Kings of the Hill.
did that fight. Or Shifon's stream died. Yeah, his stream died before. What's the YouTube channel that streams Nova POV again? I clicked on it earlier. Let's go to history. Oh, One Angry Man. I know this guy streams it. It is very laggy though. No, MV Paraboy. I'm disappointed you aren't casting the West. I'll see if I like casting better or analyst. I miss I right now I think I like casting better. But I'll see after I'm done doing analyst desk.
Ah. 但是自从看到了伞兵这张路的点位，我们就
你直接加就行了，我先把车开走。
人先把甲库吃了，不然我们要被甲。我后面顶车了啊，甲的库那边，给我们反坡正常顶。我来给你装。
我也可以开一下。
我去开。
So Infinity, actually Infinity was down a player this whole time. I forgot. They killed one of the Infinity players. That's why Infinity struggled so much. But if Infinity have 4 alive, Infinity should have the advantage over Nova.
他直接开了。OK， 可以开直接开是吧 ？OK， 我上去了。
Oh, Infinity just got another player knocked. Oh, okay.
对，蹦蹦也没有。
Oh, so it was a 4v2.
甲车库有人的，甲车库没多少圈。
甲库应该就是那队。网点就给我们丢雷。有人是吧？
没有，没人。
今天的车怎么回事？
今天哪有车？
左边。
右边有的蹦蹦，你们看看。
那应该是有人吧？
你们反坡可以控吗？
别错。什么？我换把大枪。
哎，右手边1楼有把。
知道。
另给我架一下，我挪。
哎，你们谁蹦蹦把右边坡拉一下呗？
我去拉，我去。
右边坡也能带的。
直接去拉，我直接去拉。我后面顶车了啊，甲的库那边，给我们反坡正常顶。
我们在给他贴背坡的。
但我们不好贴，厕所人能拉上来的。
那我们主要踩右半，主要踩南边右半。
这边有人。
我右后方还有人。
So all their comms are pretty much like which sides of the map can we pin down, which angles can you hold down, and then also like can someone like anchor the backside and stuff like that. So they're figuring out like what to do right here.
那得去甲车库。
我先起飞。能从你们这边打甲库吗？
待得顶着你感觉。
我先顶可以。
咱们先放架的，后面还有人啊。后面哪里？
不太有架哦。
能架那边吗？ 刚刚开车走了，看到一辆蹦蹦开车走了。
你最好先绕一下，因为我不太好架。
标点有人在起烟啊！我们直接先把甲库吃了，不然我们要被夹。
那就先打过来。
我直接绕一下可以吗？
我先撤下去。他倒了一个好像。
我直接绕一下可以吗？
我先撤下去。他倒了一个好像。他倒了一个。
近点树后面有一个。哪里树后面？右手边近点，右手边树后面有一个。坡下坡上的。坡下的。
你的头上有一个。
我丢大个雷。
你们可以贴这背坡。然后小心点屁股打。
再标一次。
左边走。
可以看圈内吗？我去绕圈内。我先看到圈内。
我近点这个也走了。
我去看圈内，我去看圈内。
近点这个也走了。
去看看围墙边。
我去看。
这石头后面有一个。
Okay, so all right, watching their POV, it wasn't as difficult as I thought it was.
有一个，哎，帮打这个树。
哪里？
这树，你穿，就说面。
我在跑，等会儿。打。小心毒边。
都有人。
我们感觉只能推完他们了。
左边这边能推吗？
Yeah.
这里面打了吗？
倒了吗？那个？
I mean, it's a lot. Nova make it look a lot easier than it actually is.
哪石头是？过来拿辆车。哦，谁帮我可以绕一下吗？
绕一下我坡下吗？来，我
绕一下。右手边圈边有人要绕过来，沿过来，我们去圈里打。来，
帮我绕一下坡下。 我近点拨架，我近点拨架。
He's calling the right side of the circle as a team coming to push us, and he's just like, we can fight from inside the circle.
实在不行，我们可以进靶场了，看位置。
我往下看一下，
看靶场能不能进，能进就进了。
完了，能进，进那个围墙对面。
那得接我一个。哎呦，里面有人，别进了，别进了，别进了。
进不了吗？
进不了，里面有人。
在外面可以吗？外面可以待吗？
我们进有石头阵好像。
我这是能待的。
我没有车。
右边毒边。OK， 居民上车，我带你下去。
我接你，你来救我，走。
你们进来那套围，
你来救我，走。
你们进来那套围墙可以待的。
走。
可以待吗？火儿。
这有人吗？你看一下。
近点没人，近点没人。
好像。
转右边是吧？
对。
但是靶场里边有人。
没事没事，就去那围墙。
OK，你们自己去，我的位置我自己玩。
看我枪头，我给你打的，给你直接去，直接去。
So Jimmy gets knocked, rotating in.
小心，实在他丢雷了，丢雷了！你看丢雷了，里边的。
我找右边那队。这个围墙后面有一个。
你一条车吗？没了吧？
没了，
懂了。
你们过来炸我队队。
I like how Nova plays so split still though. Like, you could have 2 people here, but it's like they just have 1 player here because you only need 1 person here to do this position's job. As long as King doesn't overpeak, he shouldn't get knocked. And then the rest of the Nova players spread out. If you put more players here and the circle shifts away from you and you lose your cars, then all of a sudden you just have 3 dead players or 2 dead players, right? Or 3 or 2 useless players. And you only need 1 player here to get the knocks and kills. Having 2 players here is not going to be much different because once you start shooting too much from this position, the enemy team that you can kill will just get behind cover, or 1 player can do the job and kill them anyways. So it's like what I was saying earlier, like in the stream. The Chinese meta is kind of, you want to think of it as a 1-man army. Each 4 players on the team is like a 1-man army, but they each do their individual thing that lines up and synergizes together as a team. So that's why Chinese teams are able to play so fast, because each player has to do like their own thing. They're not really paired up together constantly. Like, you know, 2 people push next to each other and 1 person sits still and covers them, right? That's a very like basic way of doing teamwork and synergy, which in some situations is the best option. But the way the Chinese play and think is, at least from a team perspective, is like, it's like each player is a 1-man army and they send 1 player to do 1 person's job. Like, you don't need 2 people here to get the kills. 1 person will get the kills right here if they play it correctly. Can the players see the kill feed? No, they can't.
没了。左边全民。
那边。
这么多家伙。
哎呀，
左边全民烟，这里面是2个人。找一个好像，找一个，
那边死完了，没有补的。
后面，看我这，黄二，我这2个人。OK， 我在看。他们在压制我，等一下。他们出来，我可以帮你打。
King is just saying if they push out, I can help you fight.
你不用管左边，陈明，左边过不来，你只要管右边就行。
那个倒的好像。左边
Get those kill steals.
等一下，我知道看到。
Get them kill points.
没多子弹，不想扫。没子弹。
He only has 30 bullets left.
你看毒边。我不行，别叫我，我在被雷。他过来跟我说啊，我看不到他过去。要不去我蹦蹦那儿？
你看蓝标跑了，
没子弹了，我
你就只打左边那个就完事了。
17发，兄弟，
够了。
Hit your shots, King. 17's enough. 4 bullets is enough. Oh my god.
死了那个死，左边圈边还有一个独狼 ，STE 的。咱们这边有个独狼啊，蓝标圈边，你小心点，别被偷。
He ran out of ammo. Okay, then we saw Paraboy died.
Like so many teams were flowing in there, and if you are a late
Can you analyze STE POV? If there's a YouTube stream that I could rewind with, yes.
4 rivals on
from 13 to 15.
But I can't rewind the stream on Huya.
They refuse to go down. Is like my impression of them, right? We talk about some of these teams which would have, you know, these knock.
Yeah, I can't
effects,
really
like
rewind on
They have
here.
some rough
Oh
early
wait,
games, you
can
lose
I?
1 or 2, and just
Oh, I
keep going
can.
down. But DXavier's not that team, right? So a whole nations behind their back as well. They are doing them proud this game. Their first chicken dinner, in fact.
Yeah, well, we can see here our head-to-head between 2 great players, Frankie, as we just saw before. Pretty even on damage between him and King.
I have to log in though to increase the quality.
The
Last time I tried logging into Huya, I had issues. Let me see if I can log in.
But able to put up some decent eliminations, and I have to say,
let me try this.
Pretty damn good too. I like the hairstyle.
I do as well. You know, all of these guys, how do they have so much hair? That's what I want to know. But yeah, that's about it.
I'm just hoping mine stays where it is.
Exactly.
That was your hair.
I think I had that. I need to take out like from some old phone photos or albums, but yeah, like it's not like that anymore. Like I'm getting to that age as well. If people don't realize, I know people think I'm lying, but no. But
like
this
15, no?
standings.
Yeah, on the standings, for me personally, for Rival, it's great to see a team be kind of consistent with frag potential. They had 10 eliminations in the
Here's
first
the
match.
SCE
They had 8
POV.
eliminations here in
Oh,
match
there's a
3.
YouTube one.
It's great to see that we have some teams who can put up.
Oh
some big
no,
numbers.
I
Obviously,
clicked
you have,
it.
Star
Why
Wars
did I
Esports
click
there,
it?
Infinity there is 19 as well. They have 6 to 8 at 20 or at 13 for themselves. We're starting to see some big fragging potential out of teams here now.
Yeah, for Rivals, I spoke a lot about them looking good throughout the league play, and I think once again, 40 points coming in without a chicken dinner here. Great stuff by them so far. I think the position that they took in shooting range, if you're wanting to go for the win, I think might have been a little bit early. Again, we're talking about kind of taking spots in the Goldilocks period of time. But I mean, it gets you a top 3, it gets you a podium.
Okay, I'll leave that one there.
When it comes to overall averages of points coming in, it is good enough here to be able to push them up to the upper echelons, Tarzan.
宝是不是这场比赛江西农家宝的
人就像水里漂的船。
这次山子还是那么粉粉嫩嫩嘛。
对，弹数量应该也还蛮充足的，又开始切一称了，找找熟悉的。
假车可以追过假车。
走掉。
抛一个圈吧，等这个圈吧。
就知道还要冲桥。
来我这，可以。
来，我走。白修了，感觉我屁股那冲桥了都。白修的。在那。小心屁股要。给了，来，我们就从这边举标打上去。
I'm trying to listen to their comms.
我车胎掉了，不太好回，可能他没车了呀。
Wait, what is this split? Wait, hold up a sec. Am I seeing this right? STE? STE? Interesting. I'm trying to think. The only reason like they're doing this kind of is like in this type of circle, one way you could work this circle that's pretty easy and it could give you a lot of kills and control is to work down it this way. Like, let me show you guys. This is a bit more like advanced, but I'll just show it to you guys since we have some time. So this is something that I used to do too in a zone like this. What's the circle like? Okay. So this is for all you competitive players or people that like the in-depth analysis side of competitive play. So circle's like something like this, right? Close enough. Yeah, that's pretty close. So in a circle like this, you want to see like what are some of the the center of circles around here, right? Chances are the circle's going to end, the ending zone's going to be somewhere in this area, right? The ending of the game. Like there's no predicting the circle, right? So you can only go off of what the circle looks like in probability. So probability wise, the circle's going to end somewhere around here. Okay. And so with that being said, will this work? Oh, wow. Okay. All right. So with that being said, STE from this position over here. Okay, let's take that off. This blocks too much. So from this position here, they could work up and fight up to around here, right? But going from uphill down to this area in the late game is very hard to do, and you don't have much control. It just becomes kind of you just lose too much of your control, and it becomes very difficult. So I think the reason why STE also had one player rotate up here is because this is also another pathing that you could do. Let's change the color to green. Another way you can break into this circle is you start here. You take a team fight with a team here. This push is pretty easy. Or I'm not going to say easy. I always say easy, but it's very doable. If you do it correctly, you can win this fight. And then from this position, obviously, you control this hillside. And then from this hillside, you can control this pocket area. There's like a little pocket here. I think DRS was in this position at the end of the game. Let's take a look. Yeah, DRS, right? See, this team actually got second place, right? So this pocket area is very strong for a circle like this as well. This pocket area that I circled in green kind of just lets you, it gives the team in this area gets control and usually is able to take out all of these teams here. Or they could, push in if they have to. But that gets a little bit more risky. But this pocket area that I circled earlier, you could come up here. This is like I said, a very doable fight. Once you win this fight, you can control this ridgeline, and from this ridgeline, you also can control this area very well. You could take out this team and see. So what STE is thinking in this situation, or I'm assuming what STE is thinking, is the center of the circle, right? Somewhere in here. What's our best options of entering into this circle and increasing the chances of us winning the highest? So what I just drew in green is a very doable thing, and once you get into this pocket, you pretty much can fight your way into this area around here. Once you get into this pocket, you can pretty much do all of this. And if you can survive all of this, like keep in mind the circles will rotate randomly, like this way or that way or whatever. But with this, it gives them a lot of options. So I think that's what they're trying to do. I think that's why this player's up here. That's most likely the entry they're considering. So they're trying to keep both options open right now to see where the circle shifts. But, SC comes and starts a fight with them, and that kind of ruins their plans. So now you see in this next circle shift how this rotation, like I said, you entry up into here, you control this area, and can control this. You see how that works? You see how, like, that's their line of thinking? So, like I drew here, this is a very... It's not super common, but at least when I play competitive, this is something I learned and realized just through experience and playing. Like, this rotation's very strong and very powerful, especially if you have a team that knows how to fight. You just pretty much, you have access to, like, if you could do this on the initial one, you could kind of pretty much have control of all of this as your next option when the next circle shifts, right? You basically just have an easy way, or not an easy way, you have a good time of fighting into all of this area in the green. Of course, if the circle shifts like down this way really hard or something, then STE, we're staying here to see which way the circle shifts. And from here, you know, similar situation kind of. It's a little bit more complicated to fight in this area and control things. But yeah. He used the glider because he ran out of gas. All right, we still got 6 minutes.
The loop's still vibing. They're absolutely vibing. We'll have to get a double check on that. Someone needs to give them a little bit of a pep talk. Yeah, there they are. They are still vibing. I can confirm the loop's vibe continues.
Spots the weird ritual, and we'll take the points.
Dá maleta. Sai fininho, vai. Mete bala, mete bala. Nice, é isso.
Bom, acredito que para ser jogador profissional não tem...
Can you coach during a game? I don't think that's allowed, no. And everything I just showed you guys, like this thing, like this entry point into the rest of the map. Another one, there's a lot of these, right? That's what competitive, in my opinion, all comes down to. Optimizing. This is the most important part of being a coach. It's like, say you have 4 very talented players, but they simply just don't know, like, they don't know about this in a circle like this, right? They just don't know about that type of rotation. So I think that's where the coach comes into play. The coach basically narrows down and teaches the team, in this circle you do this and you practice this every time. So this team, STE, gets really comfortable with doing this, taking a fight here, killing this team here, coming down here, has an easy time to control this, and then blah 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 blah, right? Like if a circle goes up here. So like elsewhere in the map, there's a lot of these situations in different circles where there's these certain points and certain rotations, and it also depends on where you are on the map. This is when the game gets very complicated, and this is why I actually enjoyed competing a lot, because that's what I was focused on as an in-game leader. I always spent a lot of time studying different possible rotations, what to do in certain circles, and so like I think, even though I didn't have a super strong team, each time I competed, I always managed to qualify to the globals because of that reason. Because I optimized my team's rotations, and just because, you know, I probably had better rotations in that sense than a lot of other teams. I didn't have the strongest team, but I always managed to get into the globals. Of course, once I got to the globals, that's a different story. I think that the difficulty of the lobby increased a lot once you get to globals, where I think I just needed a stronger team and I need to be a stronger player myself to get better results.
PTR กิ๊กแฟมโดนหนีสุดแล้วดูสตอรี่เก็บโวกี้ไปแล้วเหลือแค่ตัวโอ้ยโดนไฟ2เลย
มีลาต้องใจเย็นน้องรักมีลูกซูเปอร์มาจอกเช็คชื่อครับโอ้เอาได้มาฟอนลากเลยไฟหวานแล้วเป็นเครียดแล้วตอนนี้โดนล้อมอย่างไกลขอแค่เม็ดเดียวพอขอแค่เม็ดเดียวล่วงไปโอ้ยวันนี้3 ปอมจะเกมได้ไม่ทำได้แต่เพื่อนเขาไม่เทได้เหมือนกันแล้วไม่เอานอนแบบนี้ร้อยเลยไม่ตี2 แต้ม
Yeah, I know Shifan's electricity went out, which sucks. Alright, we have like 2 minutes. I'm gonna go get some more food. I'll be right back. I might... What are we going into? We're going into game number 3 out of 5? Or are we going into game number 4? Did we already watch 3 games? Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, right? Oh, we're going to game number 4. Okay, I don't know if I can viewer party the entire thing, because I do have PMGC West to do analyst segment for, and I haven't gotten too much sleep. I might end the stream a little bit early to get some sleep. PMGC West is more important because, you know, it's my job, so I don't want to look super tired on stream. I've already got people that said I look sleepy and stuff. So I might end the game or end the stream after match 4 to get a little bit of a nap in. I'm gonna be trying to fix my sleep schedule day by day to make it so I can viewer party the whole thing and then do PMGC West with no issues. But we'll see how I feel. You can make that into a video. Yeah, I could. I think I could just probably clip that. I'll just clip that. I'll probably just clip what I just did into a standalone video and then just upload it. Like, no editing needed. I could also use it as a... I've shown similar rotation stuff like that before.
What's going on, y'all? Welcome back to PMGC.
We haven't seen Sandhawk yet in any of the PMGC, so this should be fun. This should be interesting. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab some food. Thank you guys, by the way. If you're not subscribed, I would definitely appreciate if you subscribed. I'm almost at 50,000. Almost at 50,000 viewers, or 50,000 subscribers.
We'll see. We'll see. His team's gonna try to field each other out, but predictions. We were really bad at them last time, Kalaris. There's a chance for redemption. I am going to start things off.
And then, yeah.
I'm going Nova. Nova's going to take the chicken dinner with 8 eliminations.
All right,
I'm going as far as calling out the elims, too.
So we started off this segment with you being the host, Mustache Dave. Then you getting excited about Mustache Dave. Papa Blue Mustache. Okay, and now we were going for Nova. All right, I'll... What do you even go for, Sandhawk? It's such a wild battleground.
Just close your eyes and point your finger at a team and then choose that team. I think
all right,
that's probably the best
chance. It on my
chance.
screen. 1 sec. I'm going to go with 4 rivals, apparently. There you go.
Okay. All right. All right. Let me write that down. 4 rivals.
You done writing? Yep. Okay. Yep. If you're done writing,
how long do you think it takes for me to write 4 LVS?
I don't know. You need to find your notepad.
The answer is very long.
6 to 8 is my choice. I feel like we may see them on Northwestern Island. We're not.
Okay, I keep saying I'm gonna go get food, but I'm like, I keep checking other things.
can't use that word, but like sometimes we do get these finishes, and actually for some other broadcasts, they call it the Chicken Dinner Island or Chicken Dinner Hill on the Northwestern Island because it's so hard to breach.
All right, okay.
skills
I'm gonna go get
over
some food now.
So I feel like 628 have a
Thoughts
good
on
chance
Nova's
if it goes
performance?
over
It's
there,
only
but
the
I think
first
it's
day.
macro if the circle skills elsewhere as
We'll
well.
see what happens after a couple more games and days.
I'm just really curious to see what word he meant to say or wanted to say, to be honest, Colors. But this is the first time, not the only time, though, we're going to be seeing it throughout these next weeks. We still have, obviously, one Sandhawk a day when it comes to Super Weekends. We're following the exact same map order every single Super Weekend day. However, next week in League Play, we'll be running Erangel and Sandhawk the entire time. So for the teams who did not qualify, I feel like this is a really good chance to get an idea of where teams are going to be dropping, especially when it comes to figuring out who's in the lobby with you and who's not in the lobby with you. This is a chance for you to really build up some steam now and build up some, not presence, but knowledge of what will be coming your way here next week to try to qualify for that second Super Weekend.
Yeah, keep an eye on what teams are kind of around you. Keep an eye on what teams are dealing with in terms of guarding certain areas. And if those areas are being guarded, an early boat rotation is not bad on Sandhawk. It can definitely pay dividends if you're caught on one side of this battleground and really need to get over to the other side, because sometimes going through that mainland can be treacherous.
It's going to be tough indeed, Tarzan. Last initial thoughts before we head into this one for all these teams. We got about 30 seconds so we kick off things.
I don't know. Have a good transition into heel strap. I think that's needed in the repertoire. Like we hate to see it sometimes, but you just need it. But the transition into the difference of 1 to 2 first states, I think that can make a huge difference. So I want to see them used properly.
Yeah, no unicorns love in our East League, unfortunately, as we can always expect them to go for the heal off when it comes to the blue. Hopefully we're going to have some botations. And speaking of botations, I know one man who loves to see them happen. Well, two men, I guess I should say, Imperium and Bleh.
You know what, Jason? You're my unicorn of love. And Imperium, here we are. First Sandhawk of the entire event. And I am more than ready. I know I've heard a lot of people being like, you know, a couple of gentlemen on the desk as well. They're like, we don't like Sandhawk, it's too chaotic. For me personally, Imperium, take me down to the Paradise Resort where the grass is green and the girls are pretty.
Love the fact that you reference Guns N' Roses. Bring it on. Welcome to the jungle, baby. We got fun and games. Now, I have a different viewpoint than Sandhawk. I absolutely am against the map completely, but I am totally for a hot drop.
Look at this.
And look at this. Xavier, Rico, Infinity. Let's get this show on the road.
That's what I'm talking about with Sandhawk. You do not know what you're gonna get, but what we're gonna get right now is Xavier, fresh off a chicken dinner. The belly's probably feeling a little bit heavy at the moment, but they have to be quick and nimble, because right up against them is gonna be Rico Infinity, a team who has shown they are not gonna shy away from a fight. So the SCA team going against the Mina side, they can see already Lamborghini raring to go. We're just trying to spot someone out, but right now for Rico Infinity, I gotta say, oh, that nade was very close, but they seem to have the right angles here, and unless Lamborghini is careful, it could potentially be taken down.
They do have some good angles, especially SK Ton of Rico Infinity. He's probably going to be the haymaker for Rico to control this fight in my eyes, whereas Xavier, they have a clean 2-2 split. So in theory, Xavier, I think with their angles and that split, are in a little bit more of a comfortable position. But the stalemate is there in Paradise. What isn't the stalemate is a little bit of a fight between Cryptics and El Chapo all the way down in Camp Chard.
Yeah, there are a couple of simultaneous fights happening. So as you pointed out, Cryptics obviously going up against TJB, up all the way towards the north, towards Harton. I do believe Deadeye's guys are going to install with Esports, but we'll get back to those fights later on, because right now, Lamborghini is going to be making contact with his opposition. The UMP is going to come to play.
那你去 open 呗，他把那个杯子都打坏了。
particular attack, and there was a bit of a sneaky flank taking place, but the Xavier more than aware of
talking to my mom
from the one member, the sole member of RA. This could be an opportunity.
Is this the only hot drop fight happening on Sandhawk?
And take him down.
Definitely.
The Xavier versus Rico Infinity.
For the rest of Xavier, that flank was good, but it was just a little bit too deep, and the rest of Rico didn't really create any kind of distraction or any kind of angle and pressure. That's a beautiful nade from SK.
That was a really good nade.
takes that one right to the face.
Oh my lord.
That's
The
even
second
good.
one, he's gonna
That's a.
He's gonna find them both. SK-Ton, the hunted, becomes the hunter. And all of a sudden, the tables have turned definitely against the Xavier. And now Frankie having to do a lot of work. Duck's been taking down Frankie from above, using that SMG to try and close the distance and get a knock, but he is definitely getting hunted down. Rabiz will drop and DX are left only with Frankie alive. And there's not much he can do. He's getting surrounded, hounded, and he
Nice try.
fall. What a nade, what a play from SK-Ton. That was perfection.
But we're not over yet. We're moving on
Check
over to the fight
BGMI
between
scrims live
Deadeye's
chat.
guys,
Super toxic.
6-8 and hard
My
10.
Chinese is funny. I have an accent.
Deadeye's
Oh,
guys
STE
player
is also in a
is
hot drop.
Down, that's on top. He's not on top. He's down under for the time being. 6-8 do have the 4 players up, one in the off angle. They're crowding in. They know exactly where Deadeyes are.
Indeed they do, and they're going to be pushing in like a well-knit unit. And from atop, oh, he's going to drop one down. Sheepister in the meantime, is he going to be spotting him out? Yes, he will Daoshi, but he needs to win this duel. Indeed, he will, and simultaneously, 2 members getting taken down.
Ooh,
But
I would
Deadeye's
not
guys
drop
from
a.
Shifu, he can feel his
I would
heart
not hot
beating
drop a
out his
Chinese
chest,
team,
and
man.
he is going to be the last man
Out of the
standing.
3
He
Chinese
will at least
teams,
get a
STE is
knock,
probably the
but won't confirm
strongest
the kill.
team in a
6-8
close range hot
making
drop fight.
Very quick work of Deadeye's guys, and we're 4 minutes in. We've already lost 2 teams, Imperium. How can you not be entertained?
I am definitely entertained. I will not deny
Doesn't my
that,
mom scold me
but
because I'm
that's
always busy with
definitely a
these things?
product
Well,
of
she
the
knows
fact
this
that
is like my
the
work.
very first standout game of the PUBG Mobile Global Championship East, right? This is the
Nova
very
finally
first
don't
time
have to get
outside of
contested.
scrims that
Look,
really
TJB
only
is not
like
taking the fight.
5-10% of what might really happen in a competitive setting.
Yeah,
This
out of
is
the 3
first time
Chinese
these
teams,
teams
Nova
are
will take the
meeting
fight.
inside
Nova
this
will fight you in
battleground,
Painon
so it
because
was,
Nova has fought
to an extent, to be
freaking
expected.
TES and
Great fight by
Painon for like
6-8. Great
forever.
fight, especially by Rico and SK-Ton proving himself with that nade.
But yeah, you do not
initial
want to
knock
fight
and followed by
STE,
a
man.
second as well to really help seal the deal. Now that the dust is settled, though,
Stalwart,
we can't talk about the
STE,
circle. Phase one is
and probably
very
the
nice.
Rejects
It's up in the
team
north. It's primarily on that
are the teams you
mainland.
definitely
Yes,
don't
can
want to
shift
fight. Rejects
west
has very
for
good.
that
Actually,
northwest
you can
island,
beat
but
Rejects
I
in a
really
hot
like
drop
the
fight
quick
because I feel like
rotation
their
from
fighting
Rejects.
strategy
Yeah,
isn't too
they're
good.
being put under a little bit of pressure by Stalwart, who dropped in boot camp, but I do appreciate Reject in
But
their urgency
definitely,
of
you don't
wanting
want
to
to
get
take
to
a
a bit of a
1v1
centralized
hip fire
position,
fight
because
with any of the
if you leave it
Japanese
too late
players,
to rotate on phase 2, phase 3,
or even an ADS fight, like close range ADS fight. You do not want to fight any of the Japanese players. They're probably the strongest. I think they're stronger than the Chinese. They're just pure gun skill is probably the best in the world. If you guys have ever seen Japanese clips, like they hit like insane shots. Their reflexes and aim is on point. But their team fighting strategy and overall strategy for the game is definitely their weak point.
I think he's got an inkling. I think he can smell Booms. But Booms lying prone. And I like this from Attacker. He's not
Viewer
overextended.
message
He's not
Rocks
gonna be
about
going over
Coach
the
and
crest
Check
of the
PL
hill.
Season 3
And that's gonna
recap
allow Booms the opportunity
on Discord.
to peel back to find himself some safety and regroup with the rest of his teammates. But information has been gleaned.
It's not even join up with the rest of the.
Dude, my Discord's popping. I like how you guys are using my Discord to talk to each other a lot.
Two their players are
I'm trying to get more involved on Discord, but every time I'm so busy, and every time I check the Discord, there's like 100+ messages, which is dope.
So that is a little bit helpful, but Genesis Dogma are in no way positioned to take this fight against Tong Xiaobao, so I do appreciate that Boom was in some way able to move away without being shot at.
Absolutely. I just took a glance at where Genesis Dog.
Oh, okay.
For them,
nice.
Imperium, they are going to be regrouping. So, and in the meantime, Booms has done a very good job of.
Thank you.
The recon guy for his team. He's gathered information that TJB are on top that hill, and
the good thing. Sorry to cut you off.
No,
the
go
good
on.
thing for Genesis is that TJB might not be aware of where all of the players of Genesis are. So that surprise attack from Snickle and Sitar could really pay off for them.
And there we go. Booms will unload onto H-Star. He's looking for the finish as well. Position compromised. He waited for as long as he could and realizes that now is the time for him to strike, and that's going to force TJB to make a play. Acer, though, getting shot from afar by Booms is going to finish him off, and that's a good reply coming from Longs, not quite able to confirm.
He said, "I'll talk in Hindi."
Attack was
Okay.
so very low as well, and they were just being lying, just curled up in the grass, and when they strike TJB, they look like they were caught with their pants down. Longs taken down, an attacker in manhand. They have to just, well, as Iron Maiden so eloquently put, run for the hills.
Run for your life, and that's exactly what they're going to do. One thing I've noted about Genesis Dogma when I watched them in the past, and they pull this off perfectly, a prime example, is when Genesis Dogma make a play, they make it so quickly. You saw straight off the initial knock, the rest of the team were there to join up as a team and to get into a much stronger position. They don't take that for granted. Genesis Dogma are so good in those moments, and they proved it there. So really great play from the Indonesian team, and it's great to see them show up. Phase 2 has popped up. It's centralized quite nicely on the mainland.
So Rox is the IGL, right, of
with how delayed their movement would have been away from Paradise with the fight
Soul team
against the Xavier. DRS are in a
if I'm not mistaken, right?
Beautiful position to the east of Paradise, and I also like Infinity's spread because I think it's a little bit more prepared for, let's say, 6 to 8.
Now we know how much we admire you.
Indeed, could
I appreciate it.
They are spread a bit thin, but like you said, you know, there's still quite a bit of time to
The guy who says I appreciate that a lot, I hate him. I'll start thinking of different ways to say it because I know I say that a lot. I appreciate it.
Kind of ruining Nova's day. Paraboy was looking
to,
you know, somehow res his teammate, but I like this from RC. They're aware there's one member of Nova knocked down. They're aware of Paraboy is. They don't have eyes on Order and King, which is why they are being a little bit more tempered in their approach. Spread wide thing, Reiji as well, all the way up north. You can see on your screens, and he's going to be getting an angle. But Nova, okay, still early days, still very early days here in the Super Weekend. But compared to the start they had during the league stage, they have looked almost like a different team altogether, Imperium.
Yeah, but if you think back to the previous PMGC, right? They weren't exactly looking super hot in the league stage as well. You know, they were looking quite flat. They know when to turn up the heat. Of course, I'm not saying they're not trying, but they will know when to massively turn up the heat.
There we go.
Order did exactly just that with a double knock on the Sarah and Rejo. So
I'm like messaging right now. I'm gonna have to watch that back.
Vehicle, and now we see the hands, the advantages in the arms of Nova.
Well,
yeah, RC just lost 2 players right there.
Could not have been better timed.
STE won the fight between STE and DE. STE won without losing a single player or a single player getting knocked. Well, one player got knocked, but it was a 4v1, so he just full pushed, got knocked, and then someone else got the trade.
Gonna be a little not too happy with that, as you point out.
Yeah, Order close range.
The way they approached that particular duel. Maybe being a little too disrespectful of Nova, and Nova reminding them who they are. Starwood and TJB, the stats we have over here, very neck to neck in the average rankings. Damage-wise, the Stalwood were just so dominant.
Yeah, if you even think back of a graphic that popped up a few minutes ago, 3 of the Stalwart players are in the top 5 of the kill leaderboard right now. That is massive. I don't think I've seen that quite heavily before. I know it's early on in Super Weekend, but when we think of giant teams in different regions, such as Alpha 7, such as Navi, for example, I've never quite seen that so early into a major tournament. So that does show how good Stalwart have been across the 3 games so far.
For sure. Right now, though, and here's one thing. Here's one more point I just wanted to bring up as well, and I think it's the perfect time. And this is something Tarzan brought up on the desk as well. You know, when it comes to just playing out in the blue and healing, right? Kind of, you know, trying to go for the position placements. It can kind of catch you off guard how
so Scout replied,
damage the blue can deal.
Scout's kind of busy right now.
Especially on a map like
I just talked a little bit more to Rox, and Sid says lots of new things happening. I'll keep you updated, and I'll spread the word.
Yeah,
for
Dead
other
right,
team
because the
owners
blue
for the
zone does
same. So
close in quicker on
seems like Sid will help get the message out a little bit. I'm still gonna make I'm still gonna make a post myself.
Bring up that point. I'm curious to see how.
But yeah, we'll see how it goes.
To that, the next phase popped up and it did go down towards the south east. Ban is still in play. A Paradise Resort is now on the cusp of the circle in the northwest side. It still leaves DRS in a very good position. Just as Dogma have a lot of space in front of them once they get rid of Cryptics.
Oh, absolutely. Like, whoever comes out on top of this particular fight, as you pointed out, this is prime free real estate for the taking. And Marshall not expecting Satar to pop his head out from that little depression. The timing could not have been worse, and Marshall caught with a nade in his hand, and with a nade, he might be finished off. Or, oh, there we go. Almost finished off. And eventually, Booms will make quick work of him. So, if I'm Cryptics, though, considering they were getting gate-kept there by Genesis Dogma...
You guys think STE is going to win this one?
They weren't quite able to find an angle or an
You could thank Nikhil Jot for that DM. Oh, okay. Nikhil Jot, thank you, bro. I thanked you in the Discord.
Suddenly become your worst enemy. As even more,
but I'll remember that. Okay, Nikhil Jot on YouTube. All right.
Yeah, and Cryptics are no stranger to the blue zone. They normally pull out a bit of a heel strat with El Chapo, but I do need to compliment them on that rotation.
Yes, Nova did land in Python.
I don't think it was massively like.
I'm reading the chat now. Sorry, I was taking care. I was sending some messages out.
Shifting down to southeast and primarily going for what is the less.
Check out the order knock. I did see it. I did see it. I'll watch it. We'll watch it back again.
They are waiting in the shadows, and I've been there for.
Should I watch it back out? No, there's fights happening. Dude, STE and STE, bro.
To Cryptics moving on, and we see 6 to 8 being put under a lot of pressure. They moved into the main.
STE versus STE. These two teams are always fighting each other.
Best taking a couple of shots, getting a couple of knocks, and making some noise.
I'll rewind back to the order knock and we can watch it again.
Meantime, Satar, he was
why does Nova have 0 points this game? Really? It showed 0?
But then, when Cryptics found their way...
Must be a glitch or something. Hold on.
They found Satar...
Nova... Oh.
They're going to finish him off, so...
Yeah, it's glitched out. Nova definitely got the points.
On a member of Genesis Dogma.
Like, I think that's why they removed this overlay right here, because... It wasn't getting updated correctly. That's probably why they removed this points right here, because they're trying to fix it.
There's still one member out in the blue. It is going to try and find his way all the way from behind as Lazy Boy gets caught out in the open. And Cryptics, you can't afford to lose members like this. And Lazy Boy.
Oh man, RC would have such a good game if they still have 4 players here.
Angles he could have taken. Instead, he gets knocked. In the meantime, though, 4 rivals going up against some opposition, and it is indeed going to be MS Chonburi. Back and forth the trades will be, and looking at a circle shift, Nova are in a prime position. I don't think they've budged yet thus far.
They hadn't budged just yet, but now they sent order down to
AR stream. No, wait, what do you guys mean by AR stream? No delay.
Part of the circle, so I think he's kind
There's no delay on the Mina stream on YouTube.
Team. Compliments and props to Genesis Dogma, recognizing that Cryptics would probably rotate to the other side.
Wait, for real? Wait, hold on.
Quarry, so there was still going to be the opportunity to get a bit of a knock on board, so they didn't
go watch Arabic live stream. There's no delay. No way.
Sent 2 players.
Oh, AR for Arabic. Where do I find the Arabic one? Where's the Arabic one? Hold on. STE1. Is this it? Is this the Arabic? It's one of these, right? Oh no. What? Okay, well, I mean, it got ruined already, so we're gonna look at this one. Oh, dude, they finished a while ago. Oh no, wait. Oh, something happened with their stream where they lost the delay. Which STE one? 628? All right, okay. If they don't fix the delay, we're gonna watch a regular stream. But please don't spoil. Okay, if you spoil, if you spoiled, my mods will ban you. All right. So for the next game, we're gonna watch the regular stream that has the delay. Or should we just watch this one? I don't think we should watch this one because it should not be like this. And since I'm like streaming on behalf of Tencent kind of ish, I want to watch the stream that's supposed to be like correct. This stream is definitely broken. Oh, good grenade. Oh, no way. Damn. Alright, okay, well. Now that we know, let's go back to the English stream still.
You're left with 8 teams, 7.
Okay, let's just skip around. We already saw what happened. Let's see that order.
Nova knockdown. They're where Powerboy is. They don't have eyes on Order and King, which is why they are being a little bit more tempered in their approach. Spread wide thing, Ragey as well.
Okay, so RC got the opening actually onto Nova. I actually missed that part.
Weekend, but a different team altogether, Imperium.
Yeah, but if you think back to
we get the confirm.
PMGC, right? They weren't exactly looking super hot in the league stage as well. You know, they were looking quite flat. They know when to turn up the heat. Of course, I'm not saying they're not trying, but they will know when to massively turn up the heat.
There we go.
Order did exactly just that with a double knock in the Sarah and massively turn up the heat. Of course, I'm not saying they're not trying, but they will know when to massively turn up the heat. Of course, I'm not saying they're not
Was
trying,
that all Order shots?
They will know when to massively turn.
That was all of Order shots.
Of course, I'm not saying they're
that's
not
just
trying,
nasty.
but they will know when to massively turn up the heat.
There we go.
Order did exactly just that with a double knock in the Sarah and Rejoso paid the price off a bit of a poor push on that, and Rejoso paid the price off a bit of a
I'm pretty sure it's
push
Ragey.
on that vehicle.
That guy's name.
Now we see the hands, the advantages in the arms of Nova.
All right, so that push by RC wasn't too bad. I mean, you never want to drive in a straight line towards the opening, right? You never want to drive in a straight line towards the opening of a window or a doorway. That's just easier for that player to get knocked. But Order hit some nasty shots, dude. Like, I don't know how Order got both of the players because they're sitting left and right, and Order got both of them. Usually you only knock one player, and they were pre-firing Order's window.
Quite flat. They know when
So like RC didn't do that bad
of course,
on this
I'm not saying
push.
they're not trying, but they will know when to
Like they were shooting Orders like where he could peek, but Order is just insane.
turn up the heat.
Was it all headshots? I saw a lot of headshots.
You know, they were looking quite flat. They know when
There's
to
no way it
turn
was
up.
all headshots.
Of course, I'm not saying they're not
64 damage, that's a headshot.
trying.
65 damage, that is a headshot.
But they will
65, that's a headshot. He hit 5 out of 6 headshots. There was 125 damage there.
But they will
Headshot. He hit like 1 body shot.
But they will know.
Yeah, he hit 1 body shot. Hold on, let me try and see if I can pause it on the white X. Just to show he's human, right? Look, 1 body shot. So he hit 4 headshots, right? And 1 body. 1 headshot, 2 headshot, 3 headshots, 4 headshots. He hit 4 headshots. Watch the POV. Okay, yeah. Let's watch the POV.
全拿全没打药啊。
毒里面。
看他跟谁打。
OK。
应该小丑有点准。哇。
捡个烟。没有人，没有人。
你们直接去他房区。
How did Jimmy get knocked?
有人。
有人吗？这里？
对，标定有人。
Dude, get off the bike, Jimmy. Delete.
不信你给我打个4号吧，不是，拉我一下。
我现在去拉他一下。
你不是我去拉。就。他人停厕所了。我这时候就有人啊。
OK。我这边那个摩托车有一个。
So they knew order was here.
到了一个。
Whew.
然后多倒。
要开车撞。
Damn.
要开车撞。要开车撞。到了一个。
然后多倒。
牛逼！还有车，要走要扎。
是一个队的吗？
一个队，那代表黄里就是他的，就2个。
可以回来了。
I don't think King hit any shots on them. Pretty sure that was all order.
我这边那个摩托车有一个。
We can see from this POV, King wasn't in position.
They're not.
See, King was not in position to shoot at them.
Trying.
Yeah. King was not in position to shoot at them. That was all order.
They will know when to massively.
He's a B. Certain teams, right, which rely on the rotations. A team that comes to mind, for example, is going to be DRS, like thingy, you know, Edge of the Blue and whatnot. But it does are able to adapt on the fly, who have, you know, who are able to think on their feet, and more importantly, who have that. Who have like the fundamental.
Yeah, order's cracked, dude.
But good spacing, just this. Yes. Oh, this really good comms coming in, and we saw that from Nova. Even when it looked like things were kind of grim for them, the way they were able to bounce back and just completely eliminate whatever opposition they face, was just such a great thing to see.
It was, and I do have to give props to Reject because I think they positioned themselves really well in the first couple of circles where they were able to punish Nova from Painan. But in the end, that one mistake proved to be their end, and Nova took that advantage and put themselves to 3rd.
Well, of course, we do have the panel, and of course, Jason Kaplan as the leader.
Yeah, I'm gonna let Tencent know about the stream delay issue.
Had the opportunity to cast.
What stream was it?
I'm not quite sure about that one, though my prediction was decent.
حبيبي يا ساند يعطيك الف عافيه انت وكودي اثنيناتكم على التعليق الحماسي ومثل ما شفتوا نحن جيم حماسي مختلف تماما.
Yeah, it was this one,
There's
right?
so many things to break down,
Yeah,
honestly, from this one. But Tarzan, since you were correct, I'll let you open up to where you want to go with this discussion.
I think it's about tendencies of teams that we are already seeing from phase 1 in what they decide to do and not do. And I think Kalaras would agree, because his pick was 4 rivals and they took that Ruins position, and there's only a few rotation routes, and you can see they did not attempt to even look at Trifecta and went for some really risky rotations. But we also see, on the other hand, something that worked out, for example, for Game of Galaxy doing the signature tanking of 2-3 phases, then a wide rotation into the Barn and Lakawi side, and transition into heel strat like we mentioned before this game.
Yeah, and honestly, we actually had an in-depth discussion about Enigma Galaxy. Why don't we just bring it up now while we were watching the game? Let's just do it here. I mean, Raouf, we were talking about staying together as 3 for the zone or keeping one person out the heel strat. And Claris, I think we
they fixed the delay. Okay.
Of why you would do that in this situation.
Yeah, we came to a decent conclusion, but I still disagree. All right, here's the reason. I get and I understand why you would kind of go for these players, playing the laws of averages, getting yourself towards a podium finish. But I still do think if Ralph,
let's see how STE ended up winning that game, because that was not an easy game for them to win.
Sure. They don't have an anchor.
Think hot determine.
I'm trying to see when they show the map again.
Evans.
On a map like Sanofi.
So the zone ended here. STE got shot at by the other STE. I guess TJB went this way. GD Giz went this way. So they managed to get in this compound, got up this hill for free, and then ended the game. What did Stalwart do? Stalwart's supposed to be the team. I guess Stalwart was betting that the circle was going to end on the north side. I thought Stalwart would be the team to go like this way. I don't think they showed on stream what happened. Let me see if we could catch it.
Like taking.
This is them shooting at STE, shooting at each other.
And Cryptics, you can't afford to lose members like this, and Lazy Boy's so far away.
Yeah, this is a very difficult zone shift.
He had so many other possible angles he could have taken. Instead, he gets indeed shift.
Very position. So they're get to this.
The apples right now in TG13.
I think Stalwart was worried that there would be a team at the building.
Away just 4 rivals too, and TG.
GN to PGA team battling with the blue.
Stalwart's fighting.
Although if they have the push either.
They're fighting Rico. Why would Stalwart go that way? That doesn't make sense. Stalwart ended up fighting Rico, so Stalwart wanted to go this way in? They must have thought there was just a team here. You would always want to fight in from the edge either way, though, because the more you fight into the middle, the more chances of there's teams like pressing down into the middle. I think Stalwarts should have done much better, but STE still had 4 alive, so it would have been tough. It would have been a hard fight either way.
Possible angle to
Kind of not using a leapfrog strategy, I think you said.
So I think it's opposed to what
I think there's a I think they do a recap.
They were down in.
There's no recap? They don't do a match recap? Maybe we do a match recap after this commercial. Watch STE POV? Oh yeah, true. Why don't I just do that? I keep forgetting I have the POVs. Wait, how many times has Chinese team won? So 2 times Chinese teams have won? Oh, you guys want to see the ST fight with D? Yeah, let's watch that.
毕竟是刚打完。
有点吓人。
OK， 我能加。就在我前面那个屏。
Let's see the start of this fight.
这个大伤有一个，这个大伤，举标大伤，举标大伤有一个。
这个把他溜了。我们隔壁有一个，你们要不要抓你们那个？宇阳怎么在那呀？我想抢那个地方没抢到。
你要被包了，你要。
我吗？
对对对，你
我跟他在一块儿呢。
咱俩
隔壁有一个，
咱俩一块儿的。
哦。
对，就是
隔壁有一个。隔壁可以抓吗？
隔壁他往后跑了，张扬。
哎，我听到了。你要不就溜着他，他听到我了。你们看一下宇阳。
在哪儿？
就在我前面那个平房，我看到那个。
确定吗？
确定。先别着急啊，我这边。
我知道中间萝莉有加过点的。
对，有加过点的。我在最左边，我看一下我能不能。
从右边不能抓吗？我从底部走一下。
好像可以。我最左边这个人好像不在，我怎么过去帮你们了 ？OK， 我就在这阴掉，没事。
我绕一下，我从底下绕一下。
绕。就在我前平房阴起来了，他没露脚步了。我记得刚中间有个人往。3人帮我们加过点啊。OK， 我能加过点，我这位置。你们从旁边走吧，你要行的话，我就一起包过去，把他杀了。
我主要担心你右。
So right now, all the comms they're trying to isolate this player, but at the same time, they're not. So notice this is the thing with Chinese teams. Like, they know there's an isolated player, but what they do is they don't just push them 2v1 or 3v1. What they do is they trap the enemy player there, and they pin in all the angles. So when the enemy teammates, like the rest of DE, try and help or something, potentially they could get a knock onto one of these players when one of these players tries to cross over to help, or whatever the case might happen, right? Because if you just go ahead and try and 2v1 this player, and two players are very focused on him, it makes it much easier for this team to come and help. Like, there's no rush to knock this player. Instead, you want to set up a defense where you make all of the enemy players useless. Like, if you set up a defense and trap this player in so that these players can't help, they're pretty much all kind of just useless, and then eventually you could get this knock for free. Whereas if you rush here and just try and 2v1 him real quick, you lose control, or you have less control of what's happening over here, because you're committing two players onto one player. But here they're kind of making it like they're not fully committing, but they're just setting up a trap system. And notice the player. Notice this player over here, just like keeping a long sight line to make sure he could see any information if any players try and cross over at any point here, right? So this player here is holding a very crucial line. And see how all four players are playing separate? You have one player over here, one player over here, one player just... I think he went over off to the offside on the back, just so he has a different angle and he's not just playing the same position as this guy.
我在趴着的，
能过来吗？来，快点，过来，导师，快点！
不是我在外面趴着，我可以溜他，你知道吗？我现在动了，我就要死。
贴我的，
他在围墙了。
我来了。
家你先上2楼吧。
你先上2楼吧。
你要
孙楠纪年在哪？我
纪年在小平房应该是。
OK， 我来了。
爬出来，翻出来，从我这翻出来。
下。
So DE is committing 3 players onto 1 person. So all he does is just readjust, and you see how the 3 players, if they try to chase him down, it's like a very bad push at that point. This is why you don't want to just commit, like, this is why you don't want to do 3v1s. Because if that one player is smart enough to just play defensive and back up, and the rest of his team is a good enough team, they will offer the correct support lines to make your 3-man push, like, very, like, useless.
抓了，来，我跟你。这小屋里，这个小屋里， 去房间里。好了好了，我这边来。去帮，我去帮。
So I don't see how Sunon got him.
我跟你。这屋里，这个小屋里，小房间里。
Okay, so they heard him. He said just 小屋里, so they 2v1 him real quick, I think.
好了，我这边来。去帮，我去帮。我来了，我已经到了。来帮我看。
And now you see how 3 players are trapped in one building. There's no off angles. They didn't leave a player behind. They didn't like have anybody like push over to the outside. Like they can maybe send 2 players in here to entry because it's a close range fight, and then 1 player go out here, right? And then the second STE come over here to try and help or find different angles. This player on the outside's in an excellent position to get a free knock. But they didn't do that. They just committed 3 players into one building. And it's not even DE. Like, I see so many teams do this. So many top-level global teams even do this. This is why, like, I did a PMGC East Scrims casting match, right? And we saw BTR, we saw Infinity, we saw a lot of teams all do this group up together and push 1 player type of thing. And it just, against a stronger team, like, it just does not work. Now imagine, like, as soon as this player jumps out, right? If they just had 1 player come out to this side, on the outside, right? Instant knock right here. Or even if they don't get that player there fast enough in that position. If they had a player. So you see, he's at the wall, right? He's at the wall right there. He's out here. He's at the wall out here. If they just committed the push and put 1 person out here earlier, that's an easy knock.
这个小屋里，小房间里。好了，我这边来，来帮我看，帮我看。
我在外面溜着呢，别怕，你别怕，你们。
我给我过来，别漏。
小心他手放地。
右边要来哈，我这样。
他来不了，右
边他来不了。你好，
看我位置。
打呀，看左手。他跑啊，是不是走了一个？
And realize how Dao Shi has been here since the very beginning of the fight. You guys realize that? This guy was here the whole entire time. So, like, their setup is planned from the very beginning. Before the fight even happens, is what I'm saying. This is what makes Chinese teams so much better. So, it doesn't matter if it's FPP or TPP. This is how they play. They set up the angles. They play separate from each other. They don't group up unless it's 100% necessary. Right? See, this player's already setting up out here way before anything even happens. So let's just say DE did something different, right? Who knows what DE could have done different? DE could have done a lot of things differently. But the player on the outside is just in a position to flank all of a sudden. Or he's in a position to catch the enemy player trying to flank them. Or something like that, right? So, like, all of this, like, just the setup. From the very beginning, this approach to this fight. It's just this is what makes Chinese teams better. This is a very specific fight situation in the city, but the way they think and position themselves applies to everything else they do also. Just like I said, the Chinese meta is one-man army. Every player is a one-man army, but it synergizes together overall.
然后好像不在我怎么
拉人
跑过去，就是要去。我叫你老师快点，看看有吧？啊，前方有，我这边来。小心，看我位置。打点烟，1楼，1楼。 点就一个，你抓吗？后头抓来了，谁冲谁冲。
See, now they're pushing together because it's just they have here they have the man advantage. It's a 4v3, and it's a close range building fight. But even as they're pushing together, they're not like committing 4 people next to each other. They're using 2 people here at most. One person's on the outside angle, the other's at a different outside angle. See, one person's outside on this angle, one person's outside on this angle. They commit 2 together to push. They still don't even commit like 3 or 4 people next to each other to push.
讲那个语音也。
Yeah, it's like playing chess with 4 pieces. Exactly. And each member of the Chinese team can play a different role at any... Well, I mean, some Chinese teams are better than others at doing that, but each player on the team is very flexible too, in the sense of depending on what position of the map they're in, they do a different thing. I somehow close that. There we go.
啊，这就是人均韩王呀。
Okay, yeah. So each player can think for themselves and position themselves correctly too. Of course, some players are more likely to hold certain positions, like in the beginning of that. One player's covering and didn't push with the rest of the team. That's probably like, he's probably the IGL, or no. Actually, I know who the IGL is. The IGL is Sunan. Let me see if that was Sunan. I think it was Sunan that stayed back in the very beginning. Oh no, it wasn't Sunan. Okay. Sunan was closer up. Either way, my point is, like, it's not like, you know, you're the entry fragger, so you have to be close range, or you're the flanker, so you have to stay away. It's like each of these players know what to do given whatever position they're in to optimize it the most effectively. That was a brilliant analysis. I could probably just make that another YouTube video. There's like 2 quick YouTube videos. I did one earlier with the STE rotation, and, well, we just did another one on how STE fights. And I think at the end of the day, STE will be first place, so maybe I should upload those videos, like, today, right? Like, because they're the first place team currently. I'm pretty sure they're first place team right now. Do they show overall scores?
628 still dealing out damage. Are getting just third party by multitude of teams. All 3 other.
I don't think they have shown overall scores. We'll see overall scores right after this.
Well, I'd say a lot of teams, right? It should air quotes,
actually, maybe the Chinese stream does it differently, where they show the overall scores already.
Because remember, it's just
the Chinese stream is a little bit ahead.
Day in and day out. Weekends, you don't rotate
yeah,
in
STE
and worry,
is
okay,
first.
Not
Infinity's doing really good though. We got one more match.
But I am interested to see. Like,
I hope STE stays first place overall.
And improve the quickest.
Nova's in 5th place now. And hey, chat.
Obviously, day 2 and day 3.
Yeah, especially with
chat. Guess what?
Focal point is today is. I mean,
Where's
TJB at? Oh, they don't even show the second page. They don't even show the second page, guys. That's how the Chinese see it. Like, if you're on that second page, you don't even exist. You don't even exist in our minds if you're on the second page. TJB's on the second page? Psh, not even gonna show them.
And Tarzan, I mean, again, we keep doing it. Adaptability, go.
Yeah, I mean that is sorry about that, but yes, for finishes like that, that is the key, right? I think it's so interesting to see some of these endings because it relies on play not just the usual.
Damn the disrespect.
skill.
Alright. They didn't show the second page. They just showed the first page.
Other modes of the game where you need
Oh, this
to know,
guy's
okay,
stream
that is
ended.
a very good spot. That's a really good rock.
Oh, his
Keep
stream
going back
crashed.
to these small
So we don't have
details
STE
because
POV for the last
come
game.
in quite importantly. And,
Oh, this is
don't know
STE
what's gonna
Shanza.
happen in
That's
this
cute.
last one, obviously, but the macro and tendencies they are forming, I want them to be explored.
This is just a fan account.
Yeah, and that's a good point, actually, realizing that if you
But
have
his
the
stream
same
died.
play every single time, the
Second
same
page is
rotation,
trash to
teams will
Chinese.
take advantage of that. And I feel like we did get to see a little bit of that, actually, in PMGC.
Why are you so hungry?
I think it was
I
like
didn't
big
eat much
unicorns of love,
yesterday.
And I think there was one more
So
team
sorry
that kind of tend to rotate
if I'm
the same
eating
way,
on
which
stream.
caused a lot of
Nova's
clashes
5th place
very
overall
early
right
on
now.
in maps like Erangel.
It was Destiny, I think, that you're referring to. Big and Destiny kept
Destiny,
clashing
there
on
we
the
go.
rotations. Yeah, I mean, there's something that kind of you could draw a parallel to is here on Erangel is the Infinity rejects potential bridge camps that we may see go down. We already saw them in scrims. We saw them.
There's still 2 more days. TJB could catch up. I don't want to talk shit about
day 2
TJB
of
and then
league
they
play as well, but Infinity
and then they
do
like
better, which is cool to
catch up
see,
and do better the next 2
actually see it
days.
come to fruition here in these couple of games with them doing so well. They
But I will say,
just backed off because they know that rejects
during the
are really
league
good on
stage,
something like that bridge camp, so they're
didn't they do
changing
like
up
really
some
well
moves,
during the league stage?
being able to avoid some of those
Right.
moments where they think that they're going to lose 2, 3, maybe even a whole squad right up on those rotations, and I think those kinds of adaptations, as Tarzan is referring to here, are fantastic.
And to be fair, we can carry that same type of chaos, like or dynamics potentially over to the other bridge as well, because we talked about an unstable Milter and farm, but we also have on the other side a very stable and very predictable.
How do we see the league
Esports
matches?
who would go to Novo, right? So that is another point that could be very volatile, I would say, and it could.
Second place.
At some point, someone needs to stop this too. Like, there
That's
will
what
be
I'm
some
saying,
point where
guys.
we
League
need to
stage does
take
not
something
represent
out, and that is
accurately
they
the Super
constantly
Weekend.
cross that bridge in that manner around the same timing, and I really want a change for some of these.
But then again, we still got 2 more days. Watch TJB pop off and up first place, right? Like, but my point is, my point stands. Like, league stage is never an accurate representation of how the Super Weekend will go. Like, almost never.
Which makes it a little bit sad sometimes, and obviously, you know, fans get a little bit crazy saying, why are you focusing my team and stuff like that.
SE new link. Okay, thank you, Pishkar.
We do have the time before the next match kicks off to 1+
I literally have the best mods ever. This stream would not be as good as it is without you guys.
Immersive 120 Hz display and hypertouch technology made specifically for gamers. The 1+99 Pro are your best shot to climb the leaderboards, and I'm so glad Kalaris next to me does not.
They didn't
have
qualify
his
for the
phone
Super
ready to
Weekend.
show me.
ZooTay always
Jealous
hating on
once again of
TJB.
his oh my gosh, he has it. How dare you? How do you
I'm just saying they have not yet shown themselves. Like this whole entire, ever since it got announced that TJB is invited to PMGC, they have not shown up.
A certain one of us has been
I think
down,
during PEL
the other
season
one has
4,
been
like
correct.
day
I'm
number
not calling
2,
anyone out. They never would've
they
known
caught
us.
up a little bit. They got up to
One
like
thing we can
4th
talk
place,
about
5th
is
place,
Super
or
Weekend
3rd
at the
place
end of 4
even.
matches now played. You can see
But that was it.
6-2-8.
And then after that, it was just like we never saw them. We never saw them for like the entire time.
Only the best people on 1+ funds.
Yo, what up, Urine?
We've got ourselves, yeah, as you say, STO up at the top, 2 chicken dinners, 59 points. But what is more amazing to me is actually Infinity and 4 Rivals being where they are without chicken dinners. I think great stuff by them so far in terms of points they've put up, especially Infinity, as we were talking about some of the adaptations that they're slowly working into.
League
their
stage
play
is definitely like
against the lobby.
scrims.
Again, you've mentioned it before, Jason.
People always or not people always, but like some people will ask me after a league stage, like, yo, so what do you think about this team? Stalwarts got first, TJB got second. At the very beginning of the stream, I said it literally does not matter. League stage does not matter. Scrims, you never want to use scrims as an accurate representation of how teams will do either.
Again, came in from PMGC points from Indonesia.
TJB is 15th right now?
Because Bigatron obviously missed a Super Weekend. I think it was.
Now I really know why they didn't show the second page on the Chinese stream. Oh my god, 15th place? Sheesh. Hold up. Who in the chat said I'm always hating on TJB? Bro! They're 15th place right now. Where is TC? Okay, it is the first day, but still, man, it's been 4 games and they're in 15th place. It's been 4 games. Watch them win the next game. All right, bet. But where is TC? There's still 2 more days. I'm being too harsh on them, but still, after 4 games,
was like week 2. I wanted to see bigger things.
Let them play. All right.
Step up.
Okay.
Step up a little bit.
TJB minus 100 social credit.
Kind of just continue to play the same.
I hope they win the whole thing. I hope so too. Like, honestly,
I believe we're on 9th place, which is actually sitting at now.
As long as they don't do it through luck, right? If they win the whole tournament and they just absolutely start owning,
that's where my mind's focused
then
on.
okay.
At 5 points, just to go back to them really quickly.
I'll chill.
They have to be very careful. If they continue on this pace, we're looking at potentially 15-20 points on the entire Super Weekend.
Yeah.
If they don't,
I'm just salty that
Super Weekend,
TC is not here.
You have the likes of FaZe Clan, the likes of Bigatron, the likes of Damwon, the likes of BC Swell ready to hop back into the Super Weekend for their first time and to pass you or challenge you. And you got to be top 16 at the end of our 3 Super Weekends to make it into our league finals.
I'm not too concerned about MS Chonburi just.
Yeah. Okay. I'll stop judging. But right now, TJB is not doing good. Okay. Right now.
On the west side of
right now, TJB is not doing good.
If the circle shifts over towards mainland, and they got caught constantly by 4 rivals in the previous game. That's not a team you want to be going up against. And when you're getting caught in 2-2 situations and you're constantly getting naded like they were, that's not great either. They can.
And yeah, I'll update the thumbnail.
To negate some of these things. And in Yasnairi on Erangel.
And what's up, Irwin? Okay, so the thumbnail, I had it done like last second. It's my fault.
It's tricky.
But
I feel like
yeah, we'll fix it. This Evos is not in PMGC.
As opposed to Colaris, because
they were playing in the scrims earlier.
And if we just look at map feeds and whatnot, it's
but
like
Evos is not in PMGC.
The game, you know they
but that's my bad. I didn't double check that.
Side or that side. It's extremely easy to punish. And I
TC
like
next year, please, or I'll die inside.
Into these, like, I want to see some teams maybe.
Honestly, TC also didn't play well in PEL finals, man. I mean, they got second place, but oh, they did. They threw so many matches still. As much as I love TC, TC also didn't do well.
Yeah, and exploiting mistakes.
They got so unlucky with how they lost first place, though.
Just like it's important to head into
they got so unlucky with how they lost first place.
Let's take it away for you at home.
Thank you for that once again, Jason. And we're not going to be wasting any time here in Perry. We're going to be jumping in straight into the final map.
My stream is delayed. Yeah, it's a little bit delayed. Hold on.
Their first 4 games. And 6-8, 23, 10, 1, and 25. And as the desk correctly pointed out, 6-8.
Arabic Live is way more ahead again. Alright, we're not going to watch it. The Arabic one should not be that far ahead.
On the other end, MS Chonburi, they have definitely failed to deliver. It's more the fact, Blair, that they only have
not gonna watch the Arab stream.
Points in 4 games when you're talking about that
that's
kind
a cool,
of like top 16
I've never seen that kill box effect.
Making it into the finals. It does put their journey to that top 16.
Wait, should I watch the AR stream? The Arabic
stream?
Heavy
risk. I know it's only the
they have game sound and stuff, right? Maybe we should just watch the Arabic stream.
It can sneakily just, you know, catch up on you before you realize it. You're like, oh crap, we're more than halfway through.
A team less than 4 months, 2 consecutive. Okay, all right. Okay, now TC's really fucking good for how new they are. Don't get me wrong. I still think TC's like the best potential team out of China. But we saw what they did, dude. They lost the 4v3 to STE.
As you pointed out in the green room earlier, Karim, they've been very
okay, all right.
They have. It hasn't been.
We watched all PL. TC did choke.
The game
TC
type of consistency or performance, but they've had 4, 8, 9, and 10. So very solid middle of the pack performances, and it does put them in a pretty good position in the overall standings. It's good. they can build upon it. That's the important thing. When you have a certain stability in performance, you can build on that. And we even saw it in the Sanhok game. I highlighted how they played the edge of the circles really well. They were aggressive. They were controlling. They made it work.
Oh, Power Boy from the distance, though.
Power Boy with the M16.
Look at the knock. He's gonna just wait for his teams for a couple of seconds and then go in for the push. He's gonna go for a bit of a roundabout way, and I like the way he's moving around. He's not going to be out in the open, not
bro, Logan, do not shoot your gun,
himself
man.
to, you know, just a shot coming
The
in
second
from
you shoot your
Logan.
gun,
And I
you're
love this on
dead.
Power Boy. He wants to confirm the kill at the same time.
Are there still
he is
people
being
parachuting in
wary
the sky?
of
That's
a
what it
trade
showed on the
coming in
map.
from Infinity. As DRS now going with Rabis, who is struggling to somehow keep all four wheels.
Yeah,
of
I know
that
TC
car
got so many
on
circles and
terra firma,
Nova
but it looks like he will be
got
able
like
to
very little.
kind of pull off his escape as DRS. Surprisingly, already on the move, considering Yasnaya is in the zone.
I love
and we
TC.
know
I
their
love
team
STE as a
victorious
team,
for
though. Like
sticking around for
STE,
as
bro,
long as
I'm a fan.
possible,
I'm
but it
down.
looks like
I'm down
they're,
for it.
They're feeling it today, Imperium, which
I'm down for
will
it.
definitely be something very
Realistically,
happy, very
if
surprising
TJB
for
has an invite, like
The desk highlighted
between
the
STE and
golden
TC,
word
I'm down for
adaptability,
STE.
And I think DRS, despite them,
But
again,
TJB
not having
or TC,
insanely
bro.
good performance. I think they
TC
have adapted
all
quite
day
well in
long
this
over
Superweekend
TJB.
to rotations to exit strategies.
Reject
in
still
these
flying,
circles.
what?
When they're dropping in a
Yeah.
city with
Oh,
another
Rip
team,
Logan.
it is important that you're able to disengage away nicely without too much trouble. Nova, on the other hand, though, they are looking for a fight. They pick up another kill onto the Infinity.
Oh, what is
This
happening to
a
Reject?
crazy last game of the day. It seems like the shackles are off, and
Yo,
maybe
Fates.
there's a
I know
little
you're
bit
a
of
fan of
influence from
Japan
Sanhok.
and you support Japan,
Yeah, it
but I
feels like a
think
less
what I was
tropical
saying
Sanhok,
earlier still stands
everyone-
true. Japan's
look at
got
what's happening.
insane gun
Infinity is getting
skills
hunted by Nova,
individually
and
as
Infinity
players,
are
but their
hunting Reject. So
competitive
it's
team
a bit
strategy and even their
topsy-turvy. It's not
team
yeah,
fighting
making
strategy
sense,
is
but
weak.
thankfully, Imperium, our job
But you
is just
you
to
shoot at
yapper
a
away.
Reject player and
It's
they're
a job
shooting
to desk
back
to
at
break
you.
down what happened
They
here
are
early.
dangerous.
Oh, Zara needs to be careful, but fortunately for him, Uzi will have to go for the reload. Still a chance. One bullet is all he needs. But somehow, RC will stay alive. 3 members
They're chasing
still
for
very
this
much
kill.
alive. And bear in mind, Sarah has nothing on him. Absolutely nothing.
They're chasing because they're down to 2 players. They know they won't
I
get
don't know
many.
exactly what has happened with a couple of these teams. I'm aware that, okay, I'll kind of extend more on what I was going to say earlier on.
I love this, dude.
Uzi, maybe
I love
they're
this.
quite angry at getting caught out by Powerboy and the rest of Nova that they want to deal a little bit of damage onto another team. It's that kind of, someone gets angry at you, so you get angry at somebody
hate
else,
is
and then you
lame.
get angry at somebody else, and it's that kind of like the domino
Okay, you're
effect.
right.
So, hey, look, I
It's not like TJB asked for the invite. You're right. Hating on TJB is lame.
The chain
I didn't think of it that way.
aggression, abuse. I don't know. I don't want to
Yeah,
go
it's the tournament officials.
I know you're trying down. Nice. I like that.
Giving them
well,
the invite
right now though,
when
yeah,
they weren't ready for it.
The Symphony of Destruction. It's been singing
Oh
interestingly, swapping from team to team. And
You're absolutely right.
Unfortunately,
okay. I'll stop hating on
it's like they're not
TJB.
quite- like you
It's
said,
not
they're
like
quite able to
it's
get
not
the revenge
TJB's
on
fault.
the team who got the kills on
It's
them,
not
but
like
at
they
least they're able
asked
to
to
get a
be
couple of
here.
points. They're going to be happy with that. But outside of those early skirmishes, don't really see anything much too drastic. Everyone's kind of comfortable, and even if you look at the zone as well, right? It's kind of centralized. It kind of followed the plane path as well.
Let me
so
check
don't
something
see
real
too
quick.
much of migrations taking place from these teams, right?
No, DRS actually went back.
If it
towards
wasn't
DRS,
TJB, it would have been
sorry,
TC,
but went
though.
back towards
Well, top
Yasnaya
three
after
right here.
initially moving away. So they've moved around.
If
but
TJB
come back
wasn't
to their
invited, it would
homeland,
be
and I'm
TC.
curious
TC would be the
about
third
that
team man.
strategy. I don't fully agree. I think if you're going to disengage from Yasnaya, you disengage away from it completely. It's on the edge of the circle. I don't think it really benefits them to stay there for
This
too
team
long,
was
but I
literally
do like that
formed
they were at
season
least
3 and season 4.
moving
Season
out,
1 and 2,
making
it
a
was a
bit of
completely
noise,
different
setting
team,
the
so they didn't even get a
savior
chance to
back,
get any
so
points.
When phase 2 pops up, there's
Imagine if
automatically a
TC
higher
was
chance that
formed
there's
one season
more
earlier.
space
They would
in front of
have got
DRS
like what,
to
maybe
move into a stronger
I don't
position
know.
of the circle.
Maybe
Enigma
4th place or
Galaxy,
better
they're
and pass
still in
Nova. I don't
Pachiki
know.
for the
It's
time being.
whatever.
It's
It's
in
whatever.
the heart of this
It's
phase
over. It's
1.
done.
I'd
It's done.
recommend that they
We got
move away sooner
TJB,
rather than
STE, and
later.
Nova.
Maybe a Potato Hill position would be a good start for them. as King takes a couple of shots onto 628.
628 team.
TJB is only top 4 because they won
but Nova,
the second season.
They're not afraid to take
I didn't watch
fights.
season 2, so I don't know how they won it. Maybe they did play really well and won the second season. But in general, their yearly performance
realizing he spots an enemy vehicle, he's gonna start to follow King. This game is just absolutely.
Yeah, I always say they have crack gun skills but poor strats.
What are they doing? It's like Carmageddon.
Jesus, dude.
I don't understand. Are we watching a different game?
It's a Tornado Souls. That's all I can say. That's the best way I can
Cassius,
put it.
what you are watching is how the Chinese teams play, bro. This is how they play.
He's able to because Sunam was just about.
This is how PEL goes.
To the other side of the wall as he was knocked, so that revive will most likely come out. A bit of a cheeky smoke.
Read my comment above.
Daoshi to confirm that revive, and Powerboy will probably look to.
One of Order's fan gave him a fan. The same guy gave only us the M4 Glacier.
On one side of him, you see
okay.
Jimmy on the other. So they do have a bit of a blanket effect onto the members of 628. The disadvantage there is that they're separated. So if another
I watched the second season. Oh, you're right. I did watch the second season.
Nova's ability to
I just remember
for sure.
Chung Si popping off in the very first game of the grand finals of the second season. That's all I remember from season 2.
Peeling away, heading into the direction
I don't remember anything else of the second season.
Skirmish between
I missed what King did.
628 and Nova will.
Wait, did King do something on this
At least
stream?
not for now.
Taking
a look at the rotations, so Starboard Esports are going to be making the way from the Eastern Bridge from Military Island, and unless they're careful, depending on what path they take, they could be going up against Genesis Dogma.
Yeah, they stayed on farm for a longer period of time than I expected. I don't know if that
I wonder how RC would perform. They have high-level coaches and stuff from other regions. I wanted to coach for a Japan team, but maybe I should hit up Reject. I'll hit up Reject. If Rejects don't do well this tournament, I'll see if maybe they want me as a coach.
For Stalwart, but they stop as they get into the mainland to scout it. So I do appreciate that awareness from Stalwart. And they should be able to avoid Genesis Dogma. Genesis Dogma.
Because Rejects did get a coach, but they let him go like a couple months ago.
This fight, they're better off probably just disengaging.
And the reason why I would coach Japan team is because they actually pay pretty well.
Stalwart in the edge of the phase 2 circle.
Should I send them a message now, just in case like they're looking, and so they don't pick up another coach? I'll send him a message.
Rab is on the open and taking a load of points as well. Yeah, just while there's a bit of lull in the action, we can maybe ruminate a little bit about who's on top, who's at the bottom. Obviously we do have STE, that is a Chinese side, not to be confused with Strawberry.
The thing is, they don't speak English that well, though.
Fantastic.
So they would also need to hire a translator
TJB,
on top of
who
me
were
being a coach,
incredible in the league stage. They find themselves languishing at the bottom alongside MS Chonburi, who have been just pretty much just been a non-threat, a non-factor thus far.
Definitely, it's a big fall from grace from Tongzhou Bao. I don't think it's anything that they've insanely done wrong. They've clearly missed a couple of steps along the way and taken the wrong path lines, but I don't think it's anything.
You could be so good for Reject in Japan in general.
Terrible. These things can happen.
There will be a language barrier, so that's the main issue.
Teams, you're not always going to have a good
day.
If
you become a coach, what will you do?
Always going to get things
the biggest thing for a coach to do at the high level is to first optimize the way the team plays, like their way of thinking on how to engage certain situations, teach the players how to think in certain situations on their own, rather than sticking to a very rudimentary system of I push, you cover, and then
not only extremely high,
push with me, we try and 2v1 this player.
One massive result from, let's say,
like that's the very basic way of thinking and how to approach situations.
So it's really exciting,
which is what I see the majority of strategy now, which is like, I cover you to this position, you push up to this position, and then there's an enemy here. Okay, I push
vehicular manslaughter
him
kill coming
with
in
you
from Pika. Very casually taking down a member of of Genesis Dogma. And speaking of casually, Satar, say Genesis Dogma, they're going to get a knock and a finish as well onto Reject. So
I think most of RC speaks decent English. I spoke to Sarah. I had a like interview thing with Sarah. Yeah, his English is not good enough for me to coach.
In the water.
He understands very basic English. The kill feed is hidden.
To hold on to, which 4 rivals have control of.
So if I was a coach, I would first have to teach the team how to think. Like each player how to think individually and process things. Number 2, I would be teaching them as a team how to fight, how to approach certain situations as a team. After teaching them individually how to improve decision making as individuals. And then third, the hardest thing. And the thing that I'm still learning from just watching a lot of these games is optimizing rotations.
Everyone making just a
there's like the best rotation or the best position with the most likely chance of you doing well in each circle shift, depending on where you start
and just
on
getting
the map,
taken down in the
and
water
depending
by
on the circle,
crocodiles,
and a lot of different other factors.
I don't know who the crocodiles are, but everyone's just getting
that would be the majority. That would be the hardest thing
around the corner, around the tree. It's like dance, but instead it's with a hail of bullets.
Sunan with the car seat switch. That was hot.
It is absolute pandemonium.
Wait, so what happened? Why is everyone in chaos here? Did the circle shift like right onto the water?
I don't really know why he went in on his own, though, being honest. Cryptic should have joined up and much stronger together as a team.
I guess that must
to really kind of lay down the law and secure things.
I really want to see you as a coach.
There's going to be a refire.
Please lower your caster sound. I'll lower it a little bit. No one else has really complained.
Picks up a knock and a kill. Nicely done. It's actually across the road. 4 rivals maybe bit off more than they could chew. And that makes me think, okay, T-Secret.
Yeah, I didn't realize I had this on max volume again. My bad.
In the majority of the circle, but you're really going to rely on the open side of the land rather than hold on to this combat. I think it might have been a mistake for
How do you think Ghost will do today in PMGC West? Ghost is weird. Ghost as a team with the way they play, I don't think it will work in the long term. Like I see them I feel like they just get lucky a lot on their rotations and then they just go center. I haven't seen them really be able to do anything consistently in terms of like, you know, it's just
they're gonna be in a pretty decent spot.
But in a way, that's how Ghost has always played, and they've always done well up until this point so far. I mean, they didn't qualify for America, so they did bad there too.
But quite a few members.
I don't know.
What's gonna get interesting here?
I personally don't think Ghost will do well, but Ghost is that type of team that just kind of they just fucking do well out of nowhere. And it's like, okay, fine, I guess they're a good team.
Gets a nice clean knock into one of the Team Secret.
Just learn Japanese easy.
That's the thing. What is with the separation?
Oh, if I was good at learning languages. Okay, now I see the circle now. So now I see why everyone kind of full sent there on the earlier circle. Oh, this circle is so. This is a crazy circle. It's already a crazy circle, but this one makes it even crazier. This is gonna be a very interesting game.
If you look at Cryptics making their way in from the western side, they're in a great spot. And if the circle does shift further north, they're going to be just waiting and picking off the players scrambling up the banks like fish in water. As H Sir, 2 members alive for Tang Bao, knows where the player is, but not quite having the angle onto 4 rivals. Now you got to bear in mind, all 3 members of TJ, well, rather, the majority of their members are all swimming. Where did it go from here? It's not an easy decision to make. No matter where they clamber up, sure they can be underneath the bridge for a while. They can, you know, just put on some red hot chili peppers, just dance along to under the bridge. Although it's not a song I really dance along to, but where do you go from there?
What you gotta do is you just gotta kind of take your time.
You're respected in the Japanese community, right?
Can't stop to move around, and you really have to be aware
Put in a word for me.
Of what is around. You have to think exactly what Tang Bao done, and
just tell him, be like, yo, ZooTay will be a really good coach. You guys should totally hire him. Oh, I didn't send that DM even.
Was under pressure. The rest of the team came to support, and 4 rivals have been shut down instantly. Good teamwork, Tang Bao.
Yep, they're able to not just scramble out of the water.
What happened to
get control of that portion?
Did the CEO of RC change his
force 4 rivals to slowly
Instagram
just swim away? Just the one surviving.
Isn't it Shoya?
No, just a waiting game. Just a waiting game. A number of teams still. In fact, it's kind of crazy how every single team is still standing. Sure, a few of them have suffered a number of casualties, but 16 alive, 17 minutes in, and considering how some of these early fights have broken out, is quite, I might even say, unprecedented.
Oh no, it's in the steal. How did I forget that?
That's really well observed, because I obviously I took note of all the little battles we had early on and the fact we're down to 45 players, but I definitely didn't.
Yeah, it's in the steal. How did I forget it was in the steal? Who's Shoya?
Standing, and of course
Shoya
that's gonna
is
surprise a couple of teams if they do go out early on and they're like, what?
He's someone else on rejects.
Because of the amount of players left in the lobby. It still does, with the amount of players down early.
Oh no, Shoya is his personal Instagram,
of the amount of landmass that's available inside these very harsh circles, for sure. We'll have to wait and see. Xavier have played this game perfectly. They came in on the eastern edge. They've hung on to the kind of edge of the river to the north side of it. And they've really done a good job of being aware without going too deep. And they've adapted to these circle shifts wonderfully.
The next zone shift is indeed going to be what kind of decides who might be coming out on top here. I gotta say, though, Enigma Galaxy are in a beautiful place. Smack center of what is a very, very interesting zone. Pika, he is in the crosshairs of Rico Infinity, and finally he's going to unleash a couple of burst shots, but Rico gets knocked down from afar, and that is going to be from Pika. The reply was instantaneous from Starwood Esports. If you're going to take a shot at them, Imperium, you better make sure it's quick and you take them down as soon as possible, because right now DRS are in a very, very rough spot indeed. 2 players out in the green, the grass getting bloodied, and well, LazyBoy's going to have a very easy time getting a couple of kills here, and there's no one nearby to trade.
And you correctly pointed out about Cryptic's rotation a circle and a half ago and how they played on that western side, and they've done a great job of punishing DRS for that. I do have to give props for Rico's spread. They haven't remained passive in that cube compound. They've spread out. They've looked to control and manipulate the traffic around it, and they've done a good job of it. The next circle has popped up and it has gone up north, so it is great for MS Chonburi, the one team that really needs a good result. The Starlight feeling the burn of SK Ton and the M4 spray.
Yeah, Starwood Esports, they came in late, and if the circle is shifted down south, they would have been in a great position, but considering the shift, they were a little bit of a picklish spot there, and I do believe only 1 or 2 members of their side has managed to cross on over to the northern side, but still they're not in a very comfortable spot. But Enigma Galaxy, even though they have a zone, they don't have any compounds, no cover to work with, so they need to decide what they want to do here, as MS Chonburi just tapping away Ponzai, trying to find someone from the distance using Mini 18. And if he somewhat trains his crosshairs in the direction of Enigma Galaxy, he can pretty much ruin their day.
Fee-fi-fo fum, MSC are able to get on top and punish Enigma Galaxy. And this is the kind of terrain where you don't really want to be in the center of the circle, right? You don't want to really be in the thick of the action. Holding onto the edges is much more kind of calculated and even
I don't live anywhere near there, huh?
And Deadeye's guys done a great job of doing that on that southern edge, keeping pressure on Enigma, getting a knock on the Ponzai. MS Chonburi should still
I'm
be
paying
able
attention
to
now.
hold things
I just
down
sent a Stella message.
While the Xavier and Tongja Bao, they're getting much closer to each other.
The Molotov is going to force Duck out of position, but the nade is even better. But from beyond the grave, Duck will fall to his knees. Now, the res should be coming on in, but that was an interesting exchange. But no, there is no possibility of a res, because Pop is going to pop his head. And DX now, they're lying prone, but they're unaware that there is an easy angle, multiple angles for MSC to just rain down hellfire from across the fields.
Rico make it across the water. They're getting close to Deadeye's guys. Starwart looking for a third party.
Dude, Pika. Oh!
From Pika, not quite there. Yes, he
wait, what?
On the frag boy. Deadeye's guys find themselves.
Holy shit, Pika is cracked.
They had 4 alive just a minute back, Imperium. And of course,
Pika is fucking cracked, bro. That guy.
He has pure sheer confidence.
Okay, Pika, best sniper I've ever seen in all of PMGC.
Rico and
He has hit like actual impactful sniper shots that matter and change the game. I've seen snipers hit good knocks before, but never like you just knock that player and then that player gets revived. But Pika has actually hit insane crucial sniper shots. What the fuck was that, dude?
It's really important to see how MS Chambari move into this circle. I know they're closer to that side, but I think it's a riskier.
Don't scream like that. I got headphones on, bro. Pika's cracked.
Trying to lay down some covering far for his team, and he's actually going to do one better. He's going to get a knock. That's a great work here.
I missed past sniper shot. Is even better.
Snipe a few unsuspecting members from afar. Did he land that? No, he didn't. But he could get a couple of finishes here. This could be his kills getting.
Dude, just use your M4. Get the thirst, bro.
From the distance, but he's got to go for the reload. And while he reloads, Enigma Galaxy are.
Oh, he got one of them.
Dismantle. One member remains Freak, and he's got to be a freak of nature to survive this one. As Rico Infinity are going to push on in. Actually, I beg your pardon. It is going to be MSC pushing on in and claiming Enigma Galaxy's position.
You know what? They proved me wrong. I didn't think it was a safer option, but they got the knocks, they got the push,
Pika's cracked,
and they pulled it out as a team. So I got to give massive credit to MS.
Pika hit a crazier shot earlier.
And they proved me wrong.
Yeah, Pika is the IGL.
Secret eye shot still left
yeah, Pika's really good with it. M14 and the sniper.
Strong, although he's outside the circle, as is the last player of Cryptics. Despite us having 6 teams, it's only really about 4 that can possibly win.
That nade, bear in mind, just like 3 teams with 1 member standing, Galton being one of them, Shots being another, he's gonna find the kill, and now MSC down to a 2-man squad, Galton gonna be finished up by Pika from the distance somehow. Starwood Esports is still in contention.
Oh my lord,
MSC has just been eliminated by the 1-man standing from Team Secret, and all of a sudden the tables have turned and Rico Infinity with a very real chance of claiming the chicken dinner, because right now it's a 3v2v1, and Scry has already been knocked down.
Oh my god. What the hell just happened? I shot you, absolute insane madman. The opportunistic play to pull that off is insane, but down he goes. Rico Infinity eliminates the last player of Team Secret, and we're left with 2. Pika's on his own.
Well, listen. I know how good these Mongolians are. I know how good Starwood Esports is, but this looks nigh impossible.
Oh my god, Pika, please stop! Pika, stop!
Even in a 1v3,
oh my god!
Oh, Pika!
Bolt action,
bro!
Half HP as well. Pika hasn't been touched yet.
I'm telling, Pika's fucking cracked, bro. Pika, please win this. If Pika wins this, I'll go shirtless on stream.
It's a dead giveaway. Pika is burning alive. He is burning alive, and 1 bullet is all Presigo needs to find Pika, and Pika.
I will go shirtless on stream and get banned for violating TOS.
Making this somehow doable.
Beautiful.
Oh! Yo, hit the snipe. Hit the headshot snipe, bro. Yo, Pika.
No way.
He's gonna hit the headshot snipe.
You cannot do this.
Hit the headshot snipe on this player. Level 2 helmet. Hit it. Hit it. Use your sniper, bro. Oh, this guy's scared. This guy's shaking. This guy's shaking.
Is that going to be enough is a question. He's going to cook that nade. He's going to cook it. Biding his time, waiting for Pika to arrive. He's gonna lob it in. That's a great trajectory, but not quite able to finish on the job.
No, Pika! Pika, please! Switch to the sniper, headshot him!
He's gonna switch to his weapon at the worst time possible. And Rico Infinity will breathe a massive sigh of relief. Pika, the demon, has been put down finally.
Fucking Pika's cracked as shit, dude.
Fantastic win overall.
Pika's best player in PMGC.
The way they control Cube, they didn't stay passive.
Pika's best player in
They
PMGC.
had to create the space to push out of it, because there was a really high chance that the circle was not going to stay on that Cube compound. So they did a wonderful job all throughout that game. But those final moments, Pika, Stalwart, like, talk about sending a message to
Fucking Pika, dude.
Don't count us out. Don't, you know,
ever.
We're not dead until we're dead. It's insane Like the resilience, Pika.
Pika's the best player in PMGC.
Honestly, in a 1v3 like that, out in the open, he had no cover, mind you. And I like the rotation coming in from Rico Infinity as well. They're spreading themselves out so that they had, like, he had to take a fight with 3 players simultaneously. Deploys a smoke, use that for a little bit of cover.
Pika's better than Paraboy.
And has the nerves with bullets whizzing past him to go for the heal. And then he replies back. I mean, I said it. I'm like, I know how good Pika is. I know how good Starwood Esports are, but this one shouldn't be possible. But he almost made it possible and almost kind of eclipsed all the crazy action we saw in this game. This is one of the more, shall we say, interesting beginnings. Frantic, I think that's a perfect word, to a wrangle we've seen. And I still have a few questions to what some of the plays were coming in from Nova. And even
Alright guys, I'm going to end the stream.
Yeah, like, of course.
I'm going to take a little bit of a break. I'll see you guys in PMGC West if you guys are there.
Well, it was
that was a fucking... I'm glad I didn't go to sleep on the last game. Holy shit, dude. I haven't seen Action yet. Okay, Action is the best... Okay, I know Action gets the MVP on the team. Like, I know for Stalwarts, Action has gotten back-to-back MVPs. So technically, Action is better. But holy shit, dude. Pika...
Yes, it was not a pretty game for TC.
That was sexy as fuck, dude.
Honestly, their worst game in PMGC so far.
He hit a running buggy K9.
But when Ice Shots was down and he was left on his own, he
okay, I'm joking about Pika being better than Paraboy, alright? But holy shit, that was the hypest. That was hype as fuck.
How, like if you're talking about these the individuals, right? But sure, sometimes you might have team play kind of faltering a little bit. Sometimes you might have a little bit of issues with you know, teams not quite able to you know,
Pika. Imagine he switched to the K9 close range and just headshot hip fired that player.
Level, but even there, you have the slight outliers, the 1 or 2 players, like Pika, for example, like Shots MX over here, getting the 1v3.
Oh, beautiful.
Managed to stand out. And the fact that they're able to stand out despite being surrounded, despite
beautiful.
being in a lobby filled with the best from the East, goes to show how good some of these players are.
Really, exactly. And that's why, even though it kind of gets memed on, Avenger level threat, because you need the Iron Man level of play. You need that Captain America level of skill. Is so many.
If he would have hit the sniper shot close range, bro.
What a performance. Couldn't get.
Would that have been a crazier clutch than STE's clutch in PEL? I don't know, man. I think it'd be a more cracked highlight than STE's 1v3. No, STE's 1v3 clutch is still more insane because that got them the championship. That also got them the PMGC qualification. And he did 2 1v3s, but dude, the sniper bolt action is just sexy as fuck. It's just another level. Okay, well, all right, that does it for the stream, guys. I think I just got a donation. How are you, ZooTay? Yo, what Fierce? Did you just tune in? All right, this one's for Fierce if you just tuned in since you donated, bro. We're gonna watch this again. This is for Fierce if you just got here. Okay, this guy already hit like 2 crazy sniper shots before this moment, all right? But just like watch this shit, dude. Can you show overall scores? Yes. Well, let's hope the Chinese stream is ahead enough that I can just show overall scores. Let's pause the music. This stream went offline. Okay, we have to wait for the scores then. Is Fierce here in the chat? Fierce, are you here? Fears, you better be here so you can see this shit. I'm gonna clip this real quick and post it. Actually, I'm gonna record this right now. Give me a second. I'm gonna record this and post it right now. Output. I guess it's just gonna have to go in there. I'm gonna just take off my face cam.
Insane, but down he goes. Rico Infinity eliminates the last player of Team Secret, and we're left with 2.
Guys, ladies love men who smell like men, not like high school boys.
Bruh.
Oh, that smells good. I'm about to take
Rico Infinity.
With a very real chance of claiming.
Oh, my mic was muted. Shit. I was saying how that ad was targeted at me. I feel bad because I think YouTube knows I'm single. So that ad was for me because I'm single. Feels bad. All right, okay. I'm playing this clip now.
The chicken dinner, because right now it's a 3v2v1 and Scry has already been knocked down.
Oh my god. What the hell just happened? I shot you, absolute insane madman. The opportunistic play to pull that off is insane, but down he goes. Rico Infinity eliminates the last player of Team Secret, and we're left with 2. Pika's on his own.
Well, listen, I know how good these Mongolians are. I know how good Starwood Esports is, but this looks nigh impossible.
Oh my god, Pika, please stop! Pika, stop!
Even in a 1v3,
oh my god!
Oh, Pika!
Bolt action,
bro!
Half HP as well. Pika hasn't been touched yet.
I'm telling Pika's fucking cracked, bro. Pika, please win this. If Pika wins this, I'll go shirtless on stream.
Pika is burning alive. He is burning alive, and 1 bullet is all Presigo needs to find Pika, and Pika.
I will go shirtless on stream and get banned for violating TOS.
Making this somehow doable.
Beautiful.
Oh! Yo, hit the snipe. Hit the headshot snipe, bro. Yo, Pika.
No way. No way.
He's gonna hit the headshot snipe.
You cannot do this.
Hit the headshot snipe on this player. Level 2 helmet. Hit it. Hit it. Use your sniper, bro. Oh, this guy's scared. This guy's shaking. This guy's shaking.
Is that going to be enough is a question. He's going to cook that nade. He's going to cook it. Biding his time, waiting for Pika to arrive. He's gonna lob it in. That's a great trajectory, but not quite able to finish on the job.
No, Pika! Pika, please! Switch to the sniper, headshot him!
He's gonna switch to his weapon at the worst time possible, and Rico Infinity will breathe a massive sigh of relief. It is going to be MSC pushing on as Rico Infinity are going to push on in.
Pika's on his own. Absolutely.
Esports, but
play. Teams coming from up. Deadeyes, guys. Star Wars.
His knees. Now the res should be of a red drone, but they're unaware that there is an easy angle, multiple angles for MSC.
The water, they're
hellfire from across the fields.
Rico make it across the water. They're getting close to Deadeyes, guys. Starwart looking for a bit of a third-party opportunity. Pat the headshot ball from Pika. Not quite there. Yes, he did get that knock.
Res, cause but Dave is gonna
move to top
and he is Sean believe on Esports.
for MS Trombone. Spread job of
the grass goes right shot at them. I walk down Infinity and Terrors zone. How to say the
and they've edge have to wait. Teams obviously
a few of them have suffered a number of casualties with 16
weekend so far. We start to see some big step ups out of some of these individual teams, and of course Rico Infinity team at the very end able to get themselves up to 43 points, 5th overall. A pretty good standout and a pretty decent change across the board from what we kind of have seen just in the first 2 days of play.
You might not have got yourself like a win off the back of the day for Infinity, but a second place. I think they had a 13th place, but then I mean they followed that straight up with another 4th place coming in here. So really cool stuff by Infinity, and I think there's been brilliant standout individual performances from them as well. Not something to round out that chicken dinner like we saw Newsy trying to put up the damage on Miramar when he nades and then is able to get those shots through the trees here, Tarzan, but still without a chicken dinner looking fantastic.
Yes.
Oh, I said, why do I keep muting myself? Why am I muting myself each time? Must be something but I'm saying TJB is in last place. Yeah, Fierce, thank you for another $5 if I was muted when I said that. I don't know why I keep muting myself. All right, okay. Well, TJB last place.
Perfectly honest. I mean, I know we don't want to put too much stock in how a team did in league play versus how they're doing in Super Weekend.
I told you. I told you guys. TJB is not the Chinese team you're expecting out of China. All right, so I think I have to do tech rehearsals right now for PMGC West. I'm gonna get ready, get dressed, take a quick shower, and yeah. So I'll see you guys later. I'm gonna be ending the stream. Thank you for watching. Got some good.
Yeah, get out of here, guys. It's like
got some good.
We've got ourselves Rico Infinity and how they move throughout this map.
Got some good clips in. I could post some videos maybe.
In the north side of the circle, they're doing their looty bits. They're picking things up, going left and right, finding these compounds where they're not really challenged. They know that there's not many teams floating around.
All right, y'all. See ya. Goodbye. Bye bye. Stream is ending.
Valuable compounds in this circle. They take this cube compound.